Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Yanfeng sounded regretful as he said, "There may be a spy among the guild, and a middle-ranking one at that," which meant the spy was a protector or an elite. Seriously? Again? Does someone up there have a grudge against me? Am I doomed to high-wire acts like finding the spy? Gao Yang was practically shouting in his head, but he didn't let it show. A member of ours had mind-reading and could have easily identified the spy. Unfortunately, an assassination happened not too long ago. Yanfeng's eyes flickered. "So your lie detection is even more valuable to us. You want me to find the spy for you?" asked Gao Yang. "No, there's no need to wake the sleeping dog now." Yanfeng smiled. "You'll be of help when the time comes." "True. Dragon only asked me to help with lie detection once he was 90% sure of his suspicion. That's the safer way." Gao Yan thought for a moment and looked up at him. "Then why tell me now? Have I earned your trust already?" Yanfeng said honestly with a smile. "No, trust comes with time and achievements. You're far from getting there. I told you now because I want you to be careful. After all, the spy won't sit around doing nothing once they know that an awakener with lie detection joined the guild. Thank you for the warning. I'll be careful." Gao Yang nodded. That was a reasonable explanation. Yanfeng checked his watch and looked out of the porthole behind him. "We're 10 minutes away from reaching the pier. I'll get off there," Gao Yang said. "No, you stay. I'll get off at the pier, and you the one after that." Gao Yang nodded. Since there was still time, it was better to start a conversation than staying in this awkward silence. "Mr. Yan." Gao Yang considered his choice of words. "May I ask you something personal?" "Go ahead." Yanfeng nodded easily and joked, "I'm afraid I can't tell you about celebrity gossip." Gao Yan shook his head with a smile. "No, there's something else I'm curious about. You are a megastar. You must have been going around the world for productions, public appearances, awards, and other programs." Yanfeng paused, his gaze turning appreciative. "So you're asking about the worldview?" Gao Yang admitted, "I've been thinking about it because there are things I can't figure out. Most of my shoots are done at a production site called Shudian World Studio 1, and the other activities on a handful of isolated islands. I haven't exactly traveled around the world." He narrowed his eyes. "Before my awakening, I did dream about traveling the world, but after my awakening, I've been doing my job dutifully and playing the part of Yanfeng, the actor. There must be other humans with the same dream, and they've either awakened or died." Gao Yang nodded. "Makes sense. I understand your confusion," Yanfeng said. "I've been bothered by it as well." The man picked up a glass of red wine and swirled it around, reminiscing a distant past. "When I was young, there was a director I really liked. I consider every work of his a classic, and I've watched them dozens of times. Only a few years after I became an actor, I shot to fame due to a drama series, and driven by my ego, I told my agent to contact the director, hoping to star in his next film. My agent was excited and told me that he would contact the director for me. Guess what happened next?" Gao Yang shook his head. "The next day, my agent forgot about it, and I forgot to bring it up because shootings kept me busy. A few months later, I awakened by chance. And later, I learned that the director didn't exist, neither did his home country and everything around him. At least he didn't exist on the isolated islands we know of. I've always wondered what would have happened if I had insisted on contacting the director." Yanfeng curled his lips slightly. "I probably would have found out immediately that the director didn't exist, and the contact information was false. Then I would have either lost my mind or got eaten by monsters." Gao Yang understood his feelings. "I've always wondered if most of the novels, films, and dramas I've enjoyed, the games I've played, the songs I've listened to, and the celebrities I've liked actually never existed. But how, then, do these non-existent people and things continue to play their parts in such a realistic and systematic way, so much so that it seems like a real world? Why would the Heavenly Way go to the lengths to create such a complicated setting?" Yanfeng didn't say anything, but instead observed Gao Yang again. Gao Yang couldn't stop once he got started. "I mean, why didn't the Heavenly Way create a simpler world? Put aside where humans came from, wouldn't it be easier to instill in humans at birth that the world was only palm-sized, and we all lived on this isolated, palm-sized island? Wouldn't that lower the risk of humans finding out the truth and awakening? Why did the Heavenly Way create such a large, complicated worldview instead? Isn't it asking for trouble?" Yanfeng had been listening with his full attention, and he looked at Gao Yang with approval. "I know you're something else, Seven Shadow, but it surprised me how far you've gotten on your own. You are just like us, meant to be a leader." Gao Yang broke into sweat. "I'm not strong enough for such high praise. Please stop talking me up." "I have a speculation for that," Yanfeng said. Gao Yang's eyes glinted. "Perhaps yours is the same as mine." Yanfeng chuckled. "How about we type out our theory on our phones?" Of course. They each took out their phones and typed an answer before comparing notes. Gao Yang, the fake world used to exist for real. Yanfeng, a real world existed in the past. They exchanged a smile and took back their phones. Gao Yang was surprised. It made sense for him to think of the possibility because he had transmigrated here from the real world. He didn't expect Black Tortoise to come to the same conclusion. It seems that we both think this fake world used to be real, which is why the imitation is so perfect. The heavenly way doesn't have to create anything from scratch, only to replicate and reproduce what was there. Gao Yang nodded. Do the higher UPS of the guild all think the same as you? No, the mainstream view is a different one. They believe that the isolated islands we live on and the fake things filling our world are all created by the heavenly way. It's like a game where everything is procedurally generated with data, including history, culture, economy, art, and technology. They become the backdrop of the isolated islands as they are continuously generated and developed. Gao Yang fell into thought. That explanation made sense as well. He wanted to ask Yanfeng why the heavenly way would do it, but he knew it was a question the man couldn't answer. Click. The door pushed open. A middle-aged man in formal wear stood outside with a briefcase under his armpit. He was about 1.75 meter tall with a slim build and narrow shoulders, his hair combed neatly up to reveal a fair, curved forehead. With a pair of finely made rimless glasses, he gave the impression of a conscientious, competent professional. His brows knitted into a downward angle. We're going, old Yan. All right, a moment, said Yanfeng. Hurry. You need to go to the set after shooting the show. There's no time to dally. The man closed the door. My agent, a white face. Yanfeng curled his lips into a resigned smile. He's a good guy all around, but he's a workaholic and very strict with me. That's why you've been popular for so long, Gao Yang offered flattery. Hopefully that'll continue as you said. Yanfeng rose to his feet with a smile and straightened his sleeves and collars. See you? He walked out of the cabin. After a few minutes, the yacht started moving slowly again. Gao Yang sat by the porthole, looking out at the river at night. He lost his focus at some point. As the yacht quietly sailed along the river, it was the perfect time to think about the existential philosophical questions. Where did I come from? Where am I? And where am I going? Gao Yang was just about to follow the thoughts when on the other side of the porthole, a head suddenly popped into view. One a reference to Hengdian World Studio, a megafilm studio in China. Heng means horizontal, and Shu means vertical. Yes, it was a head, an upside-down head. It popped into Gao Yang's view in a whoosh. Gao Yang's chest tightened, and adrenaline coursed through his body. The instinct to fight compelled him to gather energy in his palms. 2 seconds later, he caught a good look in time and quietly pulled back the energy. The silver hair looked white under the moonlight, and the eyes were crimson. Although she was hanging upside down, her beauty was apparent. Fresh snow? What's this? Fresh snow grinned at Gao Yang in obvious joy. Thud, thud, thud. She knocked on the glass as she mouthed words at him. Still reeling from the shock, Gao Yang remained unmoving. Fresh snow hurriedly pressed her face against the glass, her delicate nose squashed into an upturned one like that of a pig, breaking the tension with her amusing display. Thud, thud, thud. She knocked again and fogged up the glass with a breath. Then she drew a smile with her finger an upside-down one, of course. Finally, Gao Yang broke out of his reverie. He quickly stood up and made gestures at her nervously. Don't move. I'm going to you. He rushed out of the cabin to the deck on the side. Like a cat, Fresh Snow perched on the railing, wrapped in an oversized cloak with her pale collarbones and delicate calves and feet revealed. Her silver hair danced along the night wind while her crimson eyes curved into crescent moons, adorable in the harmless way that small animals were. Gao Yang, she called out to him happily. Quiet. Gao Yang rushed to muffle her. Although there was no other passenger on the yacht, there must be someone at the helm. Teehee. Fresh Snow lifted Gao Yang's hand and took out a firework shooter from her cloak with a mischievous look. This is fireworks? Gao Yang asked. Yeah, you put on a show for me last time. It is now my turn. Fresh Snow nodded excitedly. Friends share. Gao Yang met her innocent, expectant eyes. Was she being serious? A few seconds later, he decided it was best not to go against her wish. Although she seemed like an innocent girl right now, there was no telling whether she would lose her temper the next second and become a vicious ghost who didn't even blink as she took a life. All right. Gao Yang looked around as he agreed. But not here. Why? Because, Gao Yang said the first reason that came to mind. There is someone else on the ship, and we can't let them see the fireworks. Do they not like it? That's not the case, Gao Yang continued to expand on his lie. But last time, we were the only ones who saw the show. This time, we should keep it the same. That's what we call being consistent. Fresh Snow's large eyes rolled around like she was learning something impressive. Being consistent? I get it now. Come with me. Grabbing Fresh Snow, Gao Yang made it to the stern. He found a small lifeboat and quietly untied the rope to drop it to the river. Then he and Fresh Snow jumped onto the boat. Gao Yang rowed toward the center of Li River with the oar. It didn't take long until the yacht became a small black spot. Gao Yang let out a sigh of relief. I'm sorry for taking the lifeboat, Mr. Yanfeng. Please deduct the cost from my salary next month if you are holding me accountable. Gao Yang put down the oar and looked up. Sitting at the head of the lifeboat, Fresh Snow was looking at him with her hands cupping her face, her legs pressed together. She looked visibly excited, and she was still muttering, fireworks, fireworks, fireworks. Gao Yang picked up the firework shooter in the boat. It was a small, commonplace one. Where did you get it? Gao Yang asked. Haha, I borrowed it. Borrowed? From whom? The fireworks shop. Fresh Snow blinked with her big eyes. You borrowed it from the shop owner. No, Fresh Snow smiled. I kicked the door open and broke the glass cabinet to borrow it. That's not borrowing it, but straight up robbery. Gao Yang suppressed an eye roll and mustered the courage to ask, are you going to return it? Return it? Fresh Snow looked confused. Why should I? Sister told me that we don't have to return anything we borrow. Why? Because the world owes us. Fresh Snow said something edgy in a light-hearted tone. Gao Yang wasn't at all surprised. The specters wouldn't be the specters if they abided by the mainstream moral codes. Ahem. Gao Yang cleared his throat and changed the subject. Let's light the fireworks. Yeah. In excitement, Fresh Snow stepped on the boat like a kitten kneading. Don't move around. Gao Yang rested the firework shooter on the stern and glided his finger along the wire before quickly moving to the bow to join Fresh Snow. The other side of the lifeboat tipped up immediately, but thankfully, neither of them was particularly heavy, and the boat remained afloat. Sizzle. Crackle. A few seconds later, branching silver flowers crackled and bloomed in the dark, casting scintillating light on the river. Whoa! Fresh Snow gaped. It was her first time seeing fireworks in person. It's so beautiful. It was beautiful, but Gao Yang wasn't in the mood to enjoy the view. What should he do once the fireworks ended? Would Fresh Snow leave? Should he drive her away? Would he even be able to? Fresh Snow wouldn't chase after him, would she? It would be a huge problem for him to have a member of the specters following him around. And there was her sister to consider. If she showed up, would she kill him in the heat of the moment? Gao Yang agonized about what to do. When he looked up again, the fireworks were already coming to an end. He turned to see Fresh Snow stare at the sky, seemingly lost in the view. Her fair face was like that of an angel, yet the crimson eyes gave her a devilish look. When the light and sparks of the fireworks died down, the surroundings turned dark and silent again. So pretty. Fresh Snow stood up happily and swung her arms around. I'm gonna borrow it again. Careful, you're moving too much. Gao Yang was going to stop her, but it was too late. The lifeboat had already lost balance and was tipping to one side. Splash! Gao Yang and Fresh Snow fell into the river. Help me! Fresh Snow swung her arms around senselessly as she sunk deeper and deeper into the water. You're a member of the specters, the living nightmares of all, yet you don't know how to swim? Really? Are you not putting up an act? It's okay. Relax and lift your face to breathe. Gao Yang slowly swam to her and held her up from behind. Fresh Snow popped her head out of the water and gasped for breaths. She quickly forgot about her fear and broke into giggles. You saved me, Gao Yang. Well, we're friends. Gao Yang had an arm around her as he pedaled toward the lifeboat. Yeah, I'll save you next time. Fresh Snow said seriously. Gao Yang smiled bitterly. No need. I'll be thankful as long as you and your specter friends don't kill me. He flipped the lifeboat upright and lifted Fresh Snow with both hands on her waist. She was so light that he had to wonder if she was all feathers. Once Gao Yang got back onto the boat as well, they each took a side of the boat, and Gao Yang slowly rowed toward the riverbank. Fresh Snow crouched like a cat with her legs split to the sides and her hands tucked before her. She kept shaking her head to dry her hair, but to no avail. The drenched silver strands stuck to her face. Gao Yang almost laughed. If only Fresh Snow would continue to be the approachable and harmless girl she seemed to be now. 10 minutes later, they reached the riverbank. Fresh Snow sneezed, and her petite body trembled under the drenched cloak. Gao Yang was a little surprised. You're a specter. How can you be this fragile? Is this part of the act? He looked up to see the clusters of villas boasting a riverside view. In the quiet neighborhood, one particular villa claiming a prime spot was still well lit, and from there came the faint sound of singing. Gao Yang recognized the place immediately and broke into a smile. Come with me, Fresh Snow. Wang Zikai's home, 2 o'clock in the morning. Ever since his supernatural power awakened, Wang Zikai had been healthier than ever. As he cultivated with the method Gao Yang taught him every day, his stamina grew at an even greater speed. Outside of serious injury, he could operate with only 3 hours of sleep. In addition to satisfying his basic needs, he didn't know how else to fill his long day. He wanted to go on missions with Gao Yang to defeat lizard people, but Gao Yang always told him to be patient and accumulate power while laying low. Besides, Gao Yang had jumped ship to the Kylin Guild or whatever it was called, and he hadn't contacted Wang Zikai for quite a while. Wang Zikai could only tell himself that Gao Yang must have his reason, that he was the trump card of humanity, the chosen savior of the world. He must not take things lightly. Still, the days were so damn boring. After games lost their appeal, Wang Zikai suddenly got into singing. Right now, he was standing on the sofa barefooted in his luxurious living room equipped with a home karaoke set, dressed in a t-shirt that said, Invincible. Holding a microphone in one hand and a spicy chicken leg in the other, he sang to his heart's content. How lonely it is to be invincible. How empty it feels to be invincible. Standing alone at the peak with the sweeping, cold wind. Who will understand my lonesome heart? Wang Zikai bit the last chunk of meat off the chicken leg and cast the bone into the trash can near him, holding the microphone with his other hand. How lonely it is to be invincible. How empty it feels to be invincible. Will she hear me out from her hiding place in heaven? My loneliness, it is endless. When the song ended, Wang Zikai jumped off the sofa and bowed to the TV. Thank you all for coming to my concert. Now, I'll sing the song. Bam! The window of the living room shattered into glass particles. Perching on the windowsill was a girl with drenched hair and equally drenched cloak wrapping around her body. In her hand was a brick. She jumped in and threw the brick away. Done. Who are you? Wang Zikai paused before breaking into a surprised grin. A burglar. Fresh Snow wordlessly looked around in amazement, blinking. You're bold to barge into my turf, I'll give you that. Wang Zikai dropped the microphone and tightened his fist to make a swing. He had been itching for a fight, and the girl happened to barge in then. Wait. Gao Yang vaulted through the window just in time. Gao Yang. Wang Zikai's eyes lit up. Fuck, man. You're Fresh Snow. Gao Yang reprimanded her in a resigned tone. I told you to ring the door. Why did you break the window? But he couldn't hear me. Fresh Snow said like it was obvious. Wang Zikai, this is Fresh Snow, Gao Yang quickly introduced. My friend. Very good friend. Fresh Snow corrected. Good friend. Wang Zikai turned to Gao Yang in surprise. When did you get another good friend? Why didn't I know? Don't worry about something so trivial. Gao Yang coughed and changed the subject while squeezing his drenched shirt dry. As you see, we've just finished a mission and came to recuperate. Maybe take a shower too. Mission. Wang Zikai got even more worked up. Why didn't you call me to help with your mission, bro? We don't use a butcher knife for cows to kill a chicken, and the mission wasn't important enough to warrant your involvement. You're our trump card, not to be used without a good cause. Gao Yang came up with flattery as easily as he breathed. All right. Wang Zikai grinned with his whole face before sending Fresh Snow a derisive look. Fresh Snow, is it? Go ahead and take care of yourself. Gao Yang knew Wang Zikai's place like his own, and he led Fresh Snow to the bathroom. Take a shower, Fresh Snow. Okay. Fresh Snow made to take off the cloak as soon as she stepped into the bathroom. Gao Yang quickly pushed her through the door with a weight, and slammed the door closed. He turned to Wang Zikai. Do you have women's clothes here? Yeah, my mom's. That'll do. Wang Zikai found a set of silk pajamas from the walk-in closet. Gao Yang took it and complained, you were eating chicken leg, weren't you? Have you wiped your hands? I've washed my hands. Wang Zikai grumbled. Who is this friend of yours? Is she that important? Important doesn't even begin to cover it. We may die if we don't treat her right. Gao Yang gingerly opened the door by a crack with the pajamas in his other hand, feeling a wave of humid heat coming from the inside. He reached in with the bundle of pajamas. I brought you clothes, Fresh Snow. She suddenly popped her head out of the door, making Gao Yang jump. Can I not wear clothes like these? I hate how they stick to my body. The most Fresh Snow could take was the loose, oversized cloak, and even that she had put on reluctantly. No, you have to put these on. Gao Yang said seriously. I have clothes on as well. Good friends should do the same thing. All right. Convinced, Fresh Snow took the pajamas and shut the door. 10 minutes later, Fresh Snow emerged with the pajamas made of thin silk covering her petite body. The way the fabric hugged her curves aroused imagination. Gao Yang sighed softly and grabbed a blanket to put around her. Noting that her hair was still wet, he said, dry your hair. Don't wanna, she said carelessly. Leave it. No, you'll catch a cold. Fresh Snow retorted proudly, I don't catch cold. Sit. Gao Yang made Fresh Snow sit down on the sofa and fetched the hairdryer. Then he stood behind her to dry her silver hair. Fresh Snow seemed to dislike the sounds, and she kept hissing at the hairdryer with her back arched. After a few hisses, though, she realized there was nothing scary about it, and she started enjoying the service with her eyes narrowed, her silver hair flying around her face. Soon dried, her hair ran softly down her shoulders. Wang Zikai had been watching the whole time, and he said in a judgmental tone, Bro, your friend seems kinda stupid. Fresh Snow glared at Wang Zikai. You're stupid. What, you disagree? Wang Zikai scoffed. Then prove yourself. Fine. How do I prove it? Fresh Snow got riled up. Wang Zikai grabbed a controller from the sofa. Let's have a PvP match? You aren't chickening out, are you? Gao Yang facepalmed. Wait, you think playing a game will prove someone's intelligence? What's the logic in that? Of course not. Fresh Snow accepted the challenge. Gao Yang sighed silently. Well, at least that will keep them occupied, and I can take my shower. Gao Yang went to the bathroom for a shower. During the time, he accessed the system and checked his luck points to make sure he wasn't in any danger. Then he started thinking ahead. There was a reason he took Fresh Snow to Wang Zikai's place. First, it was relatively safe, at least safer than walking around on the streets with her in tow. Second, Wang Zikai was a valuable asset. On the off chance that Fresh Snow went berserk and attempted to kill him, Gao Yang stood a better chance of winning with Wang Zikai by his side. His 2 encounters with Fresh Snow allowed him to profile her to some extent. The girl was young and quite naive, but in the way a small animal was naive. She didn't have a clear outlook on right and wrong, but she did operate by some codes. And she depended heavily on her sister. According to how Fresh Snow had been treating him, she wasn't hostile to him, but instead had an unexplainable trust and goodwill for him. Perhaps he could use it to his advantage and get some useful information out of her to understand the specters. The more he knew, the better he could take proactive measures. After the quick shower, Gao Yang dried his hair and put on Wang Zikai's pajamas. When he got back to the living room, Fresh Snow and Wang Zikai were playing a fighting game, both with a tight clutch on a controller. Hey, wait a moment, wait, Wang Zikai whined. Fuck, this isn't happening. This can't be. Haha, you lose again. Fresh Snow swung the controller around, satisfied. You are the dummy. Wang Zikai was a sore loser. That doesn't count. Again. You're on. Fresh Snow sounded happy. The moment Gao Yang came over and took a seat on the sofa, Fresh Snow jumped up to snuggle close to him, nuzzling his arm. Gao Yang quietly watched them play. After a while, he said with feigned nonchalance, "You're good at this, Fresh Snow." "Yeah." Fresh Snow stared at the TV and continued her epic fight with Wang Zikai. "Sister often plays with me." Gao Yang put on his most natural act. "Won't your sister worry about you when you're out on your own?" Whoa. Fresh Snow was just about to answer when her character in the game got hit with a combo. Wang Zikai hollered, "Ha ha ha, you little shit. You're years away from defeating me." "Fresh Snow, won't your sister worry?" Gao Yang asked again. "Sister sleeps, sometimes for a long time. She won't notice that I sneak out for fun." Fresh Snow responded without thinking too much about it since her attention was on the game. Gao Yang fell into thought. "Huh? Huya? How?" Wang Zikai started yelling again. "This doesn't count. It doesn't count at all. My controller stopped working for a moment there. Ha 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 ha, you lost again." Fresh Snow jumped around on the sofa happily. "You dummy, big dummy. Dang it, again." Wang Zikai seethed. He had never been humiliated like this. "Why don't you give it a break?" Gao Yang turned to Wang Zikai. "No." Wang Zikai insisted. "Another round." Gao Yang said, "I'm hungry. Is there any food?" "Oh, yeah, there is." Wang Zikai threw the controller away and turned to walk into the kitchen, but not before calling out over his shoulder, "Just you wait, Fresh Snow, I'm gonna wipe the floor with you." A few minutes later, Wang Zikai emerged from the kitchen with 3 cans of chilled soda and a plate of microwaved fried chicken wings. Gao Yang opened a can of Coke and took a sip. Then he turned to Fresh Snow. "You wanna try?" He wanted to know how a specter differed from awakeners, such as if they ate human food. Fresh Snow looked at the can of cola and hesitated before nodding. "I wanna try." Gao Yang was just about to grab a can for her when she reached out to take Gao Yang's and took a careful sip, and promptly broke into a coughing fit. "You alright?" Gao Yang was surprised. After coughing, Fresh Snow looked up at Gao Yang with glinting eyes and beamed. "It's so good." Both Wang Zikai and Gao Yang gaped. "Girl, you haven't had cola at this age." Wang Zikai's expression was a mix of sympathy and shock. Fresh Snow ignored him and took another sip, holding the can of cola with both hands. This time, she didn't cough. Eyes slightly narrowed, she smiled contently. "This is the best. You have never had it?" Gao Yang repeated the question. Fresh Snow shook her head. "Sister didn't let me have human food." "Why? It weakens us," said Fresh Snow. "Sister said that ghosts must not get weak, or we'll be hurt." Wang Zikai asked, "Ghosts? What ghosts?" "A special title. Kinda like your ID online." Gao Yang made up lies carelessly. "Wang Zikai, do you have instant noodles at home? Mind making some for me? And it'd be great if you fry 2 pieces of spam on top of that." "I do have some. Give me a moment." Wang Zikai got back into the kitchen. Once Wang Zikai was out of earshot, Gao Yang asked Fresh Snow, "What do you usually eat then?" "People," Fresh Snow said simply. Gao Yang suppressed a jump. "People? Yeah." Fresh Snow's big eyes blinked. "We don't need food, but we have to feed on people. It makes us stronger and live longer." It was eerie to hear such terrifying words from a pretty girl like her. Ghosts ate people. They got stronger and could live longer. Did that make them some kind of vampires? Did specters kill awakeners for food? Do you eat them as in eating their bodies? Gao Yang asked. No. Fresh Snow shook her head. We eat their energy. Fuck. I knew it. Specters were awakeners too. After all, only a special breed of awakeners. They didn't eat people like monsters did, but sucked them dry instead. Gao Yang kept a straight face and continued, "Do the people you feed on die?" "Yeah." Fresh Snow stared at the cola in her hand. It seemed that she wanted to drink more, but in the end, she reluctantly put it on the tea table while muttering to herself, "I can't drink more. Sister will notice." "Fresh Snow," Gao Yang made himself ask. "Have you eaten anyone?" Fresh Snow grinned. "I haven't." "Why?" "Because they taste terrible." Fresh Snow sounded a little disappointed. "Those I've bitten tasted terrible. I didn't want to eat them." She suddenly approached Gao Yang and nuzzled his face with her nose. "You smell good. You must be tasty. Sister said that she would give you to me to feed on once you get stronger." Gao Yang's heart sank. "Shit, so they are going to fatten me up before killing me? Are you going to eat me in the future, Fresh Snow?" Gao Yang did his best to lighten his tone like they were making small talk. "No." Fresh Snow didn't even hesitate. "Why?" "Because we're good friends," Fresh Snow said seriously. "Good friends don't eat each other." "Yes, good friends don't eat each other." Gao Yang was so happy he could cry. Although they got here on a strange path, at least he was out of the danger zone for now. Then he realized something and added, "Good friends don't let other people eat their friends either." "Yeah." Fresh Snow nodded. Suddenly, she stretched with a yawn and blinked blearily. Then she buried her face into Gao Yang's chest. "I'm tired. I'm gonna sleep." "Wait, what? Is she crashing out?" "Fresh Snow? Fresh Snow?" Gao Yang called out to her softly. The girl didn't answer. Her eyelashes fluttered as she breathed steadily, her face seemingly glowing. She had fallen asleep. "The instant noodles are done." Wang Zikai walked over barefooted with each hand holding a bowl of instant noodles and 2 pairs of packaged disposable chopsticks between his teeth. SHH. Gao Yang put a finger to his mouth and pointed at the girl in his arms. "Shit, asleep already? I was gonna get my revenge." Wang Zikai sounded disappointed, but he did lower his voice. I'll play with you. Gao Yang slightly bent down to grab the controller. Fresh Snow curled into herself and rested her head on Gao Yang's thigh. Gao Yang played 2 matches with Wang Zikai. He didn't play a lot of games, and thus lost to Wang Zikai pretty one-sidedly. Wang Zikai found the lack of challenge boring. I'm done. Wang Zikai threw away the controller and picked up his bowl of instant noodles to inhale 2 mouthfuls. Then he turned to Gao Yang like he had remembered something. Oh, right. I had a dream 2 days ago, brother. What dream? Wang Zikai frowned. It's weird. Forget it. There's no reason to say it. Come on. I can help you decipher it. Gao Yang's curiosity was piqued. All right. Here goes. Gao Yang pricked up his ears. Wang Zikai drew a tissue to wipe his mouth and nose. I dreamed that I ate you. Gao Yang's heart skipped. He didn't say anything, and he couldn't get a good look at Wang Zikai's face. Head lowered, Wang Zikai said in a slightly depressed voice, also Qing Ling, Officer Huang, that damn fatty, and the people from the 12 zodiac signs. I ate all of you and cried the whole time like a psycho. Wang Zikai. Gao Yang put on a forced smile despite the sweat covering his palms. Don't think too much of it. It's just a dream. I've had a similar one where I turned into a zombie and went around biting people. Really? Wang Zikai looked up at him and tugged at the corner of his mouth worriedly. But I keep thinking about it the past 2 days. Hey, do you think that maybe, and I do mean maybe. Maybe what? Gao Yang asked in a trembling voice. Wang Zikai stared straight at Gao Yang, his eyes flashing with a dim light. Maybe I'm not human. Gao Yang couldn't say anything. He couldn't even breathe. Thump, 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 thump. So noisy? Is that my heart? He couldn't hear anything but his damn heartbeat. Gao Yang, Gao Yang. Wang Zikai waved his hand before Gao Yang, breaking him from his reverie. Yes. What's wrong? I lost you for a second. Oh, I'm all right. Gao Yang did his best to calm down, and he asked in a low voice, what did you say? Eyes and brows curved in joy, Wang Zikai jumped onto the sofa with childlike excitement. Bro, is it possible that I'm not human, but God? Huh. Gao Yang was lost. Maybe I'm God. Wang Zikai repeated, convinced. Why would you have such a, Gao Yang was going to say delusion, but instead ended his sentence with, guess. Think about it. I dreamed about eating all of you. Why would I do that? And doing it while crying? It doesn't make sense. Yeah, why? Gao Yang felt like a clown. I looked it up, and the book said that everyone was born with sins, fated to suffer and devote everything to God so that God may save them. Is that right? Gao Yang stuttered. Since I'm the chosen one, it means that fate has chosen me to save the world. Wang Zikai exclaimed while swinging his fist. I may turn out to be God incarnate. Makes sense. Gao Yang wasn't sure how he should arrange his facial muscles. And only as God would I eat all of you. Why? Gao Yang had given up on thinking. Because your physical beings are sinful? And I, to redeem you and save you, must cleanse your bodies of sins and take you to the world of divinity. If Fresh Snow weren't sleeping, Gao Yang would have given him a standing ovation. If you ever take something out of this idiot's mouth seriously again, Gao Yang, you might as well shit while doing a headstand. Well, Gao Yang pretended to think about it. Your explanation does make some sense. Right. Wang Zikai's eyes glinted. That's the only possibility I came up with after days of thinking. Gao Yang sighed and slumped down on the sofa. What? Asked Wang Zikai. After listening to your analysis, I'm becoming more optimistic about the future of humanity. Of course. Wang Zikai was pleased with himself. Listen, bro. If I am God incarnate, there must be a devil incarnate in the world as well? That must be my ultimate enemy? Fight by my side then. I have come up with a whole plan. Gao Yang closed his eyes. I'm tired. I'm taking a nap. Hey, don't. Let me finish. When Gao Yang woke up, the light in the living room had been turned off, and the TV was in screensaver mode. The tea table was a mess. He could smell late-night food and snacks. Outside the window was the gray-blue sky. A stripe of red lined the distant horizon, heralding the break of dawn. Gao Yang's left arm was numb. He turned to the side to see a furry yellow ball. Oh, that wasn't a ball, but Wang Zikai's head. Wang Zikai had fallen asleep on the sofa with a throw pillow between his legs, his heavy head resting on Gao Yang's shoulder. Then Gao Yang felt something warm in his arms. He looked down to find the balled-up silk pajamas, on top of which was a furry white ball. Oh, this must be Fresh Snow's. Wait. Gao Yang's heart lurched up to his throat. It wasn't a head, but a cat? The white cat? The one that had been observing him in secret? Gao Yang's heart raced as an adrenaline rush hit him. In that split second of terror, realization struck him like lightning. Fresh Snow was the white cat. That would explain everything. Such as why back in the night market in the haunted house, Fresh Snow had talked to him like she knew him and called him by his real name even though it should be their first meeting. Or why Fresh Snow was always dressed in a big cloak and nothing else, not even shoes. That was for easy transformation between her human form and cat form. Then there was the way Fresh Snow ate people. She must have bitten Fat June as a cat to eat him, but he tasted bad to her, and she didn't proceed with it. Then Fresh Snow bit Zhang Hao, the stand owner, in the market organized by the 100 Rivers Union, but again, she didn't eat him, most likely because he tasted bad as well. In other words, both Fat June and Zhang Hao were food to her, but they escaped death thanks to Fresh Snow's pickness. Gao Yang followed the thoughts and remembered something. At the time, Fat Jun's arm had suddenly lost control and slapped Wang Zikai twice. It was likely Fresh Snow's doing. She drove the others away because she wanted to be alone with Gao Yang. It meant that the Awakener's body part Fresh Snow had bitten would be granted some sort of mutated ability. Of course, it could also be considered a curse. And as the one inflicting the curse, Fresh Snow could control the particular body part. It made sense. That was why Fat Jun had attacked Gao Yang the first time his bitten arm mutated. Fresh Snow wanted to eat Gao Yang. There was only one thing that didn't make sense logically. One thing that seemed implausible: the fact that Fresh Snow had suddenly had a change of heart and not only didn't eat Gao Yang, but considered Gao Yang her good friend. Why? It was a mystery. The white cat in his arms, the girl called Fresh Snow, was acting like an obedient pet of his. She liked him and trusted him, telling him everything and promising to not hurt him. But in reality, Gao Yang would have become her food if something had gotten even a little awry by a twist of fate. Gao Yang broke into a cold sweat after going over what had happened. The white cat's ears twitched in alarm. It must have been woken up by Gao Yang's racing heart. It slowly opened its eyes. They were emerald green and looked like the finest gems. Surprised, it jumped off Gao Yang, seemingly in panic. Meow. Gao Yang didn't understand what it was saying. Cautiously, he asked, "Are you, Fresh Snow?" It meowed again and jumped onto the table to make it to the window. With a final glance at Gao Yang, it jumped out after a second. Fresh Snow. There were so many questions Gao Yang still didn't have answers to. He pushed Wang Zikai away and rushed up to the window to look outside. The white cat was gone. Wang Zikai twisted his body around on the sofa and, his butt losing purchase, fell to the floor with a thud. Surprisingly, he didn't wake up, but instead made a roll and continued to sleep, muttering, "I'm God, God." Gao Yang stood by the window and took some time to compose himself. Then he grabbed a pen and paper to leave a note for Wang Zikai, saying he was off to school, before leaving Wang Zikai's home. At dawn, Gao Yang headed to school. Only then did he remember that today and tomorrow, they were having their last practice exams. Qing Ling came to school today as well. Ever since Gao Yang joined the Kylin Guild, they had stopped talking to each other to avoid attracting suspicion. Their classmates thought they were having a fight. Gao Yang focused on his test paper. Since his awakening, he had spent considerably less time on his study, but his enhanced stats boosted his ability to memorize and digest knowledge, and he actually had an easier time with exams. Gao Yang played the obedient student and went home straight after the exams. He talked about his score and the list of colleges he'd like to enter at dinner time, and for the rest of the night, he stayed in his room studying. The evening of the second day, he finished the last part of the practice exams. He was sorting his belongings and getting ready to go home when Niu Xian and his two sidekicks came up to him. Gao Yang frowned. What is this bastard up to again? Gao Yang stayed in his seat and took his time sorting his belongings. He didn't even bother to look up. How did you do in the exams, Gao Yang? Niu Xian asked as if it was a normal thing to do. It didn't sound like he was here to taunt him. Fine, Gao Yang said flippantly. Niu Xian smiled. Why don't you let off some steam after the exams? Let off steam? Gao Yang looked up at Niu Xian. Niu Xian's gaze flickered when their eyes met, but he soon put on a confident smile. Yay, let's go to the 11th high school for a fun night. The more the merrier. Niu Xian turned to his two sidekicks. They're going too. Gao Yang knew the infamous 11th high school. It had been abandoned for many years and was said to be haunted, thus attracting many who sought thrills. Some even included visiting the 11th high school at night in their list of things to do before graduating from high school. Gao Yang used lie detection on Niu Xian. He didn't lie. It seemed that Niu Xian's invitation to hang out was genuine. Why me? Gao Yang asked directly. We aren't that close, are we? Dang. Niu Xian laughed heartily. I've made mistakes, but you have to fight someone to know them? No. I'm genuinely looking to be friends with you. If you don't mind, that is. Gao Yang didn't immediately respond. Thinking back, Niu Xian had done a 180 with Gao Yang ever since Gao Yang gave him a taste of his medicine at Wan Sisi's funeral. Someone like Niu Xian bullied the weak but feared the strong. Once he recognized that Gao Yang was someone he shouldn't trifle with, he would change tactics and start getting on his good side rather than marginalizing him. Gao Yang didn't point it out even though he had seen through the boy, but it did surprise him that Niu Xian would invite him to hang out. Gao Yang's first instinct was to reject the offer, but then he remembered that he should stay sociable. He shouldn't stick with humans only. It never hurt to spend more time with wanderers. He was still thinking about it when Niu Xian asked, "Did you have a fight with Qingling recently?" Gao Yang confirmed with resignation that his classmates had noticed him growing distant with Qingling. He played along. Yeah, that's how women are. Just leave her hanging for a few days, and she'll come around, Niu Xian said like a proper playboy before breaking into a smile. I invited some pretty college girls to join us on our adventure to the 11th high school. I promise it'll be fun. Come with us. Gao Yang pretended to be interested. Alright, I'm game. Haha, that's the spirit. Niu Xian was delighted. Gao Yang called his mother first and told her that he was going to study with his classmates and might go home late. His mother had gotten used to him staying out late. Still, she warned him to be safe and not to do anything unwise. Gao Yang left school with Niu Xian and his sidekicks. Niu Xian bought everyone a meal at a seafood buffet. They wolfed down the food and drinks, and Niu Xian inevitably started boasting about himself. Gao Yang enjoyed the free food while playing audience with the other two boys. After dinner, they went to an internet cafe for a few matches. Then late at night, Niu Xian gave them a ride to the 11th high school in the Biang district, driving his father's car without getting permission. There were 4 of them. Niu Xian was driving, while Gao Yang rode shotgun. And in the back were Lu Kixing and Hu Shuang. Lu Kixing had a long, thin face, and his build was long and thin as well. With his narrow shoulders and slightly hunched back, he looked like a cucumber that had been on the shelf for too long. Hence everyone in the class called him Cucumber. Hu Shuang wasn't particularly fat, but with his round, chubby face, he was given the nickname Fat Hu. Cucumber checked his backpack while muttering, flashlight, band-aids, baton, exorcism talismans, garlic, pepper spray. What's all this? Fat Hu snorted. You've got no balls. Yeah, I've got no balls. You've got all the balls in the world. Cucumber huffed. See if I'll lend you anything when you ask later. Come on, bro. I was joking. Fat Hu lost his bravado immediately and grabbed the backpack. Do the talismans work? Give me one. I'll keep it in my pocket. You're both cowards. Niu Xian mocked. And you think you can get some like this? Don't pee your pants before the pretty girls. Young Master Xian, Cucumber said with dramatic seriousness. I heard that the school is actually haunted. Many claimed to have seen a vicious female ghost. That's superstition. Niu Xian wasn't intimidated at all. Hey, have you heard about what happened at the 11th high school? Fat Hu's voice started trembling, and he lowered his voice without meaning to. I looked it up online. It's quite scary. What did you find? Gao Yang naturally got curious. Fat Hu gulped. It's said that 18 years ago, a third-year student found a stray dog in the mountain behind the 11th high school, and she kept it secretly in her dorm room. Then the girl got bit by the stray dog. She kept it to herself and after a few days, her rabies acted up. She started biting random people in class. Fat Hu shifted and continued in a chilling voice, that was no regular rabies. Those who were bitten lost their mind and went on to bite other people. Anyhow, the rabies spread in the school, and many cops were sent to keep it under control. A lot of scientists also showed up in protective gears. The school was under tight lockdown for a full week. Many died during the time. The official explanation is an infectious disease. Later, the 11th high school closed down, and the buildings were abandoned. That's just a zombie story, Niu Xian said dismissively. It's obviously all made up. Fat Hu said, that's what is said on the internet. I don't know how accurate it is. I got a different version, Cucumber chimed in. I heard that 18 years ago, a teacher picked up an abandoned child behind the school, and since she was infertile, she failed to resist the temptation and started raising the child at the faculty dorm. It turned out the child was actually a spirit and ended up putting a curse on the teacher. She went mad and went around biting random people, thus spreading the curse until many at the school fell victim. Then the police locked the school down. They even hired a Taoist priest to hold exorcism rituals and finally resolved the crisis. According to the Taoist priest, the grudge the child's spirit bore was too strong for it to be eliminated. The only solution was to seal it with the school as the anchor. That's why the 11th high school was emptied. Haha, another ghost story. Niu Xian had enough of it. Isn't that absurd, Gao Yang? Gao Yang had been listening with rapt attention, not because the two versions of the story were that engaging, of course, but because the details pointed to one possibility, a rune cave. However, such an obvious rune cave should have been explored given it was in the Kylin Guild's territory. Yeah, it's insane. Gao Yang put on a flippant smile. I'm more interested in pretty girls. Haha, same for me. Niu Xian was happy. He felt a little closer to Gao Yang, and it was only a matter of time that Gao Yang became his people. During the drive, Cucumber and Fat Hu continued to argue which of their versions was more convincing. After some time, Niu Xian suddenly hit the brake, making Cucumber, who didn't have his seatbelt on, hurtle forward. Ow. Cucumber rubbed at his head and looked out the window. We've arrived. This is the place. Let's go. Niu Xian pulled the car key and slammed the door behind him. Gao Yang frowned when he got out of the passenger seat and looked up. It was the rumored haunted attraction, the abandoned 11th high school. Late at night, heavy clouds obscuring the moon. Zzzzzt, crackle. Outside the school gate, the lone old street lamp standing by the road flickered quickly due to poor connection, attracting hovering moths. Under the flickering light, the old school gate was kept shut with a large rusty lock, above which was a sign that said, "No entrance." The words were written with red paint, smudged and smeared by the elements over the years. On one side was the guardhouse. The broken glass window was covered with moldy wood planks, the lower half peeled by external force. The 4 of them got closer and saw that the guardhouse was empty save for dust and spider webs, graffitis that covered the walls, and the empty packs of snacks and cigarette butts on the floor, most likely left by visitors. They vaulted into the guardhouse through the window and walked through the inner door to the campus proper. Before them, a concrete path stretched toward the running track and the classroom building. There was no light inside, and the school was quiet and dim. At the start of the path was a small flower bed taken over by weeds. By its side was a signboard, and 3 girls stood next to it. 2 of them were using their phones with their heads lowered, half of their faces illuminated by the light from the phone screens, while the other girl squatted by the flower bed, staring down at the game she was playing. The 3 of them must be the college students Niu Xian had invited. Good evening, seniors. Niu Xian walked up to them with a frivolous smile, his hands shoved in his pockets. The tall girl standing there lowered her phone and complained, "You're late, Niu Xian. We would have left if you showed up a little later. Don't be mad. We were slowed down by traffic." Niu Xian smiled apologetically and turned on his flashlight. Gao Yang looked at the girl. She was dressed in a light vest and a pair of hot pants, revealing her alluring figure and tanned skin. Her look reflected her bolder nature with her big eyes, thick lips, and the large glinting earrings she wore. "Let me introduce you." Niu Xian moved his flashlight as he introduced them. "This is Cucumber, Fat Hu, and Gao Yang. We're in the same class. We came straight to join you on your adventure as soon as our mock exams ended. That should prove how much we want to be here, right?" The bold girl gave each of them a once-over before her eyes lingered on Gao Yang's face for a second, her irritation half gone. She put on a sweet smile. "Hello, boys. Hello, senior." Cucumber and Fat Hu responded with eager smiles. Gao Yang nodded slightly. Niu Xian pointed at her and introduced, "She's Zhou Jing. Just call her Sister Zhou." Then he pointed at the girl dressed in a Japanese high school uniform with twin ponytails. "That's Huan Huan." The last was the girl squatting by the flower bed. "And this is Orange, my roommate," Zhou Jing explained. "Something urgent came up, and my friend couldn't make it. I asked her to fill the spot." Gao Yang looked down at the girl nicknamed Orange. She was dressed in a loose overall with a puffy bob cut, her hands clutching her phone and her eyes blazing with heat as she focused on her game. He felt a strong sense of déjà vu. "Orange, do you hear us?" Zhou Jing lightly kicked her. Orange looked up to meet Gao Yang's eyes. With a yelped "oh boy," she jumped to her feet with her mouth agape. "Cap." Gao Yang cleared his throat. "Oh, you know each other?" Zhou Jing was a little surprised. "Atta girl, I didn't expect that from you. You've got a larger social circle than I thought." No, Orange can quickly explained. We knew each other through mobile games." Gao Yang smiled. "We've video chatted before." "Whoa, Gao Yang. You've been going around." Niu Xian was even more pleased. He had a strong feeling that he would soon become thick as thieves with Gao Yang. "Alright, let's go. I'm gonna get sucked dry by mosquitoes if we stay any longer." Zhou Jing stomped with her long legs and turned to leave. The others followed. Gao Yang and Ken fell to the back on purpose. Ken lowered her voice and said, "I was wondering why you looked so young, Captain Seven Shadow, but you're actually a high school student." Ahem. Gao Yang felt the image of a mature, dependable captain slipping from his grip. "This is a secret, Ken." Of course. My lips are sealed." Ken blinked with a mischievous smile. "What prompted you to get involved in something like this, Captain? You must be busy. This may be a rune cave. I came to investigate." Gao Yang had come up with a story already. He asked Ken in turn, "And why are you here?" I've come here for the same thing. I thought this place was suspicious, so I came to look into it. Be honest with me." Gao Yang didn't hesitate to expose her. Ken chuckled awkwardly while rubbing her head. "My roommate dragged me here to fill the number. I didn't want to come, but Sister Zhou said that she would join me in ranked matches in return." Gao Yang suppressed an exasperated sigh. "Can, you really never change." The unassuming shaded path seemed more eerie than it looked like due to the urban legends surrounding it. The group started out in a light mood, chattering happily among themselves. But at some point, they started to huddle together with all their phones and flashlights on, and still they found the surroundings too dark. Zhou Jing and Niu Xian took the lead. They soon reached a worn-down 5-storied structure among the classroom buildings. "I heard that it's one of the 5th-floor classrooms that's haunted." "Yeah." Zhou Jing nodded. The 7 of them walked into the main hall of the building and shone their flashlight around. It seemed like a regular high school, albeit old. In the corridor, there was an announcement board for the students on duty, and stuck on it were the students' pictures, faded by the long years. Niu Xian pointed at one of the girls and said, "Sister Zhou, why did she look identical to you?" "Ga." Huan, the timid one among the group, screamed. Zhou Jing jumped as well. When she got a better look, though, she slapped Niu Xian on the elbow. "How is she identical to me? I don't look like that at all. Stop scaring people." "Haha." Niu Xian snickered. "It's just a joke. It's not funny." Huan grabbed onto Zhou Jing's hand timidly. "Let's turn back. I told you I didn't want to come. You scaredy cat. I brought you here to make you braver." She grabbed Huan and led her to the staircase. "Oh boy." Orange was getting intimidated as well at the very back of the group cap. "Gao Yang, you have to protect me. Don't leave me behind." Gao Yang shook his head with a sigh. "You're an awakener. Why are you scared? Shouldn't you be more scared of monsters?" A few minutes later, they got up to the 5th floor and reached the classroom at the end of the corridor. The lock on the door was broken, leaving the door slightly ajar. On the door lintel was a sign that said, "3rd year, 2nd class." Creak. Niu Xian slowly opened the door and suddenly yelled with a scared look on his face, "There's someone inside." This time, they didn't fall for Niu Xian's prank. Zhou Jing hit him hard on the back. "Will you stop already?" Still fuming, she kicked him in the calf. "That's for lying to us." "Haha, I'm sorry. Spare me, Sister Zhou." Niu Xian walked into the classroom laughing. It was almost empty with most of the tables and chairs haphazardly pushed to the back. Only 4 tables were placed in the center to form a square, surrounded by a few chairs. The floor was covered in empty drink bottles and cigarette butts. The classroom had clearly been a tourist attraction of sorts. Sadly, there was no cleaning staff to keep it tidy. Gao Yang looked around. The blackboard, walls, and windows were all covered in doodles and words. XXX I'll love you for 10,000 years. XXX I wish you a lifetime of erectile dysfunction. Run, run, run. I'm XXX's father. Here I have marked my turf with my piss. There were all kinds of comments. Gao Yang didn't waste any more time checking them. They sat around the tables in the center of the classroom. The chilling night wind swept through the broken windows, shaking the ceiling fans and making them creak. It's just a normal classroom, Niu Xian scoffed. Where's the ghost? It's a myth. Zhou Jing looked around with her flashlight. But I heard that it only showed up if you sought it out. She raised an eyebrow. Fancy a game. Are you suggesting, Pen Spirit 1? Cucumber gulped. Or Ouija board? Gao Yang was taken aback. That's bold of her. Although I'm not particularly superstitious, the game still creeps me out. No, we're playing Eraser Spirit. What's that? Niu Xian was totally lost, and everyone else reacted the same way. Zhou Jing stood up and walked up to the podium, finding a chalkboard eraser and waving it at them. We'll use this. What do you say? Why? Gao Yang asked out of pure curiosity. Don't you think the game will only work better if we use something that's originally in this classroom? You really are bold, Sister Zhou. Niu Xian couldn't help but admire her. Are you out of your mind, Zhou Jing? Huan lost her nerves. What if there really is something here? Well, we've gotten this far already, might as well make it worthwhile with something exciting. Zhou Jing chuckled. Hey, you boys aren't backing out, are you? We girls need your protection. Leave it to us. Niu Xian perked up. I've got a lot of yang energy and I've never been afraid of spirits. He gave Cucumber and Fat Hu a pointed look. Although the two of them weren't feeling that confident, they put on a front for the pretty girls and nodded vehemently. Zhou Jing took out a stack of post-it notes and a ballpen from her purse before making notes on the table. Will one of you give me some light? Gao Yang shone his flashlight on the table. Soon, Zhou Jing had made about a dozen notes and stuck them on the table in a circle, each written with a simple phrase. Yes, no, don't know, angry, happy, sad, warning, friendly, hostile. Come on, have a seat. Zhou Jing was the first to sit down. She put the chalkboard eraser in the center of the table and extended her hands to the sides. After some hesitation, Huan and Ken each took a side and grabbed her hands. Gao Yang sat down by Ken and took her hand. The rest followed suit, and they made a circle with their hands linked. Eraser Spirit, we devote to you our genuine awe and fear, we humbly request you for your help. Should you hear our summon, please descend upon our world. Zhou Jing turned to the others after that. Come on, chant with me. Everyone took a deep breath and mustered the courage to chant in unison, Eraser Spirit, we devote to you our genuine awe and fear, we humbly request you for your help. Should you hear our summon, please descend upon our world. Then Zhou Jing released a hand to grab the chalkboard eraser and rotate it. Swoosh! The eraser started rotating quickly. All eyes were on it as it spinned. After a little more than 10 seconds, the side of the chalkboard eraser that was marked as the pointer ended up stopping at the note that said friendly. Look, the spirit is with us. Zhou Jing was visibly excited. Gao Yang suppressed a snort. You'll be able to talk your way around it even if it points to a different note, won't you? Eraser Spirit, we would like to ask you a few questions. Would you answer us? Zhou Jing continued and rotated the chalkboard eraser again. With another swoosh, the eraser slowly came to a stop, pointing to yes. Oh, Zhou Jing called out happily. Thank you, Eraser Spirit. Gao Yang smiled wordlessly. The others exchanged a quiet smile as well. They all thought that Zhou Jing was putting on quite the show, and they might as well play along for her sake. Eraser Spirit, is there something impure in this classroom? She rotated the eraser. Swoosh. It stopped at yes. That must be a coincidence, right? The timid Huan was the first to get scared. She hugged her arms around herself tightly. Gao Yang was surprised too. Isn't that a little too coincidental? Don't tell me you have lucky too. The faces around the table began to change in subtle ways. Cucumber and Fat Hu shared a look, breathing a little heavily while they did their best to look relaxed. Is it really that accurate? Niu Xian was still doubtful. He grabbed the eraser from Zhou Jing. Let me try. Eraser Spirit, did someone die in the classroom 18 years ago? He rotated the eraser. It spinned for a long time until it slowly stopped at yes. Ah, Huan screamed and threw her arms around Zhou Jing. Let's stop. Let's not keep going. They all looked a little tense. Even Niu Xian was stunned speechless. Gao Yang had to wonder if something supernatural was at play. He accessed his system. His luck points were accumulating at a regular speed. At least they weren't in danger. Zhou Jing said seriously, no, that won't work. It's easier to summon a spirit than to send it away. Now that we've summoned Eraser Spirit, we have to give it a proper send-off if we want to stop here. Then let's do that, Huan begged. I'll try. It seemed that Zhou Jing hadn't expected this to happen, either. Taking a deep breath, she chanted, Eraser Spirit, thank you for answering our call. We don't have any more questions. Please take your leave as you wish. She rotated the eraser. It stopped at angry. Eraser Spirit is angry? Why? Huan was close to tears. We didn't do anything bad to it. Captain, Ken was terrified as well, and she held tight onto Gao Yang's shoulders. Protect me. I don't wanna die yet. Hey, Sister Joe, it's all you're doing, isn't it? Niu Xian said in a trembling voice, his face dark. Don't think I haven't noticed. Cucumber and Fat Hu both paled and trembled. It was all they could do not to bolt then and there. I didn't expect this either. Zhou Jing also seemed scared now. She looked up at the ceiling. Eraser Spirit, we offer our apology. We shouldn't have summoned you without thinking it through. Please find it in your merciful heart to forgive us. We will go immediately, and we will never do this again. She reached out for the eraser with a trembling hand. I'll do it. Gao Yang grabbed the eraser and took a deep breath. At least I have lucky. Let it be useful this time. He rotated it carefully. Everyone stared at the eraser as it spinned, not daring to even breathe. It had taken less than 10 seconds for the eraser to stop spinning, yet the seconds dragged torturously. It slowly came to a stop. Hostile. One Bixian is basically Ouija board but with a pen moving around a sheet of paper. It's common in East Asian countries like Japan and China. The moment the chalkboard eraser stopped, the air stilled, and silence filled the classroom. It was chilling, like something terrifying was lurking in wait around them. I have had enough. Huan was the first to stand up. I'm going home. Zhou Jing grabbed her. She looked back at her friend. What, Zhou Jing? Zhou Jing didn't say anything. With her head lowered, it was difficult to make out her expression. Why don't we call it a day, Sister Zhou? Niu Xian couldn't bear staying seated. Gao Yang wasn't actually that scared, but it still made his hair stand on end to witness something this eerie. He was just about to say something when he noticed something wrong. Let go of me, Zhou Jing. It hurts. Huan struggled to break out of Zhou Jing's tight grip around her wrist. Her face became flushed with effort while her fear drained it of color. Finally, Zhou Jing slowly looked up. Her face was pale, and her eyes rolled back toward her skull as her lips twisted into a strange smirk, her voice rough and eerie. It is easy to summon a spirit, but not to send it away. Her neck snapped to the side, her face contorted. You will die. The ghost. Fuck. Help. Screams rang through the classroom, the loudest among the voices belonged to Niu Xian. He fell off the chair and scrambled out of the classroom, never even sparing a glance for his friends. Cucumber and Fat Hu were in no better condition. They screamed and rushed out of the classroom, their belongings completely forgotten. Huan shrunk into the corner, holding onto her head with both hands. Don't kill me, don't kill me. And Ken had held onto Gao Yang's waist at some point. She whimpered with her eyes closed, Captain Seven Shadow. Protect me, you will all die. Ha 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 ha, Zhou Jing continued to exclaim like a woman possessed, and she lunged at Gao Yang with her arms extended. Gao Yang stayed seated without even attempting to move away. Zhou Jing's hands stopped before wrapping around his neck. Why don't you keep going? Gao Yang smiled. Zhou Jing paused, the terrifying look wiped off her face in an instant. Shit. How did you know? Gao Yang hadn't noticed until a moment ago. His reasoning was twofold. First, the lack of luck points acquisition bonus told him that he wasn't in danger, and second, when he volunteered to rotate the chalkboard eraser, he noticed that it was a little heavier than he remembered, which meant that it was likely to have been tampered with. Then he thought back to the way Zhou Jing rotated the eraser. Her other hand was left under the table. It was difficult to notice since Huan had been playing the part of a distraction well. Gao Yang concluded that it must have been a trick played with magnets. Instead of going into his reasoning, he complimented her. You're a great actor. I was almost fooled. Of course. Zhou Jing placed her hands on her hip. I'm an acting major. Huan had stopped crying. She went up to them with a smile. Haha, it's so much fun. The three of them were so scared. Ken finally caught on. You were playing a prank? Why didn't you tell me beforehand? You're mean. You're clumsy, Orange. You would have exposed us. Zhou Jing huffed and added after a moment like she had just remembered. By the way, what did you call Gao Yang earlier? Something Shadow? Captain. My ID in games, Gao Yang hurriedly explained. You really are an addict, Orange. Zhou Jing gave Ken a sympathetic look. If this goes on, you're gonna end up getting shock treatment 1. She then turned to Gao Yang with a hostile look. Are you part of Niu Xian's posse? I wouldn't say that, Gao Yang responded honestly. I don't really hang out with him. Good. Zhou Jing crossed her arms, fuming. That bastard cheated on my close friend. I planned this to get revenge for her. Yep. We recorded him making a fool of himself. Huan happily approached the podium to retrieve a hidden camcorder under it. She brought it over and said, Here, let's have a look. We're gonna post it online tomorrow. She paused, her expression befuddled. Why is there no recording? Let me check. Zhou Jing grabbed the camcorder from her and made a few clicks. There really isn't. This can't be. I remembered clicking on the record button. Ugh, what a shame. Huan was disappointed. Forget it. We've had our revenge. Zhou Jing wasn't too hung up on it. She flipped her hair and said, Come on, let's go home. I can't pull another all-nighter, or my skin condition is gonna get worse. Gao Yang smiled resignedly and took out his phone to message Niu Xian, Cucumber, and Fat Hu on WeChat. Stop running. You've been pranked. It's all an act put up by Zhou Jing. He followed the three girls out of the classroom and down the stairs, returning to the shaded path. As they walked, Zhou Jing and Huan Huang had been going over their prank the entire time, still feeling excited. Why don't we add each other as contacts, Gao Yang? Zhou Jing took out her phone. You seem like a good guy, and you know Orange. We should be friends. Sure. As soon as Gao Yang took out his phone, it rang. Cucumber called. He picked up. Gao Yang, hurry here. The boy sounded panicked. What's wrong? It was Fat Hu who responded, something's wrong? Young Master Xian is acting strange. Don't panic, said Gao Yang. Where are you? The flagpole platform on the running track? Come here. In the silent campus at midnight, the three girls could hear his voice even though Gao Yang hadn't put the call on speaker. Haha, Zhou Jing said with obvious schadenfreude. Did the scare loosen a few screws in his head? Huan was feeling somewhat regretful. We did go a little overboard. Shit, we aren't going to get sued, are we? Let's go check first, Gao Yang said and added without thinking too much of it. Maybe the three of them are planning to prank you to make it even. Makes sense. Zhou Jing smirked. But we aren't that easy to scare. Gao Yang and the three girls turned back to walk to the running track. It was unusually quiet without any of them speaking. Ken sidled closer to Gao Yang unconsciously. Actually, I've been thinking that the school is strange for a while. Didn't you notice? No, Zhou Jing seemed entirely unfazed as she led the way. Huan shook her head too. It's too quiet, isn't it? Gao Yang asked. Yeah, it's May already, and it's quite hot. There should be cicadas chirping or frogs croaking. Oh, right. Zhou Jing realized what they were getting at, but she continued ahead without dwelling on it. The running track was right ahead of them. Gao Yang, Cucumber and Fat Hu panically rushed over. Come on, Gao Yang, there's something really wrong with young Master Xian. Gao Yang followed them. As they walked, Cucumber continued to explain, Fat Hu and I were gonna head for the gate after running out of the classroom, but young Master Xian came this way instead, and we had no choice but to follow him. Then we received your message and were going to tell young Master Xian to go, but he just stood there, acting real strange. He never responded to us when we called out to him. Gao Yang frowned slightly, looking at the flagpole platform in the front of the running track. Facing the track, Niu Xian was doing aerobics too. Niu Xian, Gao Yang called out while keeping a certain distance from him. Stop fooling around. Time to go home. Niu Xian continued with his exercises like he hadn't heard Gao Yang. There were no other people around. The running track was silent save for Niu Xian's steps and heavy breaths as he exercised, as well as his murmurs. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4. 3, 2, 3, 4. 4, 2, 3, 4. 1 In China, there are facilities claiming to cure internet addiction, and one of the methods used is electric shock. Yang Yongzin, a psychiatrist, is a well-known advocate for such treatment. 2 There's a tradition in Chinese school where students have to do aerobics during a class break. It can be daily or every few days. Is he alright? Zhou Jing came up to Gao Yang, looking worried. He hasn't really lost his mind from the scare, has he? They shared a look. None of them dared to get close to Niu Xian. Something was wrong. Gao Yang instinctively knew that Niu Xian wasn't acting. Even if he wanted to scare the girls for revenge, he was too vain to act like a crazy fool. Gao Yang entered the system without thinking. His luck points hadn't spiked. It seemed that things weren't too bad yet. He took a deep breath and carefully walked up to the flagpole. Niu Xian, he called out again. Still, Niu Xian continued with his exercises. He was now doing jumps. He swung his arms while jumping in place, his breathing growing heavier as his movements increased in intensity. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4. 3, 2, 3, 4. Gao Yang clenched his teeth and went up to grab Niu Xian's hands. Stop, Niu Xian. But he didn't. His arms kept swinging with unusual force. Even when Gao Yang secretly applied more power to stop one of his arms, his body continued carrying out the same motions robotically, like a machine without emotions or sense of pain. Gao Yang could rival the force, but he let go. He had a feeling that Niu Xian's arm could break should he go against the motion. His intuition shouted in his head that Niu Xian hadn't been doing this out of his own will, but under the control of a great intangible power. Warning, you have entered an unknown area. Analysis unavailable. Luck points acquisition increased to 2 times. Gao Yang jumped. The last time he got a notification like that, he had fallen into the rune cave at the Gu family's village. Without the time to think, he quickly backed away from the flagpole, and the acquisition rate of luck points went back to normal in an instant. What's going on? The flagpole platform was only a few square meters big, but it was actually a rune cave? Before Gao Yang could follow that thought, Niu Xian finished a full set of aerobics. He stood for a moment before walking off the platform, as if he was merely a student in charge of leading the exercises, and he had completed his task. Finally, Gao Yang got a good look at Niu Xian's face. The boy looked numb, his expression frozen by some unknown force, and his widened eyes were like an icy lake. Arms dangling weakly, he stopped walking once he got off the platform. Snap! There was a sharp sound, fleeting and faint. It sounded like a strand of hair suddenly breaking. It was so quiet that Gao Yang thought he had merely heard it wrong. The next instant, Niu Xian's frozen eyes turned back to normal. He slowly closed his eyes and toppled to the ground with a thud. Ah! This time, all 3 girls screamed with genuine fear. Hesitantly, Gao Yang walked up to Niu Xian and crouched down to put a finger to his nose. He was still breathing. He fainted. Gao Yang called out over his shoulder. Call 120. Biong District Police Station, 5 o'clock in the morning. Gao Yang, Zhou Jing, Huan, Can, Cucumber, and Fat Hu sat in the waiting hall. They had each given their statements. Now they were too exhausted and sleepy to say anything. Niu Xian was sent to the closest hospital and still hadn't woken up. There was no visible injury on him, and no internal damage had been found during examination. In the police's eyes, this was nothing but the typical case of young people doing something unwise for the thrills, and one of them ended up unconscious for some reason. Once the police made sure that their statements didn't contradict each other, they were let off with their contact information noted down. They walked out of the station and hailed taxis to go home. Fat Hu and Gao Yang were going the same way. After everyone else left, they stopped one taxi for the two of them. Just when he was going to get in the car, Gao Yang spotted something and closed the door. You should go, Fat Hu. Aren't you going home? No. I'm gonna play a few matches at the internet cafe and go straight to school. It's amazing that you can still do that, Fat Hu said in a depressed tone. After seeing the taxi off, Gao Yang crossed the road to a car parked on the other side and knocked on the window. It opened to reveal Grey Bear. He grinned at Gao Yang with a baseball cap on his head and his face covered in stubbless. Come on in, Captain. Gao Yang got into the passenger seat, and Grey Bear started the car. Hey, Captain. I didn't know you were actually a high school student, Grey Bear said with an amused smile. Gao Yang groaned silently. Shit, this means that everyone knows. How did you know where I am? Asked Gao Yang. Haha, Ken told me. She thought she was going to jail and messaged me for help. I happened to be on my night shift, so I came to check. Ken, dear Ken, is this how you keep a secret? Gao Yang nodded nonchalantly. Did you hear everything? Ken gave me a rundown. Grey Bear seemed excited, his eyes glinting. Did you find a rune cave, Captain? Gao Yang didn't immediately respond. Instead, he asked, has the guild not looked into the 11th high school? Of course we have. We haven't left any place with an urban legend unchecked. Grey Bear sounded impassioned. The guild checked the school no less than 3 times, but we never found anything. Gao Yang nodded. That made much more sense. Did you find something, Captain? Grey Bear was interested. There is something, but I'm not sure yet, Gao Yang said with reservation. Let's just get everyone together tomorrow and go on the mission without reporting? Finding a rune circuit will give us great merit? We can't let someone else beat us to it. Ah, so he's looking for merits. Gao Yang thought differently. What he had experienced back in the cattle farm station left him quite traumatized. If the 11th high school truly was a rune cave, the 5th team would end up dead given their level of power. Grey Bear, Gao Yang said coldly. Have you ever been to a rune cave? No, I've been to 2. And both times I ended up seeing the mouth of hell. Grey Bear was quiet for a moment as he continued driving. After a while, he corrected himself. Why don't we report to Elder Black Tortoise first? Gao Yang nodded with a smile. He sure learned fast. I'll leave that to you. Gao Yang was a little tired. Drive me home first. All right. Where do you live? The Shanqing district. Sit tight. At the crossroad ahead, Grey Bear made a U-turn. Gao Yang cleaned himself up and took a short rest after returning home. He woke up to the morning sun. He finished breakfast at home. Then he grabbed his backpack and went to school. After the morning self-study, he, Cucumber, and Fat Hu were called to the office by their homeroom teacher. Naturally, the teacher asked them about Niu Xian. They had agreed on a story and stated that Niu Xian dragged them to the 11th high school at midnight for fun, but ended up falling off the flagpole platform and losing consciousness. Their homeroom teacher sighed, rubbing at his temple. He had aged by several years this semester. The last 2 months before the college entrance exams were crucial, yet he had already lost 2 students, and now one was unconscious. If things went on like this, he would have to resign before the big day came. All right, you may leave. The teacher let out a long sigh. He didn't even have the presence of mind to scold them. The 3 of them turned to leave. Then the teacher added, you stay, Gao Yang. Someone's looking for you. And that someone pushed the door open and entered at that moment. Gao Yang looked up in surprise. The one who came in was Officer Huang. He was dressed formally in his full uniform with his police cap today. Gao Yang found it a little strange since he had gotten used to the man in plain clothes. How have you been, Mr. Gao Yang? Officer Huang put on a professional smile like he didn't know Gao Yang well. Gao Yang didn't say anything. His teacher patted him on the shoulder and assured him, don't be nervous, Gao Yang. Officer Huang simply wants to ask a few more questions since Li Weiwei's culprit was never found. Okay, then I'll leave you to it. His teacher left the office. Once the door closed, Officer Huang didn't immediately speak up, but instead shut the door properly and walked around the office a few times with a small scanner. Then he picked up the items on the office desk and even looked up to thoroughly check the light bulbs and the corners of the ceiling. Only after making sure that there were no bugs or hidden cameras did Officer Huang allow himself to relax. He took off his police cap and gave Gao Yang a smile he was familiar with. It's been a while, Gao Yang. Did War Tiger put you up to this? Gao Yang asked with a resigned smile. Something like that? Officer Huang was being vague. It isn't wrong for former colleagues to catch up, is it? You really are the devil, Uncle Tiger? Who was the one that told me to stay put at the Kylan Guild and don't do anything rash? Why would you send Officer Huang to contact me so soon after my transfer? Should I take this as your trust in my competence, or your blatant disregard for my safety? How's everyone? Gao Yang asked. Pretty good, except for the HR head who recruited you, Officer Huang said teasingly. She cursed you and your family out every day. Gao Yang snorted when he imagined White Rabbit's furious face. You should give me a statement on Li Weiwei as part of the act. Best to cover our bases. Officer Huang took out a notepad. Do you have anything to tell me before that? Gao Yang snuck to the door to make sure no one was listening. Then he returned to Officer Wang's side and started drawing on the notepad. I ran into an evil organization that worships an entity they refer to as the Heavenly Godbearer. Their members include monsters, freeriders, and perhaps even awakeners. They have been killing wanderers for some sort of evil ritual. The Kylan Guild takes it very seriously. Gao Yang finished drawing the evil symbol found at the crime scene and tore the page off to hold it up to Officer Huang. Have you memorized it? Officer Huang nodded after looking at it seriously for 2 seconds. Crackle. The sheet of paper burned into ashes in Gao Yang's hand. After a pause, he added, secondly, an important reason Black Tortoise recruited me was my lie detection. Does the guild also have a? Officer Huang swallowed the word spy. Yes. Gao Yang nodded, speaking swiftly and quietly. Thirdly, strange things happened in the 11th high school. It may be a rune cave. Officer Wang's gaze darkened. Don't think about going. The Biong district is the Kylan Guild's turf. I've reported the finding to my superior. I can't possibly keep it to myself. Officer Huang nodded. Of course. Stay safe. After a silent 2 seconds, the two of them immediately got into their act. You still haven't found the culprit who killed Li Weiwei? Gao Yang asked, raising his voice. Unfortunately so, Officer Huang said loud enough to be overheard as well. That's why I came to talk to you. Perhaps there are clues we've missed. After the evening self-study, Gao Yang went straight to the Black Tortoise branch in the walled city of 10 dragons rather than going home. Grey Bear had been waiting in the lobby for quite a while, his expression gloomy. He complained loudly as soon as he spotted Gao Yang. We shouldn't have reported it, Captain. We should have done this ourselves first. What's wrong? Asked Gao Yang. Elder Black Tortoise sent the 4th team to the 11th high school to investigate. Grey Bear fumed. How does that make sense? We found the clue first. Gao Yang smiled wryly. He wasn't surprised. The 4th team and the 5th team both answered to Elder Black Tortoise. It was said that the 4th team was stronger in general, and they performed better. Moreover, Gao Yang had only just become the captain of the 5th team. He hadn't earned Black Tortoise's trust. It was only natural that Black Tortoise would send the 4th team to the rune cave instead. We'll follow orders, Gao Yang said nonchalantly. Shit. Grey Bear was still angry. That's differential treatment? Elder always sends the 4th team on the good missions, while the 5th team is left with scraps. Believe me, Grey Bear, going to the rune cave isn't all fun and games. Gao Yang was speaking from the bottom of his heart. I don't care. Elder obviously favors the 4th team. He dislikes the 5th team. Grey Bear threw a tantrum like a child fighting for a parent's favor. Don't let it get to you. Maybe the 4th team won't find anything. Gao Yang smiled at him. Do you have time? I'm hungry. Let's get barbecue together. Grey Bear calmed down somewhat. Alright. I was so angry that I didn't really eat anything during dinner. Why don't we go to Owner Liu's place? Oh my, Captain. Grey Bear smirked with his eyes narrowed. Is that your type? You're reading too much into it. I simply want some barbecue. There's no need to explain. I get it. Grey Bear put an arm around Gao Yang's shoulder like they were brothers, his smile turning salacious. The additional appendage doesn't change the fact that the owner is a real beauty. I myself can't help but sneak a few glances every time I visit. Gao Yang sighed inwardly. Alright, it's better that he suspects my sexuality than my allegiance. 3 o'clock in the morning, Gao Yang returned home and went to bed after cleaning and washing himself. Soon, he met Lu Qingying in a sweet dream. No one would doubt her devotion to providing good service. Her dream was always carefully crafted, and no two dreams were the same. This time, the two of them were sitting in the business class cabin of a plane. The plane flew through the sky. Outside the window was an ocean of heavy violet clouds, turbulent and awe-inspiring as thunder rumbled and lightning crackled. It looked like the end of the world. Sitting by his side, Lu Qingying had a light blanket on her. How well are you adapting to the Kylan Guild? Lu Qingying said with a faint smile. Doing all right. Gao Yang looked out of the window at the ocean of clouds. I didn't expect my first time seeing the sea as well as riding on a plane to be in dreams. I can show you many more first times should you wish. Lu Qingying smiled alluringly at him, her eyes bright. How exciting, Gao Yang humored her and turned back. Alright, you start. Lu Qingying turned slightly to the side. Then I will. Please don't get mad. Gao Yang nodded, picking up the glass of orange juice on the small table before him to take a sip. Did you join the Kylan Guild as a spy from the 12 zodiac signs? Gao Yang almost choked. He put down the glass of orange juice and said with forced composure, what class is the intel? S-class. Gao Yang chuckled with a lightness he didn't feel. I didn't expect myself to be this important. Access granted? Fuck. Lu Qingying, the old fox? She's now after me? That's a trick question. If I said no comments in panic, that's as good as a confession to being a spy sent from the 12 zodiac signs? I'm not gonna fall for it. It's Black Tortoise, isn't it? He's the one asking for the info? Access ends? You've overestimated me. I'm not loyal to the 12 zodiac signs. Gao Yang shrugged. The Kylan Guild is clearly the safer bet. With the start of the prophecy of 7, one has to choose their side with care. Then he glanced at Lu Qingying. I'd advise you to find support soon for your safety. Lu Qingying gave Gao Yang a fleeting soft look. How thoughtful of you. Thank you for your consideration. However, I still prefer staying a free agent. To each its own. I get it. Gao Yang changed the subject. What else do you want to know? Details on the talents of Kylan and the 4 elders. All those are S-class intel. Gao Yang spread his hands. I don't know, and I can't tell you even if I do. I've thought as much. Lu Qingying smiled. She didn't seem disappointed. That's my end. I don't have anything else to ask you. All right. Then have you made progress on your investigation into the faction behind Ghost Horse and Mad Red, as I've requested? I did make some progress. Lu Qingying raised her eyebrows slightly, her lips curved into a smile. For a moment, Lu Qingying simply closed her eyes. Soon, the plane started landing. Gao Yang could feel a slight weightlessness and heard a ring in his head. Outside the window, the plane dove into the ocean of clouds. Lu Qingying was manipulating her dream. Let's talk Ghost Horse first. She opened her eyes. According to reliable sources, Ghost Horse isn't dead. Gao Yang was unsurprised. I knew that back when I was still with the 12 zodiac signs. I can even tell you that Ghost Horse was executed by dragon. I saw him die. Then there's only one explanation. Lu Qingying's eyes curved. He was resurrected. Is there a talent like that? Lu Qingying smiled shrewdly. Haha, that'll be an A-class intel. Go on. I'll owe you. There is a talent that resurrects people, but it comes with many limitations. The brain and heart must not have been completely destroyed, and the talent has to be applied within 24 hours after the target's death. Is it among the top 10 talents? Gao Yang asked. I'm not sure, but personally, Lu Qingying paused, I think it's the ability of a specter. Gao Yang's breath hitched. Why hadn't he thought about it? Why do you think a specter has the talent? I have my basis for the guess, but it'll count as another A-class intel if you ask further. Lu Qingying spoke in a gentle voice. It's bad practice to put too much on tab. I run a small business after all. Gao Yang fell silent. The speculation gave him chills. Do you mean Ghost Horse is supported by the specters? I'm only an information broker. It's not in my place to jump to conclusions. Lu Qingying chose her words carefully. I can only tell you that it's a possibility. Gao Yang made a thoughtful sound. Lu Qingying continued, as for the man named Mad Red, I've made some progress in that regard as well. I'll say it's a B-class intel. Do you want to buy it? Yes, I'll pay you with Jinryu. Gao Yang now had the money. I didn't find much with the name Mad Red, but I did find something with his talent, detonation. Gao Yang nodded for her to continue. The last time detonation appeared was on an unaffiliated awakener. The Kylan Guild was going to recruit her, but she rejected the offer. Nothing has been heard about her ever since. Lu Qingying handed Gao Yang a dossier. Gao Yang took it and found that it was the enrollment document for a college in Li City. The ID photo showed a red-headed girl with delicate brows and eyes and pronounced facial features. Her eyes were the color of the ocean. Although she was smiling, there was a lingering ruefulness to her. Name, Lilia. Sex, female. Age, 19. Country of origin, Snow Nation. Gao Yang turned to Lu Qingying. This is. Lilia was from the Snow Nation. 7 years ago, she came to Li City as an exchange student. She awakened with talent, detonation. The Kylan Guild sought her out, but she didn't join them. Not long after, she went missing. The police filed it as a missing person case. Gao Yang was suddenly reminded of the sister Mad Red talked about. Was he talking about Lilia? According to Mad Red, Lilia was already dead. Gao Yang's contemplation was interrupted by a stream of sunlight from the window. He looked up to find the plane breaking through the clouds and heading to land. Below was a gray, misty ocean. There was a snowy island surrounded by water. That must be the Snow Nation. Lu Qingying looked out of the window too. It's said in textbooks that the Snow Nation is about 70,000 square kilometers in size, but according to the information the 100 Rivers Union collected during their expedition, the part of the Snow Nation where people can actually go around is no bigger than 4,000 square kilometers, about 1/5 of Li City. It was the third biggest isolated island of the Mist World. A big nation with low population density, the Snow Nation has no more than 100,000 people. It's a nice destination in winter for skiing, aurora, and hot springs. She chuckled. I digress. Gao Yang was still reading the dossier over and sorting through all the information he had at the moment. Lu Qingying calculated the price. You still owe me an A-class intel for tonight. Please pay in full in a month. If you don't have an intel for me in exchange, you may pay me with coins. However, an A-class intel is quite expensive. I can pay you now. Gao Yang cut her off. Lu Qingying's eyes glinted. Oh, are you interested in monsters? Gao Yang asked with a smile. In what way? Monsters killing each other as a sacrificial ritual with the support of a mysterious cult. Among the followers are freeriders. Gao Yang had a feeling that Lu Qingying would learn of the fact sooner or later whether he told her or not. It was better to sell her the information when he could. And he hoped that Lu Qingying would look into it. Perhaps she would dig up more clues, which would in turn further his own investigation. Interesting. Lu Qingying's lips parted. It was obvious that she was very curious. I'll take it. Gao Yang gave her a brief summary. After listening to him with full attention, she muttered in a low voice, Heavenly Godbearer. I've never heard of it. Do you have a pen and paper? Lu Qingying closed her eyes and conjured them for him. Gao Yang started drawing the symbol found at the scene. Lu Qingying stared at it for a long time before she said bemusedly, at the moment, I can't tell the value of the intel. However, it is unusual. She turned to Gao Yang and smiled with satisfaction. I've gotten quite the haul tonight. I'll consider us even. Gao Yang nodded. Fine by me. Would you mind trading information about the Heavenly Godbearer in the future if you find out more? I can't promise you, Gao Yang said honestly. The guild places great importance on the matter. I'll have to see how things turn out. If you find out more about it, however, please consider selling the information to me. Lu Qingying laughed, her eyes slightly narrowed. You do take your job seriously wherever you are. Of course. I can't disappoint Elder Black Tortoise when he's invested in me. Gao Yang brought up the man on purpose. Lu Qingying immediately caught on. Gao Yang was insinuating that despite Lu Qingying denying her prior involvement with Gao Yang, there was no guarantee that Black Tortoise wouldn't suspect a deal between them after Gao Yang's meeting with him in Lu Qingying's dream. Therefore, Gao Yang must not tell Lu Qingying anything substantial about the Kailan Guild that he knew of. Otherwise, he would be the one Black Tortoise suspected first. Of course, Black Tortoise might enter a trade of information with Lu Qingying too. In theory, Lu Qingying didn't have to come to Gao Yang for information about the Kailan Guild if she could get it from Black Tortoise, and vice versa. Gao Yang had been recruited by Black Tortoise. Black Tortoise wanted to put him to use, but at the same time, he couldn't just lay down his guard around Gao Yang. That much was evident in Black Tortoise's decision to send the 4th team to investigate the 11th high school. At the end of the day, Gao Yang would do his best to stay loyal in public and in private. He didn't think he would be able to fully earn Black Tortoise's trust, but at least he should avoid attracting suspicion. Always good to do business with you. Gao Yang closed his eyes and entered his system. Gao Yang woke up at dawn. His mother got up quite early today as well, and she took the time to prepare a nutritious meal for him. His mother had been following quite a few official accounts sharing health tips. That was how she learned that the traditional breakfast she used to prepare wasn't balanced enough, and children's growth could be stunted as a result. Since then, she had been preparing a full breakfast for them, including milk, eggs, whole wheat bread, cereals, and an assortment of fruit. After filling his stomach, Gao Yang shouldered his backpack and got ready to go to school. His homeroom teacher had told the parents about Gao Yang and Niu Xian's trip to the 11th high school. Before he stepped out of the door, his mother reminded him in a serious tone to stop fooling around, that he must keep his distance from the likes of Wang Zikai and Niu Xian and stay focused on the upcoming entrance exams. Gao Yang agreed quickly. The moment he left his neighborhood, he ran into Cucumber and Fat Hu, who were on their way to school as well. They were riding on bikes. Cucumber hurriedly caught up to Gao Yang and jumped off his bike. I was just about to call you, Gao Yang. What is it? The hospital called. Fat Hu came up to them pushing his bicycle, his jaw obvious. Young Master Xian woke up. Niu Xian had woken up. It was indeed good news to Gao Yang. On the mundane side of his life, if Niu Xian stayed unconscious, Gao Yang, Cucumber, and Fat Hu would have gotten into great trouble. The police would surely inquire about it and investigate, which would lead to a lot of problems. And on the Awakener side, his search for the rune cave would meet a dead end if Niu Xian didn't wake up. The day passed uneventfully. Qing Ling hadn't come to school for 2 days. It was said that she had secured her entrance into a college in Li City, and the homeroom teacher could only turn a blind eye to her absence. The last session of the evening self-study came. Cucumber, Fat Hu, and Gao Yang asked their homeroom teacher for an early leave, stating that they would like to visit Niu Xian at the hospital, but it would be closed to visitors if they went too late. The teacher agreed. Cucumber and Fat Hu both rode bicycles. It had been a long time since Gao Yang last biked. He always took the subway. Tonight, he rode on Fat Hu's back seat. On their way to the hospital, Cucumber and Fat Hu chatted. Cucumber said seriously, young Master Xian must have seen something impure and gotten possessed. My mom said that the same thing happened to me when I was 4. I think I saw something I shouldn't see, and I went without eating or drinking for 2 days, nor did I say a word. I didn't get better until my mom asked for a master to hold an exorcism ritual for me. You must have run into an awakener, Gao Yang thought to himself with a quiet snort. And as a young wanderer, your brain wasn't as efficient in modifying your memory and thought process. That's why it took you 2 days. Then we must not do anything to trigger young Master Xian, Fat Hu agreed. Of course. I wonder how he's doing. Cucumber sighed as he pedaled. I hope he gets better soon. Gao Yang was taken aback. Niu Xian always ordered Cucumber and Fat Hu around like they were his servants, but his 2 sidekicks turned out to be quite loyal to him. It wasn't that surprising when he thought about it though. They were never the targets of Niu Xian's bullying, and Niu Xian was generous to his own people. In a way, he had returned their loyalty. Gao Yang was reminded of the Awakener organizations. Both the 12 zodiac signs and the Kailan Guild treated their own people quite well. It was the outsiders they were ruthless to. It seemed that in every world, it was difficult to survive as a lone wolf. It took less than half an hour for the 3 of them to reach the inpatient department of the hospital. Niu Xian's family was rich, and they arranged for him to stay in a single ward. The room was clean, quiet, and smelled good. Resting on bed in a semi-seated posture, Niu Xian had his eyes closed. On the nightstand by the bed was a basket of fruit and 2 bouquets of flowers. It seemed that someone had visited him earlier. Young Master Xian. Cucumber called out to him softly. Niu Xian slowly opened his eyes, his gaze dim and his expression tired. He shifted and said in a weak voice, "Here you are. Are you all right?" Gao Yang went up to him. "I am." Niu Xian put on a smile. "I'll be going home in 2 days. Did the doctor say why you fainted?" Gao Yang pressed. "They didn't find anything." Niu Xian looked equally befuddled. "I got my head scanned and my body checked. Nothing is wrong. The doctor said that it may be low blood sugar." Gao Yang suppressed a huff. Low blood sugar, for someone as fit as Niu Xian? He went on to ask, "Niu Xian, do you remember?" Gao Yang. Cucumber cut him off nervously, giving him a pointed look to stop asking. Gao Yang didn't care. "Do you remember what you did back in the 11th high school, on the flagpole platform?" "I did aerobics, right." Niu Xian gave them an indecipherable smile. "I don't remember anything." Gao Yang asked after a pause, "If you don't remember, how did you know you were doing it?" "It's just a guess." Cucumber and Fat Hu shuddered, exchanging a glance and seeing the same thought in the other. Niu Xian must still be possessed. Gao Yang noticed that Niu Xian seemed to have a change of personality. He was gentle, even well-mannered. One would be hard-pressed to write that off as a result of his spell of weakness. "I don't understand." Gao Yang pulled a chair and sat down by the bed, ready for a long conversation. "Would you mind going into more details?" Niu Xian glanced at Gao Yang and thought for a second. Then he said softly, "I'm thirsty. I'll get you water." Fat Hu immediately poured a cup of water at the water cooler and offered it to Niu Xian. Niu Xian took the cup and slowly finished it. Then he rubbed his finger along the disposable cup, making a soft rustle. "The police questioned me earlier." Niu Xian's gaze was hesitant. "I didn't tell them the truth though. I didn't think they would believe me." Gao Yang said, "You can tell us." "We believe you?" "That's right. We believe you, young Master Xian." Cucumber and Fat Hu nodded along. Niu Xian looked at the 3 of them and fell into thought, his head lowered. After a while, he looked back up and said in a distant voice, "It felt like, I think I saw my past life." Gao Yang didn't say anything. Cucumber and Fat Hu were quiet too, their expressions stiff. Niu Xian smiled a little. "Forget it. I know you won't believe me. That's not the case. We're just shocked." Gao Yang did his best to sound sincere. "Please tell us more." Niu Xian lifted his head a little with his eyes closed. "I was a boy called Li Zhuanghu in my past life. My father's surname was Li, and my mother's surname was Zhuang. They confirmed their relationship by a lake. That was why they gave me that name. Boy, do people remember their past life with so much detail? Let's hear him out. My dad died in an accident when I was young. My mom raised me alone, and life was difficult. I always got bullied, and every time, my mom told me to endure it. Although I devoted myself to studying, I didn't perform as I should have at the high school entrance exams, and I ended up going to the 11th high school." Niu Xian laughed dryly. "I was still a nerd who knew nothing but my study in high school, and I got the top score for every exam. The teachers had high expectations for me, while the students loathed me." Cucumber and Fat Hu struggled to wrap their heads around it. The past life Niu Xian told of was vastly different from Niu Xian's own experience. "No, they were night and day. The teachers asked me to lead the daily aerobics session for the school for my own good. They wanted me to be more confident. However, that was the time I dreaded the most every day. I was bad at sports and did the exercises terribly. Every time I took the stage, I felt like the students on the running track were enjoying the sight of me making a fool of myself. It was a never-ending nightmare for me." Gao Yang listened with full attention and nodded every now and then. "What happened later?" "Later," Niu Xian lowered his eyes. "There's no later." "What do you mean?" Gao Yang asked in surprise. "I don't know how long I lived in my past life, but my memory stopped at high school." Wait, something occurred to Cucumber, and he lost his calm. "Didn't the incident happen at the 11th high school 18 years ago? Young Master Xian, you're 18 years old." "Yeah." Niu Xian smiled. "What a coincidence it is. Do you think that I may be the reincarnation of Li Zhuanghu?" "What the hell? Monsters don't even have a proper reproductive system, and their means of procreation remains a mystery. But now, they are reincarnating into their next lives?" That all seemed absurd to Gao Yang. But then a thought flashed through his mind, and he tried to catch the fleeting inspiration. Click. Before he could dwell on the thought, the door opened, revealing a burly man. Gao Yang was surprised to see him. The character, who, means lake. The one standing outside the door was Grey Bear. He was dressed in a dark t-shirt and a pair of casual jeans, holding a bag of fruit. He was also startled when he saw Gao Yang, but quickly pretended to not know him. "Are you Niu Xian's classmates?" He walked in with a smile. "Yeah, and you are." Cucumber quickly took the bag of fruit and left it on the bedside table. "Oh, I'm a police officer. Niu Xian's case is now my responsibility. I visited him because I heard he woke up." Grey Bear took out his badge as he spoke. "Didn't I tell you already?" Niu Xian was irritated, and maybe a little scared too. "I lost consciousness and I don't remember anything." "Relax, boy." Grey Bear pulled a chair and took out a notepad and a pen. "It's just a standard procedure I have to follow. You should think about it further, but it's fine if you don't remember. Just tell me honestly. I promise not to trouble you afterward. Intimidated by the seriousness of the matter, Fat Hu and Cucumber gave Gao Yang a hesitant look. Why don't we leave for the day, Gao Yang? We don't want to bother the officer. Yeah. Fat Hu quickly agreed. We'll visit you tomorrow, young Master Xian. Niu Xian opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he simply nodded. Gao Yang rose to his feet and gave Grey Bear a look. We'll take our leave. Gao Yang, Cucumber, and Fat Hu walked out of the hospital. Making up an excuse, Gao Yang sent the two away and turned back, sitting down under a pavilion before the small flower bed outside the inpatient building. After less than 20 minutes, Grey Bear walked out. He spotted Gao Yang immediately and came up to him with a smile. You're here to investigate as well, Captain. We're classmates, Gao Yang said on purpose. Isn't it natural for me to visit him? Haha, stop playing dumb. You must be here for the rune cave. Grey Bear snickered. By the way, have you heard, Captain? Heard what? Grey Bear grinned. The fourth team spent the whole night investigating the 11th high school but found nothing? Ha ha ha. Gao Yang face-palmed. The whole hospital will hear you, Captain. Grey Bear couldn't contain his excitement. You're new. You don't know how arrogant the fourth team has been. All the members look down on anyone and everyone. Shit, I've been wanting to knock them down a peg for a long time. But look who's laughing now. Grey Bear's spiel was interrupted by his phone. Gao Yang's phone rang as well. It was an encoded message from the Kylan Guild. Come to the third meeting room at the Black Tortoise branch at once. No exception. Grey Bear's smile widened, and he yelled, Captain? It must be about the 11th high school. Most Awakeners had their mundane identity to maintain, meaning they either had to go to school or go to work, and Awakeners required much less sleep than normal people. The risk of exposure was lower if they moved at night. Therefore, the Kylan Guild mostly summoned people for missions in the small hours. Gao Yang didn't let any of his emotions show, but inwardly, he was grumbling. Seems like we're going on an urgent mission. It was one thing for him to risk his life alongside the 12 zodiac signs and his close companions, but coming to the Kylan Guild, his plan had been to play the part of a watchful eye and nothing more. He didn't want to do anything dangerous. Grey Bear drove Gao Yang to the walled city of 10 dragons. On the way, Gao Yang heard that Grey Bear hadn't managed to get anything out of Niu Xian, so he told Grey Bear what he had learned. Memory from his past life. Grey Bear dismissed it with a scoff. A wanderer, recalling his past life? His brain probably just got messed up by the rune cave. Grey Bear's explanation was possible, and it was actually very likely to be true. Gao Yang didn't share his opinion just yet. He was still thinking. There were many things he hadn't figured out. At about midnight, Gao Yang and Grey Bear reached the third meeting room of the Black Tortoise branch. The members of the fifth team had all arrived, and they waited in the break area of the meeting room. Ken curled up on the sofa and was solely focused on her game. She didn't want to waste even a minute on not playing. Meanwhile, Xiren and Ronnie were discussing something with great enthusiasm, most likely their theories about the truth of the world. As for Lithe Snake, Gao Yang looked up to find that, yes, the man was dangling from the ceiling dressed in a stealth suit, like an unsociable gecko that wanted to be left alone. Captain, Uncle Bear, here you are. Xiren rose to greet them. Ronnie nodded at Gao Yang and Grey Bear too. Instead of responding, Grey Bear strode up to the sofa and ruffled Ken's hair roughly. Ah, stop it, I'm losing. Ken whined. I'll give you 3 seconds to put your phone away, Ken. Or I'll turn it into junk that can't even be exchanged for a stainless steel basin one. Yes, sir. Ken quickly quit the game and shoved her phone into her pocket, driven by her strong self-preservation instinct. The fourth team is coming, Grey Bear said seriously. All of you need to behave, you hear me? Understood. Gao Yang grumbled inwardly. Seriously, aren't you being way too competitive? Lithe Snake jumped down from the ceiling, landing before Grey Bear. Are you sure the fourth team is joining us? Grey Bear puffed out his chest. I'm not exaggerating when I say that not one part of the guild is free from my eyes and ears. Thud. The door slammed open, cutting Grey Bear's words short. In came a tall, slim young man who walked with dramatic aplomb. He looked no older than 25 and was dressed in a dark grey long-sleeved shirt and a pair of pants of the same color. His attire was fashionable with a design that combined sportswear and tactical suit. The fabric was flexible and form-fitted. On his chest was a glinting gold Kylan brooch. He had black short hair and light green eyes. His pronounced cheekbones and strong jaw accentuated his sharp, masculine facial features, and his eyes were haughty. His 5 members followed after him, 3 men and 2 women. They were all dressed in the same uniform with a Kylan brooch on their chests. They looked disciplined, serious, and radiated a strong presence. Gao Yang had heard about the team from Grey Bear on their way here. The head of the group was one of the protectors of the Kylan Guild and the leader of the 4th operations team, 9 Frost. His talent was weak point, serial number 21, damage type. It was quite a talent. Gao Yang maintained his poker face. Access granted. System, give me detailed information on 9 Frost's weak point. It takes 2 luck points. Hurry. Level 5, weak point. Within 40 seconds, attack the target in the same part twice and increase attack power by 5 times. Attack the target in the same part a 3rd time and increase attack power by another 5 times. The multipliers stacked. Stats bonuses of level 5, weak point, constitution plus 450, endurance plus 450, strength plus 600, agility plus 350, charisma plus 120. That is quite strong. No wonder he's all high and mighty. Access ends. In that moment of distraction, Ninefrost came up to Gao Yang. He was a little taller than Gao Yang and looked down at him with superiority. Captain of the 5th team? You? Yes, that's me. Gao Yang met his eyes without backing down. Tisk Ninefrost walked around Gao Yang and made it to the meeting table, turning his back to the 5th team in an overbearing manner. The 5th team is hitting a new low. You may as well disband already if you're going to let a random kid shit all over you as leader. Gao Yang was surprised. Although he had heard from Grey Bear that the 4th team were an egotistical bunch of overachievers, this was way worse than he had expected. The man didn't even show basic decorum. Mr. Ninefrost, a bad personality may be salvageable, but you're gonna end up dying alone. One in rural areas in China, there's a tradition of exchanging broken phones for stainless steel wash basins. Watch your mouth, Ninefrost. Grey Bear lost his calm. Have your parents not taught you how to speak? Gao Yang didn't let his satisfaction show. Well said. Yeah. Ken was angry as well, but she was clearly not assertive enough to talk back properly. Captain was an important member of the 12 zodiac signs. He could even rival War Tiger. You should show some respect. Gao Yang kept a tight control over his face, but he was trying very hard to not roll his eyes. Thanks, Ken, but that's way overboard. If I really can rival War Tiger, I wouldn't have to be this careful with Ninefrost, alright? I could just beat him into 9 broke. Ken. Gao Yang gave her a pointed look, and Ken obediently shut up. Ninefrost was looking very punchable, but there was no need to take his insults seriously. Gao Yang observed the other members of the 4th team. The one following Ninefrost closely was a woman whose age wasn't immediately obvious. Her hair was shaved, and her physique well built despite not being particularly big. On her chest was a platinum Kylan brooch, and her right hand was entirely wrapped in white bandages from fingers to wrist. She reminded Gao Yang of a certain female kickboxing champion. She must be the vice-captain of the 4th team, Black Sparrow. The way members of the Kylan Guild named themselves was quite interesting. Kylan and the 4 elders were clearly named after mythical creatures, while the protectors' names were combinations of a number and a natural element, such as Gao Yang's 7 Shadow, and the 4th team captain's 9 Frost. And while there was no official naming convention for elites, there seemed to be an unspoken rule of combining colors with animals, case in point Grey Bear and Black Sparrow. The other elite on the 4th team was a woman too. She had long and wavy brunette hair, and her body had pronounced curves in all the right places. With her bright makeup, she was a real beauty. Unfortunately, her charm was offset by her unfocused, empty-looking eyes. It looked as if she was nearsighted but forgot her glasses. If Gao Yang's memory served him right, she was Yellow Butterfly. The other 3 members were men, and all of them regular members. Gao Yang hadn't paid particular attention to them. He swept his gaze over each of them and memorized their most pronounced features. The bald, crafty-looking man should be in his 40s. The young, delicate man whose eyes seemed perpetually half-closed looked to be in his 20s. And the middle-aged man with a stilted, unnerving smile was probably in his 30s. The 4th team sat down on the left side of the rectangular meeting table according to their ranks. Grey Bear gave Gao Yang a look. Without missing a beat, Gao Yang waved his team over. Soon, the 5th team also took their seats according to their ranks. The 12 of them sat with their backs straightened, each staring at the person right across from them. The air was thick with tension. Gao Yang felt like any time now, they would each draw their weapons and start a fight. This won't do. Don't be so tense. Relax a little. Think about something fun. Gao Yang coaxed himself into relaxing, and an image came to him, unbidden. He was reminded of the highly rewatchable classic comedy, Flirting Scholar. The protagonist was having a poetry showdown with a side character, and they got more and more worked up, glaring at each other like a fight was going to break out. Just when everyone thought that they would surely start throwing punches, they blew each other a kiss. Pfft, Gao Yang broke. When he looked up, everyone was staring at him. Ninefrost, in particular, showed a mix of confusion, anger, and disbelief. What are you laughing about? He demanded. Nothing, Gao Yang said honestly. I just remembered something good. Then another joke from the movie intruded upon his mind. He almost laughed again. It was all he could do to keep his facial muscles under control by pinching his thigh hard. What are you doing, Gao Yang? Can't you read the mood? Can't you stay serious, you idiot sandwich? Bam! The door opened, and Black Tortoise marched in. Gao Yang sighed in relief. Thank God, you came just in time, Elder Black Tortoise. Black Tortoise was dressed in a light-colored shirt, his face covered by a mask, a pair of sunglasses, and a baseball cap. He was holding his phone and a cup of iced coffee as he strode to the main seat of the meeting table. Sorry for being late. Gao Yang nodded slightly. He could tell by the man's look that he must have rushed here from the set of a production or some variety show. Black Tortoise put down the phone and coffee as he sat and steepled his fingers, leaning forward. Although he was wearing sunglasses, Gao Yang could sense his gaze scanning over everyone in attendance. You must have been informed. 2 days ago at midnight, the 5th team noticed something strange about the 11th high school. Last night, I sent the 4th team to investigate, but found nothing. The 5th team's intel must be inaccurate, Ninefrost said coldly. The guild has investigated the 11th high school many times. If there were a rune cave, it should have been discovered long ago. His gaze stabbed into Gao Yang like a physical force. New guy, I understand your eagerness to achieve something after joining, but would you not waste other people's time? Or, Grey Bear shot back with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, maybe the 5th team's intel is accurate, but the 4th team is simply too incompetent to find anything. Watch your mouth. Black Sparrow growled. Oh, what was that? Grey Bear leaned back and gave Lithe Snake an exaggerated look. Did you hear something, brother? Lithe Snake scoffed. Where did the bird come from? The chirping is noisy as hell. You. Ninefrost shut Black Sparrow up with a look. Then he turned to Grey Bear. Oh, the 4th team is mediocre all right. We're so mediocre that we haven't lost any members for the past 3 years. Unlike a certain team that lost 2 captains. Grey Bear slammed the table and shot to his feet. You damn. Enough. Black Tortoise's voice wasn't loud, but it demanded respect. Grey Bear shuddered with rage and clenched his fists. Under Black Tortoise's authority, however, he had no choice but to sit back down and fume quietly. I know you're dissatisfied, Grey Bear, Black Tortoise said at a deliberate pace. You are all my subordinates, and you should work together to complete missions. There's no need to fight for credit. I can make the judgment myself. Yes, sir. Grey Bear's voice softened. Black Tortoise then turned to Ninefrost. You and your team are to visit the 11th high school again tonight, Ninefrost. Be thorough and don't leave any corner unsearched. Yes, sir. Ninefrost nodded. Black Tortoise then turned to Gao Yang. You and your 5th team are going with them, Seven Shadow. Your job is to assist the 4th team in their investigation. Remember, the 4th team is in charge of this operation. You will follow orders on the field. If you have any problem, come to me after you return. No internal strife will be tolerated. Do you hear me? Loud and clear, said Gao Yang. All right. Black Tortoise stood up. Time for you to set out. He took his leave first since he had other matters to attend to. The 4th and 5th teams went to the front desk to make applications and then get equipped at the armory. Although their main goal was to investigate the school, should the place turn out to be a rune cave, there was no telling what would await them. Thus, they equipped themselves according to the standard for an A-class battle operation. Each of them was equipped with a radio, a handgun, and a level 3 accessory. They would be returned after the operation. The accessories were mainly items that granted an offensive buff or an assistive status. Gao Yang needed accessories that buffed element-type talents, but looking through the options, none of them were better than the tactical glove he had bought. He would rather stick with what was familiar to him then, so he didn't take anything. In addition, each team was also allowed access to Medicine C, Celestial Water for illusion breaking, Awakener exclusive adrenaline shots, sleep gas grenades, and many more. Those who were proficient with cold weapons were allowed to bring additional gear, including short swords, throwing knives, brass knuckles, bow and arrow, and nunchucks. Before setting out, Gao Yang glanced at the dressing mirror. Each of his teammates was dressed differently. He asked, "Don't we have uniforms, Grey Bear?" No, Grey Bear smiled. Our former captain was the casual type who didn't care for that. We are going to wear uniforms next time. Grey Bear nodded. All right. I'll tell the back office. Any specific requirements for the style or form? No, Gao Yang said. As long as they are uniform. How vain. Lithe Snake looked derisive as he played with his throwing knives. Gao Yang turned to him and said seriously, anything can happen during an operation. I want to make sure that everyone can differentiate between our own people, outsiders, and enemies at a glance. Eliminating the half-second hesitation could be the difference between life and death. Lithe Snake silently put his throwing knives into his thigh holsters and closed the equipment cabinets. Although it might make him sound sentimental, there were things Gao Yang had to say. Listen to me. From now on, when the 5th team goes on any missions, we abide by one prime directive. Nothing is more important than following the one rule, and that is. Lithe Snake leaned against the cabinet with an impassive expression. Grey Bear looked at Gao Yang with trust, his arms crossed. Xiron shouldered the bag of supplies and adjusted his glasses. Ronnie quietly looked up at him. Ken put away her phone and looked over belatedly. Silence stretched for 3 seconds. Then Gao Yang took a deep breath and said seriously, "Don't fucking die." The well-lit armory was quiet for a few seconds until the silence was broken by Grey Bear's hearty laughter. Haha. He turned to Lithe Snake. What did I tell you before? Captain Seven Shadow is dependable, a worthy captain to follow. Lithe Snake huffed, and the others laughed. Grey Bear swung his arm. Let's go. The 2 operations teams each took a black, 7-seater van and headed to the 11th high school. Since their mission was to investigate the school rather than to fight, the atmosphere in the car was more relaxed. While driving the car, Grey Bear chatted with Lithe Snake, who took the passenger seat, about the techniques of fighting with cold weapons. In the back, Xiron and Ronnie were sharing theories on the mist world proposed by experts and other unproven rumors. Meanwhile, Ken had her phone in hand, fighting an epic battle in a valley with Xiaoqiao. Gao Yang closed his eyes, pretending to be resting, when in truth he was making preparations for potential battles. Access granted? Luck points. You have accumulated 393 luck points. Let me go over it. It's been 6 days since I last allocated points. There are 24 hours in a day, so discounting the bonus, I should get 144 points in total. The night we went to catch Sister Luo, we fought a slaughterer and then Officer Lu, a freerider. The former granted a 2,000 times bonus, while the latter granted a 3,000 times bonus. The battles lasted a few minutes. Roughly speaking, that should be 250 points. System, increase my constitution and endurance to 200 and put the rest of my luck points in strength and agility. Command rejected. Your current maximum stat is 300. What? There's a limit? Why didn't you tell me? You didn't ask. You did it on purpose to make me angry. Wait, didn't my willpower exceed 300 already? The limit does not apply to bonuses granted by talents. Wait, do you mean that without the bonuses from talents, the highest I can get my stats to is 300 from luck points allocation alone? Yes. Dang it. Is there a way to increase the maximum stats? There must be. Level up talent, lucky. Speaking of which, my lucky has been stagnating at level 2 for a while. How am I going to reach level 3? Please find out on your own. Access ends. Gao Yang opened his eyes. If he had been alone, he would be cursing up a storm? What the hell was wrong with the damn system? Calm down, take a breath. Upon reflection, while the system came with many limitations and unspoken rules, it had never really acted against him. Actually, Gao Yang had been quite lucky all this time. Luck. That's right. I can't believe I forgot about it. He had run into so many dangers recently that he paid much more attention to his other stats. As a result, he neglected one key stat of his luck. Every time he put points in luck, he was pleasantly surprised one way or another, like the time he gained access to the talent pantheon. Even if he only got additional luck points to put into his stats, it wouldn't be a bad deal. Moreover, he suspected that his lucky had gone up to level 2 back then because his luck had met a certain threshold. Although he didn't know the exact mechanism behind all that, what clues he had pointed to a deeper link between lucky and his system. Access granted. System, make my constitution and endurance 200. Skip the confirmation. Understood. Constitution, 200 endurance, 200. Strength, 217 agility, 259. Willpower, 409 charisma, 97. Luck, 132. You have a total of 322 luck points. Put the rest of my luck points into luck. Luck is now 454. Congratulations. Lucky has leveled up to level 3. Yes, my guess is right. Good job, me. Level 3 lucky, maximum stats has increased to 500. Level 3 lucky, you have become a spectator of the talent pantheon. Spectator? A spectator may visit the talent pantheon. Interesting. I'm going to visit it now. You may only visit the talent pantheon once a week. Do you confirm? I confirm. Gao Yang felt as if he was pulling out of the system, and he could hear the chattering of his teammates and sensed the slight tremor from the car chassis beneath his feet, but soon, the sounds and sensory input gradually grew distant again. He felt like he was floating. Gao Yang, Gao Yang. Gao Yang opened his eyes to a courtyard. It was old. The brown mud brick walls were short and covered in cracks. The concrete ground under his feet was in a similar state, and from the cracks emerged tender shoots of clovers. It was a summer afternoon. Through the thriving, emerald-green canopies of the large camphor trees in the courtyard, sunlight cast a splattering of gold on the ground. Gao Yang could feel a warm breeze and heard the chorus of cicada chirps. This is... Gao Yang remembered. This was the orphanage he had spent the first 6 years of his life in. The only difference was that the courtyard he remembered was always packed with children playing together, but it was now empty, like it had been forgotten by time. Gao Yang, a voice called out to him from behind. Gao Yang turned around and jumped. On the concrete staircase leading to the entrance of the orphanage stood a gentle-looking young woman. Her silky long hair was tied near the end, wrapping around her nape and resting on her left shoulder. She was dressed in a tapered long dress with flower patterns, and hanging down her neck was a blue whistle. She smiled tenderly at Gao Yang. She was the dorm keeper at the orphanage. Whenever it was time for the kids to eat or sleep, she would blow the whistle, and the kids had learned to gather at the door when they heard the sound, never giving her any trouble as she counted their number with a smile. Auntie. The woman shook her head. I'm not her. I'm the system. I can give myself a physical form in the talent pantheon. Gao Yang's joy was quickly replaced by awkwardness. Would you mind changing your appearance? Or I would feel like I've returned to my world. The woman was still smiling, but her tone was anything but warm. I cannot change my appearance on my own. This is the image that was conjured the moment you entered the talent pantheon. You may consider it a projection combining your rationality, emotions, and imagination. Gao Yang was a little surprised. Outside of that dream from a while ago, it had been a long time since he thought about his orphanage and caretaker with yearning. Why would his brain create a projection like this? Well, this isn't the time to dwell on it. Where's the talent pantheon? Gao Yang asked. Please turn around. The woman extended a hand. Gao Yang turned around, and his jaw dropped. The blue sky and white clouds of the courtyard vanished, replaced by the cosmos. Or more specifically, it was the recreation of the universe he had seen in movies. Gao Yang took a deep breath to calm himself before slowly walking out of the courtyard gate. A vast, boundless universe extended before him, deep and lonely despite the flickering stars. He saw a gargantuan pillar towering over him, or maybe it was far, far away at the horizon. Gao Yang had lost his sense of distance. Taking a closer look, he realized that it wasn't a pillar, but a spectacle given form, consisting of countless broken stars and space particles. The 12 vine-like threads intertwined, wrapping around a tremendous, lonesome beam of light. They climbed up and up until they reached the edge of his vision. Gao Yang was suddenly reminded of a photo of space he had seen before, specifically of the Pillars of Creation 1. He felt as if he was standing at the foot of the pillars, stunned by the awe-inspiring sight. He marveled, I thought the talent pantheon would be a palace or a catacomb, but it turns out to be the universe. All this is but the projection of your rationality, emotions, and imagination. I got it already. Gao Yang was irritated by the buzzkill of a system he got, but as soon as he saw the dormkeeper's gentle face, he couldn't help but lose a large part of his anger. A thought coming to mind, Gao Yang hurriedly asked, since I can step into the talent pantheon, can I also see the physical forms of talents? A photo taken by the Hubble telescope of a small region in the Eagle Nebula. It's beautiful. Yes, but you can only see the number of talents and their types. The woman swung her hand. Beneath Gao Yang's feet, there was suddenly a giant circular stone tablet, divided into 12 parts by ancient symbols. It looked somewhat like a sundial. Gao Yang gave it a quick look and immediately recognized the familiar rune symbols. The eye for psyche, the hourglass for time-space, the sea urchin-like irregular shape for damage, the book for knowledge, the world tree for life, the fist for strength, and the shield for guard. Wing, wing, wing. 12 beams of light came down along the edge of the circular tablet. Gao Yang immediately noticed colorful clumps of particles within the beams, shifting and swirling without a stable shape like fetuses of energy. There were a few clumps of particles in some beams, and none in others. The beam for time-space, for example, was empty. Realization dawned on Gao Yang. These are talents. Yes, but not their true forms, but the projection of my rationality, emotions, and imagination. Gao Yang cut the system off with an eye roll. He looked around roughly and said, there are 13 clumps in 7 beams. And in the beam for guard, there was only one lone clump of particles. After a pause, Gao Yang turned to the woman. Is this old Wang's iron skin? The woman responded with her perpetual smile, no comment. Gao Yang fell into thought, his head lowered. There was something that had been bothering him. To his knowledge, it seemed that talents were exclusive, at least he had never seen 2 awakeners with the same talent. If that was the case, there could be no more than 199 awakeners according to the number of entries on the talent list. No, some awakeners had 2 or even 3 talents, which meant that there were less than 199 awakeners in the world at this time. There were less than 15 people in the 12 zodiac signs, about 40 people in the Kylan Guild, and less than 100 people in the 100 Rivers Union, which made up the bulk of awakeners. Added to that the individual awakeners that made up the minority, all awakeners would be more or less accounted for. Then could it be that awakeners didn't exactly acquire talents through comprehension, but were assigned them at random by the heavenly way? Every time an awakener died, their talent would return to the talent pantheon. The death of all 9 members of the second team of the 100 Rivers Union returned 9 talents to the talent pantheon. Combined with the talents that hadn't been given out, there were currently 13 unassigned talents in total. Newly awakened awakeners would each receive a talent from the pantheon. The luckier ones would go on to receive the second or even the third talent. Yes, that made sense. That was why no one had ever figured out a way to learn talents, because there was no method in the first place. When Gao Yang used up a large amount of luck points to comprehend a new talent, he was effectively drawing the lottery again and again to increase his odds of getting a prize. That was why the cost grew exponentially after every success. Although he didn't know where humans came from yet, the truth of the matter was that while old awakeners kept dying, the number of humans stayed somewhere around 400. Every now and then, some among the regular humans awakened and were randomly assigned talents to replenish the number of awakeners, creating a stable closed system. Suddenly, a possibility occurred to him, and he shuddered. What if all but one of the existing awakeners died, and the unawakened humans were unable to awaken without contact with existing awakeners? In theory, the talent pantheon would then have in store every single talent? Then wouldn't the only surviving awakener acquire all talents sooner or later? Would the heavenly way allow for that to happen? Or was the heavenly way aiming for it to happen? Or perhaps the heavenly way was but an onlooker, and this was nothing but a game to them? The thought alone was bone-chilling. Gao Yang took a deep breath. Perhaps other awakeners had made the same speculation, only they lacked the means to confirm it. Gao Yang was able to solidify the hypothesis because the system allowed him to enter the talent pantheon. And what a terrible hypothesis it was. Once spread, a civil war would break out sooner rather than later. Frankly, Gao Yang wished for it to never happen. He would rather everyone work together to open the gates of closure and escape the mist world, if it was at all possible. Well, let's put that aside for now. It's still in the very distant future. System. Gao Yang looked at the woman. Since I can see the number and types of talents, does that mean I'm allowed to specify the type of talent I want to comprehend in the future? Yes. The woman smiled. However, that doesn't change the success rate of comprehension or the cost of luck points. Got it. Gao Yang nodded. It was good enough that he could specify the type. It would allow him to direct his development with more prep-planning and control. If he wanted to become a warrior, he would pull for damage-type talents, wizard, element-type talents, sage, wisdom-type, and healer, life-type, so on and so forth. Captain 7 Shadow. From the distant fringe of the universe came the voice of his teammate. Shit, I've been inside the system for too long. Let's call it a day. Let me out. Understood. The woman nodded with a smile and picked up her blue whistle to blow it. Beep. When Gao Yang opened his eyes, everyone was looking at him. Did you actually fall asleep, Captain? Ken asked with a lollipop in her mouth, staring at him with big round eyes. Yeah, Gao Yang said. How long have I been asleep? A few minutes. Ken wasn't sure. It seemed that the flow of time was faster in the talent pantheon. Although he had stayed there for quite a while, it was only a moment in the real world. Ken said with envy, you've got quite a strong heart, Captain. You can fall asleep even in this situation. Ha, that's called mental fortitude. Grey Bear said from the driver's seat, smoking a cigarette. Then he added, you all should learn from him. Power is everything, Lied Snake disagreed. Even the strongest mind wouldn't save you if you don't have power. Geez, my knee hurts . Ken stuck out her tongue and got back to what they had been talking about with a smile. Captain, Zyron wants your advice on dating. No, I don't. Zyron flushed red, nervous. Ken burst out laughing and shot Ronnie a look. Ronnie smiled and said, Captain, Zyron does have a question about love to ask you. Gao Yang maintained a poker face, but he was flipping an imagined table in his head. Do I look like someone with a lot of romantic experience to you? What gives you the impression? Gao Yang thought they were joking and was going to drop it with a laugh, but after a moment of hesitation, Zyron volunteered, it was an online friend of mine. Online friend? That piqued Gao Yang's curiosity. From where? The A city. Haha, a city too. Grey Bear chimed in. Why didn't you meet up with your online friend? That was a joke, of course, but one Gao Yang didn't find particularly funny. Any awakener with the most basic common sense would know one thing, the A city didn't actually exist. There's a famous quote from Skyrim, I used to be an adventurer like you. Then I took an arrow in the knee. Once spread to the Chinese circle, it develops into a common expression that means a comment has hit the nail on the head / hit a nerve. It can go, that's an arrow in the knee, or simply, my knee hurts. 2. It is a common practice for Chinese authors to use the English alphabets when referring to a city in real-life setting, whether to avoid controversies or maintain a distance from reality. In some cases, the terms may be referring to an actual city by using the initial of the pinyin name. For example, S city is usually Shanghai. A city doesn't even exist. As expected, Ronnie pointed out the crux of the matter. I don't think that's an accurate way to put it. Zyron adjusted his glasses with a serious expression. We only know for certain that at this moment, we cannot go to the city from the known parts of the mist world. However, that doesn't mean the city doesn't exist. No one knows what's inside the mist. There may be nothing at all. Ugh, enough already. Ken pulled at her hair as she yelled. Would you two stop talking about this? I'm getting fed up. Let's talk about your online romance. Isn't that much more exciting? Then she puffed out her cheeks in anger. Ugh, I can't believe my roommates. Even the one other single one ends up getting a boyfriend? She's going on a date with him tonight without telling me. Gao Yang smiled faintly. I'm more interested in the online romance too. He wasn't actually interested, but it was better to disperse the tension before going on a mission, and talks about the truth of the world were too serious. Zyron paused and looked at Gao Yang. He seemed to be wondering if he should tell him. Go on, Gao Yang said in encouragement. Then I will. Zyron smiled shyly. That's the spirit. Ken slapped him on the shoulder. Speak your mind? We'll lend an ear to all your questions. Back in elementary school, I wrote an essay titled, My Mom. Zyron licked his lips and looked down at his clasped hands. Growing up, we only had each other, and things weren't easy. I digress. Sorry. Anyway, that essay won a prize and ended up published in a monthly magazine for elementary school students. He glanced at the others and continued, not long after that, I got a letter from the A city. Her name was Lin Mengwan. We were the same age. She said that she was moved by my essay, and that she grew up with a single mother as well. My school address was given at the bottom of the page, so she wrote to the address to contact me. The car moved at a stable pace, the interior quiet. They were all engrossed by the story. We became pen pals just like that. I hadn't awakened then and didn't know that a city didn't exist. A smile tugged at Zyron's lips as he recalled the time of simple happiness. We wrote to each other every month to talk about our lives, and we even sent each other pictures of ourselves. When the internet became more commonplace, we chatted online instead. She never video chatted with me, but we sometimes called each other. Things went on like that until my 3rd year in high school. I planned to visit Lin Mengwan in the A city came summer. She was happy and said that she looked forward to it. Zyron fell silent. But then you awakened. Gao Yang could guess what happened then. I did. My math teacher was an awakener, and after learning of my plan, he subtly confirmed that I was human before telling me the truth of the world. Soon, I awakened with a talent. In a way, my math teacher saved my life. Zyron's eyes flickered with a trace of sorrow, but not long after that, he died. Perhaps his identity was exposed. I don't know the details. Then I was scouted by the Kylin Guild and joined. Have you been chatting with the girl still, Zyron? Gao Yang asked. Zyron nodded. Yes. Although I've given up on visiting her, I still talk about my life with her like friends. Nothing about awakeners, of course. Have you ever wondered what she is? Of course I do. Maybe she's a program or a code. Maybe she's an AI. Maybe she's an unknown, mysterious existence. Ronnie said decisively, but never a human. I may never know what Lin Mengwan is in my lifetime. Xiren smiled sadly. But sometimes, I feel like maybe it's for the better. When my mom died in my first year of high school, I thought about taking my own life. It was her consistent support that got me through the rough patch. I'm grateful to her no matter what she is. Gao Yang fell silent. He wasn't the best at comforting and consoling people. But then he remembered the philosophy Officer Huang lived by. Someone once told me, he repeated the man's words calmly, that while the world is fake, love is real. Xiren paused, his eyes flickering with complicated emotions. Then his lips curved into a grateful smile. Thank you, Captain. I've gotten my answer. Whoa, that's deep. I think I get it, but at the same time I'm still confused. Ken chewed on the words with her brows knitted. Then she sighed. Ugh, whatever. I should just play my game. Your friend knows what it's about, Captain, Grey Bear said approvingly. Ronnie was bemused as well. Lithe Snake, on the other hand, couldn't be less interested. He gazed out of the window coldly while playing with his throwing knives. 1 o'clock in the morning, the 4th and 5th teams arrived at the gates of the 11th high school. The 4th team arrived a little earlier, and they went straight into the school without waiting for the 5th team like they didn't exist. The 5th team got out of the car. Grey Bear extended a hand. Come on. Gao Yang paused. Shoot, I almost forgot. Why are you more eager about this than I am, Grey Bear? They made a circle and put their hands together. Since the investigation shouldn't require any of their talents, Gao Yang decided not to replicate any for the moment. May the odds be in our favor, Gao Yang declared. May the odds be in our favor, the others repeated before pulling their hands back. The team made it to the school gate, and Gao Yang gave the instructions, watch the gates to make sure no one gets through. Xiren, Ronnie. If anything happens, contact me immediately. Do not make any move on your own. The rest of you, come with me. Got it. I understand. Gao Yang, Grey Bear, Lithe Snake, and Ken vaulted into the guardhouse through the window. Then they entered the campus. Walking along the shaded path, they soon spotted the 4th team. Their confidence was evident in the way they split up to search the campus. Black Sparrow was walking around the running track with a flashlight, and she headed toward the flagpole platform. Yellow Butterfly, on the other hand, was in the hallway on the 3rd floor of the teaching building, her flashlight signifying her location. The other 3 teammates each went to the cafeteria, the dorm, and the staff building. All the while, Ninefrost, the captain of the 4th team, stayed seated on the concrete bleachers of the open basketball court, his expression serious. He held himself like a general overseeing things from the command tent in a military camp. After all the unforeseen dangers Gao Yang had been through, he was more cautious and didn't tell his team to split up. Instead, they all searched the campus together. They first went to the teaching building and searched each of the classrooms. The classrooms differed little. There were the same abandoned desks and broken windows, all covered in a thick layer of dust and spider webs. Ken had an art glass bracelet on her wrist. It was a level 3 empowering item she got from the guild. With black gold as one of the materials and imbued with a talent for detection, the bracelet glowed when it was close to a powerful being. The more powerful the being, the more intense the light. It served as a sensor of sorts. Ken kept checking the bracelet nervously, making dramatic reactions at everything. Oh boy, look, the bracelet seems a little brighter. No, it's in your head. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, it's really brighter this time? Look, it's the moonlight from the window. They soon went through all the classrooms. Gao Yang thought for a moment. There was one place they hadn't checked, the rooftop. According to all the fictional stories he had consumed, rooftops were where many unfortunate incidents happened. It was the one place they must investigate. The 4 of them headed to the rooftop with their flashlights. The lock was broken, and the rusty metal door was slightly ajar. As the tank of the group, Grey Bear naturally took point and opened the door. Only once he made sure that there was no danger did he wave the others over. They followed him out. And immediately, Gao Yang caught a figure at the corner of his eye. Gao Yang wasn't too surprised. Indeed, it was Yellow Butterfly. She had come up to the rooftop after checking the classrooms. Standing before a 3-meter-tall water tank, she lit the wall with her flashlight and seemed to be looking at something, engrossed. Have you found anything? Grey Bear greeted her. Without turning around, Yellow Butterfly stared at the wall and said, No, we searched the school inside out yesterday. Then what are you looking at? Grey Bear walked up to her to look at the water tank wall with her. Oh, this is where people left messages. Almost every school had a few comment walls like this one. Students would leave messages with chalks, markers, paints, or other writing instruments where teachers rarely went, but their fellow students frequented. The wall of the rooftop water tank was obviously a good option. Under the moonlight, night wind ruffled Yellow Butterfly's hair. A hint of wistfulness flashed through her large, empty-looking eyes. It resonated with me when I saw the wall last night. I couldn't stop myself from checking it again. It seemed that without their captain, Ninefrost, around, Yellow Butterfly was quite easygoing. She didn't seem as distant as she had been when they first met. Gao Yang, Lithe Snake, and Ken joined them before the wall. It was covered in a variety of messages written in different colors, most were typical of high school students. The great me was here. XXX is a pig head. I'm going to get into a great college. XXX I love you forever. XXX let's break up. We'll be a pair of strangers who know each other the most. But among them, there was one particular line that stood out. It seemed to have been written in red paint, and given it covered everyone else's comments, it must be the newest. I'll wait for you in hell. Whoa, you can feel the hate from eons ago. Ken noticed it immediately. Grey Bear scoffed and didn't take it seriously. Lithe Snake looked as impassive as usual. Curious, Gao Yang turned to Yellow Butterfly. Is this the one that resonated with you? Yes, Yellow Butterfly admitted with a bitter smile. She seemed to be recalling a distant past. Do all beautiful girls have such dark thoughts? Grey Bear joked. I wasn't a beautiful girl back in high school. That quieted everyone. I was ugly, drab, and fat. Yellow Butterfly stared at the wall, her thoughts miles away. I was mocked, marginalized, and actively bullied. I cursed everyone and thought about dragging them to hell with me. Gao Yang sighed. It seemed that she had been through a difficult time. But then I awakened. Yellow Butterfly brushed her long hair, her expression relaxing. And I realized that those around me weren't even the same species as me. I lost my hate for them. My fear was far more overpowering. I get all that, but you don't look ugly to me at all, Grey Bear said. As a stereotypical straight man, he was more hung up on that inconsistency. Yellow Butterfly admitted with a smile, I got plastic surgery, of course. That's very cool of you. Grey Bear gave her a thumbs up. Gao Yang admired her as well. Those who had changed their own fate were not to be underestimated. Yellow Butterfly put away her flashlight. I'm done. I'll leave you to it. After she left, the four of them looked around the rooftop and found nothing. Gao Yang turned on the radio. Xiren, Ronnie, come in. Captain, Xiren answered immediately. Report. Nothing unusual at the moment. Over. Keep watch. Out. Gao Yang ended the transmission. Do you really think there's a rune cave here, Captain? Ken asked. I trust you, of course, but I heard that the guild had sent people to investigate a few times, but found nothing. I can't be certain, Gao Yang said honestly. But I have a theory I haven't gotten to share with you. Haha. Grey Bear turned to him eagerly. I knew there was more. After what happened to Niu Xian, I looked into the 11th high school. Gao Yang turned to the others. I mean, there have only ever been baseless urban legends about what happened 18 years ago, but no proper news coverage at all. It doesn't make sense. I know something about that. Grey Bear nodded. The school was suddenly abandoned without warning. There was no news about what happened to the faculty and student body. The mist world is mostly populated by wanderers. Gao Yang calmly shared his thought process. It's more or less confirmed that a collective instinct the wanderers possess compels them to automatically ignore the irrational bugs of the mist world, allowing them to fool themselves into playing humans until the day they die. That's true, said Grey Bear. Or the world riddled with bugs wouldn't be able to function. 18 years ago, something happened at the 11th high school, and all wanderers that were directly involved vanished, while those who were indirectly involved had their memories modified. That's something only the Heavenly Way can do. This, Gao Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, is quite similar to the Gu family's village I went to before. He had told everyone about it on their way here. That's it. Lithe Snake didn't sound convinced. There's something else. Gao Yang turned to Grey Bear. Niu Xian. Grey Bear's eyes glinted. He had caught on. That's right. According to Niu Xian, he saw memories of his past life, where he was a boy named Li Zhuanghu, studying at the 11th high school. He got good grades and was valued by the teachers. They even had him lead the aerobics session for the school. I looked him up, said Grey Bear. There's never been a Li Zhuanghu in Li City. Does he not exist? Gao Yang paused, or has he been erased by the Heavenly Way? Grey Bear fell silent. 18 years ago, there should have been more than 1,000 students and dozens of teachers at the 11th high school. What happened to them? Where did they go? Are they still alive? Why hasn't any of them come out to talk about the incident? The list of questions rendered everyone speechless. Do you mean? Ken gulped fearfully, dragging her hand across her neck. That the Heavenly Way get rid of them all? Gao Yang didn't respond. He had said his piece. This incident was very similar to the Gu family's village, but different in some way. He felt like he just needed a little more clues to connect all the dots. Buzz, beep. The radio crackled alive. Come in, emergency. It was Xiren. Gao Yang checked the radio. Xiren was broadcasting to all channels, meaning the fourth team could hear him too. Gao Yang immediately responded, copy. Go ahead. Talk, Ninefrost commanded haughtily. Someone ran into the school? He was too quick for Ronnie and I to get a good look. Gao Yang tensed up at once. Everyone, come to the running track. I repeat, come to the running track. Ninefrost gave an order decisively. Fucker always orders people around, Grey Bear grumbled. Who does he think he is? Come, let's go to the running track. Gao Yang had an ominous feeling. This time, he wholeheartedly agreed with Ninefrost's decision. No matter who they were facing, they must not split up like the main characters of a horror film would, lest the enemies pick them off one by one. Gao Yang and his team rushed to the basketball court on the left of the running track. On their way, Gao Yang made sure to check his luck points in the system. No bonus had been applied, which meant they weren't in immediate danger. When they arrived, the fourth team had gathered already, and Xiren and Ronnie were there as well. Are you two alright? Grey Bear went up to them and asked. Yeah, we are. Xiren seemed apologetic. Ronnie and I were going to stop the intruder, but they moved too quickly and jumped over the gate easily before vanishing. Where did they go? Gao Yang asked. Toward the shaded path, Ronnie responded. That didn't tell them anything. The shaded path could lead to anywhere in the school. It's either an awakener or a monster, Nine Frost concluded. Can't be a regular human. Gao Yang agreed, but his conclusion differed a little. It's unlikely to be an awakener. Nine Frost turned to him. Reason being, if they were an awakener, they would be someone from a different organization, and in that case, they must have come here to investigate the rune cave. However, this is the guild's territory, and their intrusion would be an open violation of the rules. In that case, they should have just attacked us head-on or observed from the dark until the opportune time rather than going through the main entrance. As it is, they ended up caught by Zyron and Ronnie and alerted us. True, there are many ways to enter the school. Nine Frost looked around. He began to see Gao Yang differently. I don't think it's an awakener either, Grey Bear chimed in. Why would an awakener go against us two teams? Wouldn't that be suicide? Not necessarily, Gao Yang shot back silently. Were it someone as strong as or stronger than War Tiger, we would be the ones getting killed. Yes, Gao Yang added. Monsters are different. They don't care about such things. Does that confirm for us the existence of a rune cave since it's attracted a monster's attention? Yellow Butterfly turned to Nine Frost. What do we do, Captain? We wait. Eyes sharp, Nine Frost said level-headedly, as long as we're here, we'll find the target sooner or later. Gao Yang's impression of Nine Frost changed as well. The man might seem like an arrogant narcissist, but he was rational when he made decisions. Which made sense. Power alone wouldn't make possible a 3-year record of 0 fatality. Caution was a must too. Investigate, Yellow Butterfly, ordered Nine Frost. Roger that. Yellow Butterfly put her thumb and forefinger in her mouth and made a lilting whistle. Soon, a piercing and long-lasting shriek came from the sky in response. Gao Yang looked up to see a giant black eagle diving toward them against the backdrop of the night sky. It didn't take long for the eagle to land on Yellow Butterfly's shoulder while flapping its wings, chirping. Its head was a brownish black and its body a red-brown, faded into gold at the tips of the feathers. And its wingspan was a staggering 2 meters. Is this a golden eagle? Gao Yang asked with uncertainty. Yellow Butterfly nodded with a smile. Like a mother caressing her child, she stroked the eagle's head, then its feathered wings. Go. Find the enemy. The golden eagle flapped its wings open, sending a strong current through the air before taking flight with impressive speed. At some point, a dozen more smaller birds gathered to follow it like smaller vessels protecting the aircraft carrier. Yellow Butterfly tidied up her wind-tousled hair and said to everyone, give it a moment. They'll find the target soon. Grey Bear came up to Gao Yang and whispered into their new captain's ear, her talent is Avian King. Gao Yang nodded silently. Avian King, serial number 62, summon type. It allowed the user to communicate with birds and compel a certain number of them to serve the user. The summon rune circuit hadn't been found yet, so Yellow Butterfly's Avian King was at most level 3. Nine Frost then turned to the bald man in his team. Buff, Old Joe. The bald man named Old Joe nodded and wiped his right hand on his pants before offering it to Nine Frost. Nine Frost held it for 1 second and then let go. Old Joe shook hands with each of his teammates. Then he came up to Gao Yang and offered his hand. How about your team? Gao Yang could tell that Old Joe must have a support-type talent. He took the man's hand without hesitation. As expected, Replicate detected the only replaceable talent. Condition, serial number 77, support type. It allowed one to strengthen or weaken the target's condition through physical contact. Nevertheless, Old Joe's hand felt like any regular man's, rough, warm, and Gao Yang didn't sense any energy coming into his body. After letting go, Old Joe went on to hold the hands of the other 5th team members. Grey Bear seemed to have read Gao Yang's thoughts, and he explained with a smile, level 3 condition gives buffs with a delay rather than showing effect immediately. Gao Yang nodded in realization. Zaiyi, ranged cover. Nine Frost gave another order. Roger that. Gao Yang saw the young man whose slanted eyes seemed to never open properly take a composite bow off his back. With practiced ease, he knocked an arrow and tested the string, making sure his weapon was in working order. This time, Gao Yang didn't need Grey Bear to tell him what the man's talent was. God of Archery, serial number 73, damage type. It significantly increased the user's proficiency in archery. Black Sparrow, Darkly, get ready. That was the last order Nine Frost gave. Black Sparrow raised her brow, looking confident as she loosened the bandages on her right hand, which was revealed to be an eerie dark violet. Under the moonlight, the hand looked poisoned. Her talent must be Drunken Master. Serial number 57, poison type. Her punch would partially paralyze the target and take away their mobility. It was quite a good talent for close combat. And the man called Darkly was the middle-aged man whose face was perpetually stuck in a disingenuous smile. He took out a black blindfold to cover his eyes and tied a dead knot behind his back. That was Mind's Eye, serial number 72. In exchange for covering his eyes, he could increase his senses, reflexes, and power. It was perfect for fighting in the dark. The 4th team had gotten ready for a serious battle. Nine Frost turned to the 5th team. Although he didn't sound as overbearing as he had been initially, there was still a trace of derision in his voice. We'll take care of things from here. Do whatever you want. Just don't get in the way. What the fuck did you say? Grey Bear lost his temper immediately. Gao Yang reached out to stop him. Make the call, Captain. Grey Bear sounded eager. He wanted Gao Yang to give them orders for a proper tactic as well. He didn't want the 4th team to take all the spotlight in the coming fight. Ahem. Gao Yang cleared his throat and turned to his team. Did you hear Captain Ninefrost? Hide behind the 4th team and don't get in the way. Captain. Grey Bear almost threw up blood. That's an order. Gao Yang raised his voice, his expression serious. Grey Bear swallowed his words and sighed unhappily, raising a hand to have everyone stay behind the 4th team. Ninefrost scoffed, his lips curved into a thin smile. Then a shriek pierced through the sky. The golden eagle and the other birds were hovering over the roof of the auditorium. Target sighted, said Yellow Butterfly. It's in the auditorium. Ninefrost quietly thought for a few seconds. Let's go, and report to Elder Black Tortoise just in case. Roger that. Yellow Butterfly took out her phone. All 12 members of the 2 operations teams hurried to the auditorium. On their way, Gao Yang found a chance to pat Lithe Snake on the shoulder and replicate Gecko. Although among the others, the highest ranking and highest level talent was actually Ninefrost's weak point, and Gao Yang could replicate it now that his replicate was level 3, it was difficult to excuse touching any part of Ninefrost's body. Moreover, if a fight broke out in the auditorium, Gecko would be more useful inside the dim building. Most importantly, Gecko granted him the passive ability to regrow his limbs, which wasn't limited by replicate's use duration, but the much longer storage duration. Should he lose an arm or an leg in the coming fight, at least he would be able to regenerate the lost limb. Gao Yang couldn't help but miss his time with the 12 zodiac signs. With the op-healing combo of Lovely Lamb and Dead Pig, the members could fight to their best abilities without worrying about injury. Based on all his previous fights, Gao Yang had roughly summarized the 2 tactics that suited him. First, when the gap between him and his opponent was too big, and the situation was especially dire, he must make a bold, reckless gamble like he had done when he fought Mad Red, act like a high roller, if one would. Second, when it was relatively safe and when his side even had the upper hand, he must not get complacent and underestimate the enemy, but should instead cautiously hold on to his advantages, like the time he and his team caught the serial killer being a piker. Combined, he would be a high piker. Yep. Gao Yang decided to make that the doctrine he lived by, one that would become his epitaph after his death. They crossed the shaded path and soon met the site of the auditorium. It was the type of architecture common in the past, a 1-story building with grey concrete walls and 9-pane windows. Suddenly, Gao Yang felt his right palm warmed up, and the warmth gradually spread to the rest of his body before converging in his heart and then, following his breathing, was pushed to his limbs. It was old Joe's condition coming into effect, Gao Yang realized. He dissected the way the buff worked. It didn't transform his muscles and bones directly. The change was more basic and gentle, giving him the feeling of having had a good night's sleep and getting mentally and physically rejuvenated, his body light and agile. It would help Gao Yang better control his mental state and the energy circulating inside his body. It seemed that condition was quite a useful talent. Unfortunately, it took a long time to come into effect and thus had to be used as a preparatory step. However, most battles happened suddenly with no time for prior preparations. As he dwelled in his thoughts, they had already reached the entrance to the auditorium. The old, yellow wooden door had a broken lock on it. Gao Yang entered with his flashlight on. Looking down at the bottom of the door, there was a trail of dust that suggested the door had been moved. Their target must have barged in from the front door. Someone's gotten in. Ninefrost had come to the same conclusion. Before he could finish, though, a piercing yet meandering cry with an undercurrent of sorrow rang from inside of the auditorium. The familiar sound made Gao Yang jump. Stop it! It's a summoner. It was obvious that Ninefrost had also encountered summoners before. Without needing to be told, he kicked the door open with a loud bang and rushed in. Gao Yang followed right after him with a burst of blazing flame in his right palm, lighting up the dark auditorium like a torch. The call had already halted. Gao Yang and Ninefrost stopped to look at the stage on the far side of the auditorium. That was where the voice had come from. The rest of their team stood behind the 2 captains, wordlessly raising their weapons in preparation for the coming fight. Gao Yang and Ninefrost lifted a hand at the same time, telling their teams to not do anything reckless. Creak. The sound came from the stage. Gao Yang got a good look at the figure sitting on the chair. The chair was old and unstable, and it creaked as the figure moved. The figure stood up and walked to the small podium at the center of the stage. Crackle, PZZT. As soon as the figure made a sound, a sharp electronic feedback followed. Hi, hello, ha, it's been so many years, yet this is still working. Gao Yang's breath hitched. He recognized the voice. He deactivated his fire, robbing the auditorium of the illumination, but under the moonlight streaming from the window, they could actually see the figure on the stage more clearly after their eyes adjusted to the dark. It was Niu Xian. Niu Xian. Grey Bear was a little surprised, but then he sighed like it was only expected. You knew each other? Ninefrost asked coolly, his eyes fixed on the boy on stage. He was the one that fainted in the 11th high school, Gao Yang explained. Ninefrost caught on immediately. He was what renewed the Kylan Guild's interest in the school. After some hesitation, Ninefrost decided to ask the 3 questions as was tradition. Who are you? Where are you going? Do you choose forgiveness, or death? Niu Xian continued to test the microphone like he hadn't heard anything. Then after a burst of noise, his projected voice stabilized. Haha. Niu Xian chuckled, his voice echoing in the auditorium through the microphone. I'm feeling nostalgic. 20 years ago, I was standing here after getting into the 11th high school with top marks, and I gave a speech to the 1,000 and more teachers and students here. That was probably my 15 minutes of glory. Gao Yang had a bad feeling about this. Niu Xian had been entirely overtaken by the memories of Li Zhuanghu, or so he thought. Niu Xian then turned to Gao Yang. Do you remember what happened back at Wan Sisi's funeral? Ah, he retains his memory as Niu Xian as well. What do you mean? Gao Yang asked on purpose. Niu Xian gave him a faint, composed smile, completely unlike the Niu Xian that Gao Yang knew. I taunted you with Wan Sisi's death, and you got mad. I was terrified then. Gao Yang didn't say anything. I didn't understand why. There was no reason for me to be scared of you, but I was, and the fear ran bone deep. After a pause, his eyes glowed with a faint loneliness for a fleeting moment. Only now do I realize that it wasn't my person side that was scared, but my monster side, and that I wasn't scared of a regular human, but an awakener. If not for you, Gao Yang, I may never wake up. Instead, I'll stay a delusion monster or wanderers, as you people call us, and lead an ignorant life until the moment of my death, never questioning the belief that I'm human. Niu Xian smiled, chilling and self-destructive. You're no wanderer, but a summoner. Gao Yang tried not to rile up Niu Xian further so that they could get more useful information out of him. Why did he turn from a wanderer to a summoner? Or were wanderers the basic form, and they went on to evolve into all the other types of monsters? Unfortunately, Niu Xian didn't answer. Like War Tiger had said, it was like pulling teeth to get any information out of a summoner. Thank you, Gao Yang. Niu Xian suddenly opened his arms and howled, I'm abandoning my personhood. His voice echoed in the empty auditorium. Then he lowered his arms and head, looking down the stage at Gao Yang. As a thank you gift, I prepared something for you. Please don't turn it down. Gao Yang's heart sank, feeling a wave of killing intent from all around him. Warning, you are in. Bam, 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 bam. The windows on both sides of the auditorium shattered at the same time, and in rushed a swarm of countless monsters. All at once, countless pieces of sharp glass scattered all over the auditorium, reflecting the cold moonlight. The system's warning wasn't even finished before countless monsters landed and lunged at them, each in a different form, but all possessed by a crazed bloodlust and fury. A growl. The one leading the charge was a young and strongly built slaughterer. The lizardman was over 2 meters tall. As soon as its feet hit the ground, its strong, thick thighs bent quickly before springing up with great explosive power, charging straight at Gao Yang. Grr. A beast just as big tackled the slaughterer from the side, intercepting it. They slammed into the ground and started to wrestle each other. It was Grey Bear with Beastly activated. The man and monster rolled twice before Grey Bear gained the upper hand. Pinning the slaughterer to the ground, Grey Bear kept the monster's right arm under control with a knee and gripped its head with both hands, slamming it to the floor violently. Bam, bam, bam. The concrete floor cracked, and broken pieces splattered. The slaughterer cried out in pain as it struggled, stabbing at Grey Bear's abdomen with the sharp claws of its left hand. But Lithe Snake was already there. His honed short sword pierced through the slaughtera's left palm with great precision, pinning it to the floor. Ah! Veins popped up from Grey Bear's temples as he continued to exert greater force with his hands. In a few seconds, he managed to crush the slaughterer's head with bare hands, sending blood and brain matter flying everywhere. Gao Yang didn't have the luxury to enjoy his teammates' display of courage and ruthlessness. More monsters were already rushing toward them, and chaos ensued. Cover each other? Don't leave any blind spots. With that yell, Gao Yang opened his hands and shot a torrent of flames each to the left and the right, driving away the berserking wanderers lunging at Xiren and Ronnie. Xiren and Ronnie quickly drew their guns and fired recklessly at the burning monsters. They collapsed without making a sound. Where's Can? Gao Yang realized it was a silly question the moment he asked it. The girl would have gone invisible the first moment danger struck. You three, protect yourselves. Both Xiren and Ronnie had support-type talents that didn't differentiate between friends and foes, which were ineffective in a chaotic group fight with so many monsters. After they ran out of bullets, they would be as good as useless. At that moment, a small dog-like monster leapt toward him. Gao Yang quickly ducked down and shifted to the side, letting the dog monster fly over his head. At the same time, he grabbed the dog monster's hind leg and yanked, slamming it to the ground. Fire. Energy burst out from Gao Yang's palm. Amplified by the glove, fire flowed smoothly out of him and enveloped the monster's hind leg in an instant. Whining, the dog monster rolled around amid the blazing flames, unable to endure the pain. It ended up charging around aimlessly once it crawled to its feet, and Grey Bear grabbed and hurled it out of the window with one hand. Gao Yang scanned his surroundings. Flashes of light lit up the auditorium intermittently. Amid the gunshots, the clangs of blades, and the growls, humans and monsters ran amok. The fourth team was right in the fray as well. So far, there hadn't been any casualties. Cover me, Grey Bear. Gao Yang called out. Will do. Grey Bear rushed toward Gao Yang, toppling all the monsters going after Gao Yang on the way. Gao Yang yanked off 2 old curtains and draped them on the abandoned wooden chairs in the corner. Fire. Flames licked through the curtains in an instant, scattering dust everywhere. A moldy smell permeated the air. In only a few seconds, the chairs and curtains turned into a large bonfire. Awash in the golden light, the entire auditorium was bright like it was daytime. Clear vision allowed one to control the tides of the battle, and their battle power would thus jump exponentially. Mid-fight, Ninefrost turned to look at the bonfire, throwing Gao Yang an approving look. Gao Yang rushed back to the main battlefield just in time to see a shadow fall down from above, pouncing on Nine Frost's back. Watch. Nine Frost reacted before Gao Yang's voice reached him. With a sidestep, he dodged the monster's sneak attack, and just when the monster was going to leap up again, one of its hands was already pinned to the ground by Nine Frost's heel. Eyes glinting coldly, Nine Frost swung his right fist at the monster's face. Pop, pop, pop. He went for quick jabs over heavy punches, and in less than a second, he had made 3 attacks. Gao Yang realized immediately that it was to trigger weak points. Hit in the face, the monster went still for half a second. It might be thinking with its small brain that the human was weak, that the 3 punches didn't hurt at all. But that wasn't how it went. If Nine Frost's quick jab generated 80 pounds of force, his third jab would have reached a staggering 2,000 pounds. Bam! As expected, after a short delay, weak points triggered, and the monster's face caved in like a squashed ball, the entire body flying away, dragged along by the force applied to the head. What a terrifying talent. If Gao Yang's heart was hit with 3 jabs or even 3 heavy punches, not even God would be able to save him. The thought flashed through his mind in a split second. All the while, Gao Yang hadn't stopped what he was doing. With his gun drawn, he approached Nine Frost's 4th team along with Grey Bear, taking out the Wanderers with lower offensive and defensive power. There were many monsters, and they had to conserve stamina. That was a practical tip he had learned from War Tiger. Soon, Gao Yang ran out of bullets, but he had also reached the 4th team. He and Grey Bear made a defensive circle with members of the 4th team, their backs pressed together, waiting for the short lull of the battle to pass. There were at least 30 monsters here. Lithe Snake was dangling from the dim ceiling like a gecko, waiting to make a critical strike. Kan, Zyron, and Ronnie were nowhere to be seen. Most likely, they had gone invisible while huddling together. Ha, we're lucky that this happened in a place like this, and there weren't a lot of monsters around, Grey Bear said with a bitter smile while wiping blood off his face. Gao Yang didn't say anything, but inside, he was also relieved that the school had been abandoned, and there weren't many residents in the neighborhood. Only a few dozen monsters had been summoned. Had they been in the downtown area, a summoner would have gathered thousands of monsters with a howl. The 30-something monsters circled them. The stalemate lasted for tens of seconds, which was unbelievable to Gao Yang. How were the monsters able to control their urges and hold back from attacking the awakeners? A thought struck him. He looked up at the figure on the stage, Niu Xian. Niu Xian was still standing before the podium with a microphone in his hand. Do you like the gift, Gao Yang? Don't awakeners love killing monsters? Then I'll let you kill monsters to your heart's content. His lips curved into a strange smile, his eyes filled with hatred, fury, and sorrow. Without a target to go to, however, the emotions translated into a self-destructive madness. Gao Yang didn't have the time to care about Niu Xian's feelings. What he cared about was how Niu Xian was able to control the monsters, or why the monsters listened to Niu Xian. I'll take care of it, Nine Frost said in a low voice. He had obviously realized that Niu Xian was their leader, and taking out the leader was the most efficient way of taking out an army. Niu Xian saw through his plan immediately. Without giving Nine Frost a chance to get close, he raised his right hand with a smile. Here and now, the graduation ceremony officially commences. He made a clear snap with his fingers. Growling, the monsters lunged at them with reckless abandon. A strongly built slaughterer rushed up to Nine Frost, its feet turned into horse hooves while its arms morphed into long, sharp blades radiating a chill, swinging down at Nine Frost's face. Nine Frost didn't even dodge away. He trusted his teammates 100%. Clang! Blindfolded with a piece of black cloth, darkly blocked the slaughterer's blades with a pair of nunchucks in hand. And seizing that moment, Nine Frost crouched down slightly with both hands balled into fists, making 3 heavy punches at the slaughterer's chest. Crack! After a short delay, the slaughterer's back bulged violently, like an intangible force had exploded within its chest. Bam! It flew into a nearby wall and slid down, its burst chest leaving a macabre trail of blood. This time, Gao Yang didn't have the presence of mind to calculate how much force the 3 punches had exerted. With both hands shooting fire, he burned the wanderers before him. Growl! As a giant, berserking bear, Grey Bear rushed into the swarm of monsters and rampaged about, flinging the monsters around with his thick, sturdy shoulders that acted like the head of a tank. A thin, small monster with dark red bat wings jumped up agilely, getting away from Grey Bear with a flap of its wings, descending upon Grey Bear's head while aiming the 2 red claws protruding from the back of its hands at Grey Bear's nape. Swish! A long arrow penetrated through its chest and pinned it to the wall. Still alive, the monster flapped its wings and struggled before a fireball hit it squarely, igniting its body and the curtains around it. It struggled in pain and despair until the fire made quick work of it and turned it into an ugly light fixture. Bang, bang, bang! Dual-wielding guns, Old Joe shot at the small monsters coming from above. Unfortunately, he didn't have God of Firearms like Officer Huang, and the bullets didn't kill the monsters even when they hit. In fact, he couldn't even stop the monsters from advancing. Move! Black Sparrow pushed Old Joe away, and a monster missed its attack. Seizing the opening, Black Sparrow tripped the monster when it was landing with a sweep of her leg. With a roll, the monster reached out to Black Sparrow with its right hand, its arms suddenly bursting into a cluster of thick, viscous, dark gray tentacles. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 2 tentacles grabbed onto Black Sparrow's left and right hands, while the thickest tentacle strangled her neck. It was a devourer. The tentacles tightened, preventing Black Sparrow from breathing. She clenched her teeth, her face flushed, yet her eyes remained confident and free of any hint of fear. With a twist of her right wrist, she grabbed onto the tentacle wrapped around her right hand. It took only 2 seconds. The tentacle in her grip twitched like it had been electrocuted before going slack. In addition, the other 2 tentacles were weakening as well. The paralyzing effect of Drunken Master was coming into effect. Shifting from defense to offense, she yanked at the tentacle in her right hand, pulling the crouching devourer off the ground toward her before following up with a violent jab, breaking the devourer's hyoid bone. Crack! With the bone broken, the devourer's head dropped down, its chin almost touching its chest like it had been snapped. Soon, the 3 tentacles let go of Black Sparrow and slowly retracted back into the devourer's right arm. Then the monster collapsed to the ground and turned back into its human form. The moment Black Sparrow took care of a devourer, she felt a gust coming from behind her. She whirled around to see a greed monster biting at her with its big, open maw. Without the time to dodge it, she raised both hands reflexively to shield her head. Then came a sharp shriek, and a magnificent golden eagle descended, burying its claws into the monster's head and hair and almost lifting it off the ground. The greed monster fell and rolled around while the golden eagle slashed at its face, flapping its wings. Blood splattered everywhere. Then a swarm of crows rushed in to peck at the monster's body. The battle turned into a bloody banquet. Yellow Butterfly had saved her companions with Avian King, but left herself open. Bang, bang, bang. She emptied her handgun at a slaughterer rushing at her, but she only managed to slow it down rather than kill it. Face pale, she staggered back and grabbed a magazine from her waist. Before she could reload, however, the slaughterer was already lunging at her. Swoosh, swoosh. With precision, 2 throwing knives hit the slaughterer where it was most vulnerable, the eyes. The slaughterer screamed in pain, swinging its bladed arms around aimlessly now that it had lost its sight. Yellow Butterfly leaned back to dodge a swing and ended up falling on her bottom. At the same time, a black figure flew down from above like a phantom and stepped on the slaughterer's shoulders. It was Lithe Snake. While the slaughterer opened its mouth to scream, he stabbed at its throat with his sharp short sword. It wasn't enough. Lithe Snake gripped the hilt with both hands and pushed the short sword further down the monster's throat, making sure that the tip of the blade pierced through the monster's heart. Thud. The large slaughterer toppled to the ground heavily. Without hesitation, Lithe Snake reached inside the slaughterer's mouth as soon as he landed and yanked, pulling his short sword out. The splattering blood pelted his face in red. He shook the viscous blood off the blade and offered Yellow Butterfly his bloody right hand. Staring at it, Yellow Butterfly gave him a grateful smile and quickly picked herself up rather than taking the offer. The bloodbath was still ongoing. Come on, you sons of bitches. Grey Bear was lost in a frenzy. He charged left and right amid the monsters to break their flow, buying time for his teammates to pick the monsters off one by one. The monsters didn't allow him to do as he wished for long. Utilizing their greater number, they each held onto Grey Bear's legs, arms, back, and waist until 7 or 8 of them were locked onto Grey Bear. Bastards! Get off me, now! Grey Bear swung around and cursed out loud, but he couldn't stop more monsters from latching onto him. And not long after, he was pinned to the ground. It was thanks to the thick skin and fur he gained after turning into a beast that he could withstand the monster's bites and slashes. Still, the fact that the attacks weren't fatal didn't mean that they didn't hurt. Ah! Grey Bear cried out while struggling. Someone give me a hand? The pain is killing me. Yee-yee-yee-yee-yee-yee-yee-yee-yee-yee. A strange, sharp scream rang through the auditorium. For a moment, all awakeners and monsters stopped fighting, holding on to their heads. Gao Yang's fire was gone from his hands as well. It felt like a wire scrub was shoved into his head and kept grating against his brain. All his rational thoughts, emotions, and logical thinking were blended into a mush, depriving him of the ability to think. Stop it! Stop it now! I'm dying here! Gao Yang couldn't make a sound, but inside, he was shouting. The scream lasted 5 to 6 seconds until it died down. Gao Yang woke up instantly. He caught the trio responsible for the friendly fire from the corner of his eye. Ken was in the center, covering her ears with both hands looking like she was going to break down. Xiren was still holding on to Ken on the left, and his face looked equally ashen. On her right, Ronnie was holding Ken too, and he heaved with his face covered in sweat. It was clear that he had pushed himself to use disorientation at the greatest intensity possible, freezing the chaotic battle for a fleeting moment. However, Ken's invisibility also deactivated as a result, revealing the 3 of them. Ha! Grey Bear shouted and sprang to action before the monsters could react, propping himself up and shaking off the 2 monsters grabbing onto his arms. Then he picked off the monsters locking his waist and legs and hurled them away. Ha ha ha! Keep going, you brats! Now freed, Grey Bear charged amid the monsters as a happy tank once more. He knew what his role was, to stir up shit. Rather than killing monsters, his job was attracting attention and breaking up the enemy's flow, leaving his teammates to eliminate the monsters. The others also resumed their fight after disorientation stopped. The Awakeners regained their senses half a second before the monsters did, which was enough for them to gain the upper hand. Gao Yang cast a fireball. Along with the shot Xiuyi made with his composite bow, they took out a flying monster. Looking around, 2/3 of the monsters had been taken out. The goddess of victory was waving at them. Gao Yang's gaze shifted to the trio, Kan, Xiren, and Ronnie, his lips curled into an approving smile. but the smile froze after a second. Can, Zyron, and Ronnie were in a dimmer area, farther from the bonfire. There were a few monsters lying on the ground around them, each covered in a good number of bullet holes with streams of blood converging to form a viscous pool. The firelight cast from some distance away danced in the pool of blood. It caught Gao Yang's eyes. Something was wrong. Activate Gecko? Gao Yang gained night vision, which allowed him to see the faint footprints in the pool, resembling the webbed feet of frogs. Splat, splat. The steps were slow and light. Amid the chaos of the fight and the cacophony of noises, Gao Yang slowly approached the trio lest he alert the enemy. He got a better look as he got closer. It was a monster covered entirely in scales. Gao Yang had never seen a monster like that. Its soft scales shifted and changed according to the light in the environment, blending into the dim corner almost perfectly. He was only able to make out the silhouette because of the faint light caught by the slightly shimmering scales as the monster slowly walked. It was a monster with the ability of a chameleon, no doubt. Can, Zyron, and Ronnie didn't know what was going on. They were away from the battlefield with no dangers around, and they grew complacent. That was close. Can wiped the sweat from her forehead. Staying invisible for so long had exhausted the energy in her body. Zyron and Ronnie didn't say anything. They keenly noticed that something was wrong. Gao Yang was slowly making his way to them from the center of the battlefield, his expression tense. He gradually picked up his pace yet never dared to go into a run, like he was worried about disturbing something, and his sharp gaze was fixed on their left. Zyron and Ronnie exchanged a look before gingerly drawing their guns from their waists. Gao Yang suddenly started dashing and shouted, "Left!" Realizing that it had been spotted, the chameleon monster cast away its remaining patience and lunged at the trio, giving up on staying invisible. Bang, bang, bang! Zyron and Ronnie fired at the now exposed monster. The monster screamed. While it had been hit with several shots, however, it didn't collapse, but instead continued to charge at the trio. Fortunately, enough time had been bought for Gao Yang to close in on the monster and stabbed its waist with his dagger, knocking it to the ground. Fire! Half crouching, Gao Yang pinned the monster down with a knee on its chest and pressed his right hand to its head, shooting out a burst of intense fire. The chameleon monster struggled desperately, whipping its powerful tail at Gao Yang. Having foreseen that coming, Gao Yang pulled out the dagger with his left hand and made a backhand swing, penetrating the monster's tail and intercepting the attack. The pain of being burned spread through the chameleon monster, and it soon lost the ability to resist. It was all it could do to spasm and flail around instinctively until it stopped moving altogether. In only a few seconds, the monster's head was charred, and the pool of blood evaporated into crimson steam. Gao Yang stopped his fire and pulled out his dagger, rising to his feet coldly. In the eyes of Can, Zyron, and Ronnie, their captain was like the god of war being reborn in blood. "You're so cool, Captain," Ken crowed. Gao Yang swallowed his words and frowned. A small, agile figure jumped through the window behind Ken and lunged at her. Gao Yang's breath hitched. He hadn't noticed another monster. "Watch out," he shouted. Zyron and Ronnie were now a little farther from Can, leaving her without support. Swoosh! With the last second of active use for Gecko, Gao Yang threw his dagger. The dagger brushed past Can and stabbed into the figure midair. It fell and landed by Can's feet. Finally, Can came back to her senses. She panickedly drew her gun and aimed at the monster. Die! All the while, Gao Yang had been rushing toward Can. He didn't expect Can to get rid of the monster on her own, but it shouldn't be difficult for her to buy 2 or 3 seconds with the gun. Yet he didn't hear any shots. Can had her back to Gao Yang. She was holding the gun with both hands, aiming at the monster at her feet, yet she didn't pull the trigger. She had been in a trance since she called out for the monster to die. What's going on? Is she too scared to act? Is it an intimidation skill of the monster? Caught off guard, Gao Yang could only rush up to her as fast as he could. He saw the monster jump up and raise its bladed arms to slash down at Ken's small stature. Swoosh! Splash! Last second, Gao Yang managed to push Ken away, and the blade that should have hit her in the chest ended up slicing 3 fingers off Gao Yang's hand. White-hot pain translated into an overpowering dizziness in the back of his head. Jaw set, he hit the monster in the abdomen with a side kick, sending it flying to a corner. No, no. Ken collapsed to the ground and shouted, overwhelmed with emotions. Bang, 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 bang. Zyron and Ronnie had finished reloading, and they rained down bullets at the monster. After the barrage of shots, the monster stopped moving, its head tilted and its arms dangling down. A pool of blood formed beneath its legs. Gao Yang covered his bleeding stumps and growled with a severe look on his face. Why didn't you pull the trigger? Do you have a death wish? He stopped himself when he saw the tears streaking down Ken's face. Why, she sobbed, why you? After a pause, Gao Yang turned to the dead monster. It shrunk quickly and transformed back into its human form. Under the dim light, Gao Yang got a clear look at the tattered Japanese high school uniform and the hair tied into twin tails. She was covered in bleeding bullet holes, her head dropping and her eyes bulging, the pupils dilated. Huan, Ken's roommate. Ugh, I can't believe my roommates. Even the one other single one ends up getting a boyfriend? She's going on a date with him tonight without telling me? Gao Yang recalled Ken's words. The roommate she was talking about was Huan. She must have been on a date with her boyfriend in the area. It should have been a wonderful, romantic night. But because of Niu Xian's command, she became puppets doomed to be killed. Captain, you're hurt. Xiren and Ronnie didn't know Huan. They cared more about Gao Yang's injury. Xiren was a little angry with Can. He rushed up to her and yanked the supply bag off her shoulder. Stop crying, give me this. He fished out a syringe of medicine C and pulled off the cap to give Gao Yang a shot. No need. Face ashen, Gao Yang turned Xiren down through clenched teeth. Although medicine C could quickly stop the bleeding and mend the wounds, it wouldn't reconnect his fingers. He wasn't ready to say goodbye to them yet. Gao Yang had replicated Gecko. Although he had exhausted the use time, the passive effect of the talent was limited by the storage time instead. And as expected, he could still sense the energy circulation of Gecko inside his body. Gao Yang tried to focus his energy where his fingers had been sliced off, and the stumps stopped bleeding immediately. Then, at an observable rate, the missing appendages began to regrow, starting from the white finger bones, followed by the flesh and blood as well as the tendons and veins, and finally, the skin regenerated to cover all the internal tissues. In less than 20 seconds, his 3 fingers grew back. Gao Yang was drenched in sweat, and he let out the breath that had been trapped in his lungs. He didn't expect the 3 fingers to take this much energy to regenerate. If he lost an arm or a leg and tried to grow them back, he would most likely black out from exhausting his energy. While Gao Yang was focused on recovering his fingers, Ronnie and Xiren had been keeping watch in case of any ambush. Gao Yang looked around. There were almost no monsters left alive in the auditorium. The 12 members of the 4th and 5th team were all alive, and none had suffered serious injury. The victory in sight further boosted their morale. The only exception was Can, who sat by Huan's side like she had lost her soul. The battle was coming to an end, and there was nothing for Gao Yang to be concerned about. With a sigh, he dragged his feet to Can from behind her. Can. Head still lowered, she choked out, I'm sorry, Captain, I'm really sorry. I should have pulled the trigger, but I can't. Huan, she was still wearing the necklace I gave her. Today she asked me before going out which necklace suited her better. I told her to put on my gift for her, that I'd wish her good luck for her date to go well. But why must she come here for the date? Lee City is so big, why didn't she go elsewhere? The rest of her words were lost as she broke down, covering her face with both hands. Gao Yang slowly crouched down to close Huan's eyes. At this moment, he didn't want to blame Can even though her moment of weakness and hesitation had almost gotten herself killed. They were humans of flesh and blood, not cold, heartless killing machines or bloodthirsty monsters. Were he in her shoes, would he be able to pull the trigger decisively? There was no telling how he would react until something like that happened to him. Any words of comfort he could offer would be nothing but platitudes. What Can needed right now was a shoulder to lean on and an ear to hear her out. However, they weren't out of danger yet. The situation didn't allow for that. I'll give you 30 seconds, said Gao Yang. After a pause, Can nodded. She turned to bury her face into Gao Yang's shoulder and broke out into wails, crying so hard that she struggled to breathe, and it felt like she would fall apart if she cried any longer. Half a minute passed quickly. By the end of it, all the monsters in the auditorium had been taken out with no hope of picking themselves up again. Can's sobbing subsided, and she sniffed as she roughly rubbed her reddened, swollen eyes. Thank you, Captain. I'm fine now. Welcome back. Xiren walked up to her and gently offered her a hand. Can took it and allowed herself to be pulled to her feet. Are you all right? Grey Bear's t-shirt had become a tattered rag from his transformation and the violent fight, so he forwent it altogether and left himself topless. Wiping off the blood on his body with the t-shirt, he complained, shit, I'm totally beat. Oh boy. Can put on a light-hearted face and cried out, your chest hair is getting thicker, Uncle Bear. Huh? That's the charm of a mature, adult man, Grey Bear said proudly. Lithe Snake dropped down from the ceiling. With a flurry of his blade, he cut off a grasp of hair from Grey Bear's chest. What the hell, dude? Grey Bear was both shocked and enraged. Lithe Snake put away his short sword. Giving you a trim. Ha 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 ha. Can burst out laughing, back to being the carefree girl she usually was. The mood lightened somewhat. So this is how the 5th team works, Gao Yang thought. Their love and care for each other were expressed under the guise of banters and quips and jokes and pranks. Just as well. Gao Yang led all members of the 5th team to the center of the auditorium, where Ninefrost was counting the bodies. He turned to Gao Yang and said with a frown, the summoner is missing. Oh. Gao Yang looked over the dead bodies in the auditorium quickly. Niu Xian wasn't among them. While a summoner played the role of a lower-ranking leader, it wasn't that strong in a fight. That was why Gao Yang hadn't kept a particularly close eye on Niu Xian. Well, he wouldn't have been able to given the chaos. He thought Niu Xian had been killed during the battle. But he wasn't. Did he run away? Or did he call for reinforcement? Gao Yang gasped. Did he? He rushed to a broken window and looked out toward the running track. Under the clear moonlight, he spotted a lone figure standing on the flagpole platform. There, by the flag. Gao Yang's heart sank. He was hit with a foreboding feeling. The 12 of them immediately rushed out of the auditorium to the running track, approaching the flagpole platform in an arc. They were cautious about it and maintained distance from the monster. The 4th set, sidekicks, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3, 4, 4, 2, 3, 4. On the platform, Niu Xian didn't care at all that he had been surrounded. He kept counting in a loud voice as he repeated the motions in earnest, his gaze possessed. They exchanged a glance, not sure what they should do. What do you think, Seven Shadow? Nine Frost asked Gao Yang. I'd been wondering why Niu Xian turned into a summoner. Gao Yang paused. Now I get it. Just out with it, Captain. Grey Bear was impatient. Perhaps Niu Xian isn't a summoner, but still a wanderer. Gao Yang explained his theory. The monsters had been hiding outside the auditorium before launching an ambush, and then they stopped briefly to surround us. A summoner wouldn't be able to do that. True. Nine Frost nodded. Summoners can make wanderers go berserk, but not control their actions with such precision. Gao Yang looked up at the boy on the platform. Niu Xian was able to awaken the monsters in the area and command them as he pleased, not because he had the power, but rune circuit. Nine Frost could make the educated guess. His eyes glinted with excitement. Likely so? Gao Yang was conflicted. How fucking lucky of me? It's only been 2 months since my awakening, yet I've already run into 3 rune circuits. Do you mean the rune circuit is with Niu Xian, Captain? Grey Bear frowned. That can't be. Of course not. The rune circuit should be inside the rune cave. Gao Yang took a moment to think before continuing. There must be some other reason that the rune circuit ended up resonating with Niu Xian, granting him the power to control monsters momentarily. Like how Awakener's talents resonate with rune circuits, asked Yellow Butterfly. It's only my speculation, said Gao Yang. No one said anything after that. They seemed to agree with the hypothesis. The 9th set, jumping jacks. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4. 3, 2, 3, 4. Niu Xian continued to jump, his movement growing more and more intense. Get ready, 4th team. Nine Frost had enough waiting around. Clues to the rune circuit were right before them. He would not return to base empty-handed today. Wait. Gao Yang stopped Nine Frost, his eyes twitching. What? Take a close look at his feet. The others did as he said and took a collective gasp. Niu Xian was starting to stretch as the last set of movements. He extended his arms slowly, yet his feet had lifted off the ground at some point, and he was still rising inch by inch. 3, 2, 3, 4. 4, 2, 3, 4. Finally, Niu Xian had completed the whole set of exercises. His eyes turned a grayish-white, and his body became stiff. At this point, he was already 3 meters off the ground. Mother, is that you? Niu Xian's head jerked up. He stared straight at the sky with his gray, muddled eyes. Mother, I'm back. Take me. Don't abandon me. Mother, 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 mother. He rattled off the same word at increasing speed, all the while his body started spasming violently. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, his body twisted like braids, and his bones cracked like popcorns. Thick blood gushed out from his 7 orifices. Mother, mother, mater, mater. He repeated the word until blood flooded his throat and his tongue got twisted, preventing him from uttering another word. Under the moonlight, his body hovered midair, twisted into a braid. It looked eerie, evil. The space seemed to go still for half a second. Bam! Niu Xian blew up into an extravagant, macabre rain of blood, falling upon the moonlit running track. Everyone was too stunned to say or do anything. Then Gao Yang heard a notification in his head. Warning, you have entered an unknown area. Analysis unavailable. Luck points acquisition increased to 2 times. A powerful presence came upon them. Gao Yang felt like the Tai Mountain was crashing down, and he was forced to drop to one knee under the pressure, his body almost falling apart. The others weren't doing any better. They had either gotten down on their knees or on all fours. Strange noises swarmed up to them. Like tens of thousands of people were chanting an ancient litany at high speed, the chorus of voices overwhelmed them in waves, solemn and irresistible. Gao Yang felt as if heaven and earth had flipped, and his head hurt so much it seemed like it was splitting. Ronnie's disorientation robbed one of the ability to think, while this chorus of voices instilled in him a bone-deep sense of oppression and suffocation. Gao Yang didn't have the words to describe the fear and helplessness. His mind was being torn to pieces slowly but surely. If this went on, he felt like he would go mad before he died. Fortunately, the voices quieted like receding tides soon, and Gao Yang made a sharp intake of breath like a drowning man who had just been rescued. He settled himself and looked around. The others were also unhurt. However, they all looked pale and fearful, like they had seen the gates of hell. Y'all okay? Grey Bear was the first to pick himself up. He reached out to help Xiren and Ken to their feet. I'm all right. Ken's face was pale, and her pupils dilated, her hands pressing against her chest. It was clear that she was still reeling from the earlier experience. What happened? Xiren turned to Grey Bear, but didn't get any answer. Then he turned to Gao Yang. Instead of giving a response, Gao Yang looked into the distance. The one thing he was certain of was that they had entered the rune cave. The system had said as much, and the system hadn't been wrong so far. After a few seconds, Gao Yang confirmed the fact with a sinking heart. He turned to the others with a serious look on his face. This is the rune cave. Rune cave. Nine Frost frowned. This is still the 11th high school, and none of us have moved. How did we get into the rune cave? No. Yellow Butterfly blanched. Her voice panicked as she said, I can't sense my child. Ken opened her mouth wide. Whoa, are you pregnant, Sister Yellow Butterfly? She meant the golden eagle. Grey Bear swatted Ken on the head. Oh, right. It's not here. Yellow butterfly sounded confused. It would never fly away on its own. Why? I told you, Gao Yang repeated for emphasis. We've entered the rune cave. Your pet is outside. Care to explain? Isn't this the 11th high school? How is it the rune cave? Black Sparrow frowned with befuddlement. Gao Yang sighed. This isn't the school we were at, but a special subspace. It's very likely to be the 11th high school from 18 years ago. Nine Frost considered his words, not understanding fully. Look down, said Gao Yang. They all did, and those with keener observation immediately scowled in response. Wait. Black Sparrow was shocked. The weeds are gone. That's right. The track was filled with weeds, but now the lawn is so well trimmed, Zyron noticed as well. How can this be? Gao Yang looked over at them. Who of you have been to a rune cave? 6 years ago, I accompanied Elder Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise to one and acquired the Knowledge Rune Circuit. Nine Frost thought back to the memory. The rune cave wasn't located in the real world, and it wasn't terribly dangerous. Rune caves differ, said Gao Yang. This one is similar to the first rune cave I visited. For the next few minutes, Gao Yang told the fourth team about his experience in the Gu family's village. Their expression darkened in response. Captain, do you mean that Niu Xian transported us to a special subspace through whatever he did earlier, and in this subspace, the monsters would repeat what happened 18 years ago again and again, like they were imprisoned? Grey Bear attempted a summary. Nine Frost added, and one of the monsters is a boss monster mutated under the influence of the rune circuit, and we can get out of here by acquiring it. Gao Yang nodded. At least that's what happened in the Gu family's village. Yellow Butterfly shook her head, unable to come to terms with it. It's only your speculation. It can be proven easily. Gao Yang turned to Nine Frost. The subspace won't be that big, and there will be borders. We only have to check. Got it. Grey Bear was eager to move. Lithe Snake and I will go to the west. No, we're all going together. Gao Yang cut him off. No splitting up. Nine Frost agreed. Let's check the school gate first. The 12 of them headed to the gate with their flashlights. It took only 2 minutes of walking. And as expected, both the gate and the guardhouse were good as new, looking nothing like the building that had been abandoned for years. I'll go ahead and check. Grey Bear took the lead and walked toward the guardhouse at the school gate, but no matter how long he walked, he could never reach it. To the others, his walking figure appeared large in one moment and small in the next. The perspective didn't make sense. Fuck, what the hell? Grey Bear was shocked. Still doubtful, he started running, yet he didn't get any closer to the metal gate. Black Sparrow was in disbelief as well, and she went up to check for herself. Feeling curious, Can, Zyron, and Ronnie joined in and started running toward the school gate too. In Gao Yang's eyes, it looked like they had been running in place. After all that, they finally accepted that there was a magical barrier they couldn't cross. Isn't this the mist surrounding the isolated islands? Grey Bear turned back, dejected. It's a little different, Gao Yang explained. If the 11th high school is similar to the Gu family's village, in addition to the proper exit through the rune circuit, the barrier above us should be breakable if there were an awakener with a time-space talent among us, that is. He paused. And they need to be able to fly to reach the barrier above. The response he got was a resounding silence. None of them had time-space talents, and none of them could fly. Captain, I still have a question. Ken timidly raised her hand, drawing everyone's attention. She tensed up under the scrutiny. Go on. Gao Yang gave her an encouraging look. You said that the villagers of the Gu family's village had been repeating the same period of time in the past. Ken's eyes flicked around to scan the surroundings. But the school doesn't seem occupied right now, does it? Good question. Gao Yang nodded with a smile. Can it be that the students and teachers are still sleeping in their respective dorms because it's midnight? Ken stuck out her tongue, embarrassed. It's good to use your head more. Gao Yang patted Ken on the shoulder paternally. Let's make sure, said Nine Frost. For the next 20 minutes, the group moved to explore the other barriers just in case. In the north, they were stopped at the walls by the running track. In the south, they went out the back door and climbed up the mountain, but just when they were happy to discover a hidden exit, they were stopped by the forest at the middle part of the mountain. In the west was the student dormitory, and the wall behind it was the barrier. The boys' dorm and girls' dorm stood side by side with a hot water dispensing room in between. From the boys' uniform and blankets hung dry in the hallways of the building on the left, they confirmed that it was the boys' dorm. They walked to the entrance on the first floor. The metal gate was locked, behind which was a hallway, and many large thermos could be seen lining up at the corner one. Lithe Snake, go check if there's anyone in the dorm, said Gao Yang. Lithe Snake nodded. Given his talent, he wouldn't need to vault the metal gate. He jumped and stepped on the wall on the side. However, he didn't stick to the wall and climb up on all fours like the others expected, but instead fell right back to the ground. What's wrong? Asked Grey Bear. Lithe Snake frowned without a word. He took a deep breath and jumped once more, but again, his hands and feet failed to stick to the wall, and he fell. Grey Bear grew worried. You all right, Lithe Snake? With his back to the others, Lithe Snake looked down at his palms, voice hoarse. My talent has stopped working. In Chinese dorms, there's usually no hot water, so students have to bring large thermos to the room with hot water dispensers during specific time to fetch hot water for everyday use. Given how big and heavy the thermos are, students often don't carry them around, but instead leave them outside the hot water room. Grey Bear gaped. Your talent isn't working. The others were shocked as well and immediately tried to use their talents. Oh boy, Ken yelled. I couldn't go invisible. Quiet. Gao Yang quickly covered her mouth. Ken blinked, and Gao Yang let go of her. She looked ready to burst into tears as she whispered, I've become a muggle, Captain. Gao Yang attempted to activate fire first thing. His energy was still there, but it was completely still like it was put into dormancy, unable to respond to its master's call. Same for me, Gao Yang said darkly. Fuck, I'm out too, said Grey Bear. And me? Black Sparrow scowled. Me, too, said Ronnie. Same here, same. Plus me. The responses came one after another, and the atmosphere grew tense. In the end, everyone turned to Ninefrost. His talent ranked higher and was level 5. Perhaps things would be different for him. Ninefrost stayed silent with his brows tightly knitted. He didn't need to say anything for them to know his answer. His talent wasn't working either. Grey Bear turned to Zyron. You brat, it's not you, is it? Of course not. Zyron hurriedly explained. My talent isn't working either. It's not Zyron, said Lithe Snake. He isn't good enough to do this. Yeah, my mute is still level 3, Zyron said, dejected. If only I were good enough to make all of your talents stop working entirely. Then what is happening? Grey Bear was irritated. Rune circuit. That was the only explanation Gao Yang could think of. Everyone turned to him, surprised. Gao Yang shared his guess without beating around the bush. The rune circuit in this rune cave is very likely to be support type, and the strange sound we heard may be the rune circuit activating its ability to silence all of us. Silence. Grey Bear asked. That's a gaming term, Vice Captain, Ken explained. It means sealing our talents. Grey Bear pulled a long face and didn't say anything. They each went over the situation in their heads. Gao Yang's temples throbbed. If his speculation was right, they were in big trouble. Without their talents, they would lose the stats bonuses their talents granted as well. That meant the 12 of them were now no different from regular humans. He had to make sure. Access granted? Check the status screen. Constitution, 28 endurance, 27. Strength, 32 agility, 40. Willpower, 41 charisma, 30. Luck, 454. Fuck. What the hell? The special subspace negates all talents and the bonuses they grant temporarily. My stats should be higher even without the bonuses from talents. Luck points allocated to the stats are considered bonuses granted by Lucky. Seriously? Is there no leeway? Wait, then why is my luck the same? Luck is not a stat. Once converted to luck, the luck points cannot be reversed or adjusted. Warning, in this special subspace, you still receive bonuses to your luck points acquisition, but the other functions are temporarily inaccessible. What do you mean? You may not add points to your stats, you may not visit the talent pantheon, you may not comprehend new talents, and the system will not give you danger warnings. Dang, I'm totally silenced. Access ends. Gao Yang's thoughts were a tangled mess, and curses threatened to escape his mouth. Calm down, calm down. He should first evaluate the battle power of his team. Most of them had run out of bullets, so firearms wouldn't be of much help. They could only rely on the cold weapons they carried. Grey Bear, Lithe Snake, Ninefrost, and Black Sparrow were clearly well trained. Even without their talents and stats bonuses, they were strong as regular humans, making them their best combatants at the moment. Gao Yang had been training recently, and he had quite some experience in battles. He had thus grown stronger during this time, which showed in his raw stats without bonuses. However, he considered himself among the second-rate combatants, probably at the level of Darkly and Ziyuyi. As for Zyron, Ronnie, Ken, Yellow Butterfly, and Old Joe, they most likely hadn't been doing physical training, and they didn't engage in close combat when they went on missions. Their fighting power would be at the bottom. Then there was the environment. If Gao Yang's speculation was right, there would be a little more than 1,000 teachers and students in the 11th high school. Should all of them go berserk, the only fate awaiting the 12 of them would be total party kill. Gao Yang's heart sank. After the rune cave with the time-space rune circuit, Gao Yang had thought he wouldn't encounter a more dangerous rune cave. However, it seemed that he had been too naive and optimistic. Each rune cave operated under a specific mechanism and came with its own share of dangers. Now, he could only rely on his luck. Please work. Captain. Grey Bear spoke up. Gao Yang broke out of his reverie to find all members of the 5th team looking at him, waiting for him to say something. Gao Yang couldn't immediately think of a solution, but he had learned from War Tiger that it was important to keep morale up. I've been to more dangerous rune caves, Gao Yang said in a confident tone. Don't worry, we'll find a way. Ha, a way. Lithe Snake spoke the ugly truth as he played with his throwing knives. If the monsters are in human forms, I can kill dozens or even hundreds of them, but transformed? I can at most kill one, and only if it's a wanderer. He looked up. And you? I can at most kill a wanderer, Grey Bear admitted. If I run into a slaughterer, I'll die, no question. Zyron, Ronnie, and Ken didn't say anything. They would consider themselves lucky if the 3 of them managed to kill half a wanderer. So, what's the solution? Lithe Snake turned to Gao Yang. The monsters may have been silenced as well, Gao Yang speculated boldly, not letting his uncertainty show. Oh, that's right. Ken's eyes twirled around as they lit up with renewed hope. If the monsters are silenced too, they won't transform. Captain is right. It's entirely possible. Zyron's face recovered some color as well. He turned to Grey Bear excitedly. Do you remember the mission from 6 months ago, Uncle Bear? Which mission? Gray Bear frowned, struggling to remember. The slaughterer was hit by my mute and ended up in an unstable condition physically. Its left arm turned back into human form. Oh, that mission. Gray Bear finally remembered. You're right, yeah, now I get what you mean. It makes sense logically. Gao Yang took over the conversation, having found a sliver of hope. The universal silence debuff should be the doing of a support rune circuit, and Zyron's mute is a support type talent. Given mute limits both awakeners and monsters, there's no reason that the silence debuff applies only to awakeners. This time, Lithe Snake nodded slightly instead of making a counter-argument. Good, at least the morale has recovered somewhat. Gao Yang turned around. Not far from them, the fourth team had made a circle and were talking about what they should do in a hushed voice. Judging by the serious look on Ninefrost's face, it seemed that they hadn't come up with any solid solutions. Gao Yang walked up to them. Ninefrost, we came to a speculation. I'd say it's good news. What are you doing so late at night, not sleeping? Before Gao Yang could finish, a gravelly man's voice shouted from beyond the metal gate of the boys' dorm. Everyone fell silent and quickly turned off the flashlights. Which classes are you from? What are you doing so late at night? The voice grew closer from inside the metal gate, and a figure emerged with a flashlight. It must be the teacher in charge of dorm keeping, which proved Gao Yang's speculation that there were people in the dorm. However, there was no time for them to dwell on it. Come on. Gao Yang made the split-second decision. They rushed away quickly to the shaded path. Just when they were going to settle down, they turned to see a flashlight swinging. Shit, Gray Bear cursed under his breath. He doesn't know how to give up. If you were the dorm keeper and saw a group of people sneaking around outside the dorm, wouldn't you chase after them? Lithe Snake asked coldly. Of course they would do the same in the teacher's shoes. From the teacher's point of view, it was a serious matter for a dozen students, men and women, to stay out late rather than sleeping in their respective dorms, and it was indeed a matter that must be addressed. This isn't the time to talk about it, Yellow Butterfly said worriedly. Find a place and hide. To the hill in the back, Gao Yang suggested. That's outside the campus, and the dorm keeper won't chase us there. The fifth team didn't disagree, and the fourth team turned to their captain, Ninefrost. Ninefrost nodded. To the hill. They moved quickly to the back door of the school. Vaulting over the metal gate that didn't count as an obstacle, they rushed into the small patch of woods on the hill in the back. They stayed for more than 10 minutes to make sure they had lost the teacher. Only then did they let out a sigh of relief. Mosquitoes were rampant here. It was difficult to endure. Gray Bear took out a sleeping gas grenade and threw it some distance away. 5 minutes later, the gas dissipated. The 12 of them moved over, and there were indeed less mosquitoes harassing them. That earned Gray Bear some approving looks. Who would have thought that sleeping gas worked as mosquito repellent? One truly never stopped learning. They all took out their supplies, having some water and hardtacks. As they recuperated, Gao Yang told the fourth team about his speculation that the monsters might have been silenced as well, and Ninefrost agreed. Then they talked strategies. Ninefrost started the ball rolling. If the 11th high school is in a similar situation as the Gu family's village, our goal now is to find the rune circuit. Gao Yang added, yeah, the rune circuit may be on its own, or it may be with a monster. It must be with a monster, Gray Bear said with certainty. Reason being? Lithe Snake asked. It's my intuition. Gray Bear said, unabashed. The rune circuit won't just run out on its own, said Yellow Butterfly. How should we find it? Gao Yang thought for a moment. Like we're playing an RPG. What? Gray Bear didn't get it. Role-playing games, Ken explained. Uncle Bear, you should think of yourself as the protagonist of a story. Ninefrost nodded. Go on. In an RPG, there's always a main story to follow when entering a new map, which is the core event. The core event of the Gu family's village was the entirety of the villagers killing Huaze and his family. The event lasts for roughly 3 days. That's why those at the Gu family's village had been repeating those 3 days. When we barged into the Gu family's village, we chanced upon the story and flushed out the hair monster, thus getting the rune circuit. Ninefrost said, so you mean that the 11th high school has a core event, which leads to those at the school repeating the same period of time. And the rune circuit should be with the main character of the core event. Yes. The others looked thoughtful. Outside of the few people with a thicker head, the others had all caught on and nodded in agreement. There are more than 1,000 people here, said Lithe Snake. How do we identify the core event? We blend in, said Gao Yang. Ninefrost lowered his head and thought for a few seconds. Like when you played cops back in Gu family's village. Yes. Gao Yang's eyes flickered. In both the Gu family's village and the 11th high school, the monsters were imprisoned by the Heavenly Way. Unlike the monsters in reality, they wouldn't suspect us just because a band of humans are together. However, we have to find ourselves identities that make sense so that we can infiltrate the 11th high school and identify the core event. Ken had a thought. Is the core event what happened in the school 18 years ago? Very likely, Gao Yang agreed. Captain, what identities should we assume? Asked Zyron. We can't all be cops, can we? How about journalists? Yellow Butterfly smiled slightly, her eyes glinting. I was a journalist for 2 years, and I could pretend to be here for interviews. For what? I'll just tell them that there were anonymous complaints from parents claiming that there's bullying at school, the food at the cafeteria is unclean, or that teachers are giving students physical punishments. Any excuse would do. The school will treat us with hospitality for fear of the matter escalating. We won't make it difficult for them. Tell them we'll leave after going through the necessary processes. Yellow Butterfly took out her phone. 18 years ago, there were no smartphones. I can lie to them that this is a new type of recorder. That works. Nine Frost added, but a journalist would at most have 2 assistants. 12 people is too many. True, said Yellow Butterfly. Gao Yang said, pick 2 assistants, Yellow Butterfly. Come morning, you should go to the superintendent as press and keep the radios hidden. Contact us if anything happens. Then I pick Captain and Darkly. Yellow Butterfly smiled awkwardly. I feel safer with them playing bodyguards. Nine Frost nodded. Works for me. Darkly didn't say anything, but the stilted smile on his face became a little more genuine. How about us? Grey Bear asked hurriedly. Are we just gonna stay here as mosquito food? There are other excuses we can use. Gao Yang thought of something. When we went past the auditorium, did you notice a building under construction? I don't remember it, said Grey Bear. That should be the indoor basketball court, Zaiyi said in his youthful voice. I read about it when I looked into the 11th high school. The construction is only halfway done at this point in time. Gao Yang looked over the trees. Judging by the color of the night sky, there was still quite some time before dawn would break. The dorm keeper should be gone, said Gao Yang. Let's check the basketball court under construction. None of them disagreed. They went out of the woods and made sure the dorm keeper wasn't around before vaulting the metal gate. Then they ran to the indoor basketball court. The 2-storied building was halfway done with the foundation completed, and the scaffolding around it hadn't been torn down yet. They dove in and saw bags of cement, bricks, and all sorts of construction tools. In one of the rooms, they found quite a few futons on the floor, littered with cigarette butts and empty liquor bottles. On the makeshift clothing stand were a few safety helmets and orange vests, and a few pairs of black boots lined the wall. Gao Yang took a yellow helmet and threw it to Grey Bear. Put it on. Grey Bear did. Gao Yang then asked, does he look like a construction worker? He doesn't look like one, he is one. Ken gave him a thumbs up with a grin. Gao Yang did a quick inventory of the helmets and clothes. These are enough for 5 of us to play construction workers. Me. Ken raised her hand eagerly. I'm in, Captain. Stop playing around. Gao Yang didn't even spare her a look. Grey Bear, Lied Snake, Zyron, me, and Old Joe will be the construction workers. Captain, you don't look the part at all. Ken shouted. Gao Yang grabbed a handful of ash from the ground and wiped it on several parts of his face. Then he put on a helmet and an orange vest, finally a pair of boots. And now, whoa, Ken said with admiration and gave him another thumbs up. You're born a construction worker, Captain. Old Joe was a member of the 4th team, so he first turned to Nine Frost for confirmation. Nine Frost nodded, giving him the go-ahead. Gao Yang said, Ronnie, Can, Zaiyi, Black Sparrow, stand by in the back mountain and keep watch on our supplies and equipment. Black Sparrow, you will be the temporary unit leader, Nine Frost chimed in. Radio us if there's any problem. Leave it to me. Black Sparrow nodded with her hands behind her back. The day will break soon, said Gao Yang. Take a quick rest and recover your stamina. Black Sparrow, you 4 should split into 2 pairs, Nine Frost added. Take turns keeping watch and sleep during the day. Okay. The 4th and 5th teams rested in the indoor basketball court until morning came. It seemed to be Monday inside the rune cave. At 7:20, all faculty and student body gathered on the running track to listen to the superintendent talk. The basketball court was separated from the running track by the auditorium, thus Gao Yang couldn't see the gathering, but he could hear the middle-aged man giving a speech through a microphone clearly. Young ones, spring is the golden period in a year, and morning the golden time in a day. It's a brand new day today. You must face your life and study with full spirit. The 3rd years, especially, will be taking your entrance exams in a month. That will be the most important turning point in your lives, and when are you going to work hard, if not now? I always say that it's the blessing of fate for you to share a classroom during your 3 years of study, and thus you should all take care of and help each other. Recently, however, some have come together as cliques to marginalize and ostracize certain students, which is an intolerable act that the Office of Academic Affairs gives out warning and punishment for. I will not name names now, but should something like that happen again, we will not let those involved off the hook with only a slap on the wrist. Yellow Butterfly opened the lipstick she had with her and applied it. Then she took out a compact makeup kit. Looking into the mirror inside the kit, she gently applied foundation on her T-zone. Hear that? The bullying has been confirmed. I'd use that as an excuse later. With the touch-up done, Yellow Butterfly closed the makeup kit and took off the rubber band on her wrist to tie her hair into a bookish ponytail. Then she produced a pair of black thick-rimmed glasses from her bag and put them on. In an instant, she became the perfect image of a journalist. Ken struggled to recover her jaw. Whoa, a pretty woman sure is built different. You have so much stuff with you. These are a woman's weapons, Yellow Butterfly joked and winked at Ken. Ken Grey Bear came back in through the door. There's no one outside right now. The 4 of you should return to the hill in the back and stand by. Come with me. Black Sparrow grabbed her radio and left with Can, Zaiyi, and Ronnie. Yellow Butterfly started coming up with a consistent story with Nine Frost and Darkly to make sure they wouldn't expose themselves by mistake. When are you moving out? Grey Bear asked. Later, said Yellow Butterfly. We'll ask for an interview after the morning self-study. 7 Shadow. Nine Frost turned to Gao Yang. Are you sure the monsters won't get suspicious seeing a few awakeners moving together? Back in the Goo family's village, the villagers didn't notice anything even when 4 awakeners, me included, walked around together. Someone's coming, Captain. Xiren, the one keeping watch, called out to them. Alerted, Gao Yang and Nine Frost strode up to the door and peeked out. Indeed, a middle-aged man in sportswear was coming this way. Hide, said Gao Yang. Thankfully, the indoor basketball court was big enough, and the group split up to hide inside 2 rooms. Although doors hadn't been installed to separate the rooms, there were many items to hide behind. After about 30 seconds, the man in sportswear walked into the half-constructed court. He looked to be in his 30s and was built tall and wide. He had a strong chin, and his thinning hair was combed into a middle-part hairdo, slicked with hair wax. Hands in pockets, he looked around casually while whistling before sitting down on a relatively clean wooden table. Then he stood up after a moment and paced around, combing his hair with his fingers. Then he took out a bottle of men's perfume and sprayed it around. Nine Frost and Gao Yang were hiding behind a pile of bricks. Nine Frost gave Gao Yang a look, telling him that he would deal with the man. Gao Yang shook his head, urging Nine Frost to wait. Immediately after the exchange, a woman's high-pitched voice broke the silence. What are you thinking? It's too early for this. In walked a young woman with wavy hair, dressed in red topwear and bell-bottom jeans. I've missed you, babe. The man rushed up to throw his arms around her, driven by lust. Get your hands off me, the woman said in a coquettish tone and pushed him away, looking around. Who would ask to meet at a place like this? No one would come, and don't you think it's exciting to do it here? The man's laughter grew lascivious. Exciting. The woman scoffed, but it lacked heat. Isn't your nose working? It smells like sweaty armpits. Forget about that. Come give me a kiss, babe. I missed you so much. The man started getting handsy with the woman. Tisk, stop it. My makeup's all messed up, you damn pig. I have work to do later. The group were feeling awkward in their hiding places. Were they really going to sit there and listen to the couple going at it? Then the man and woman moved toward the rooms tugging and pushing, their hands all over each other. Shit. Gao Yang quickly shot Grey Bear a look, who was closest to the door. Without missing a beat, Grey Bear grabbed a helmet and put it on before shooting to his feet, rushing out of the door and slamming into the couple. With faint surprise, he shouted, "Who is it?" The woman screamed in panic, while the man asked, "And who are you?" "I'm the one asking the question," Grey Bear said assertively. "What are you two doing here? This is a construction site, and it isn't safe for you to wander around. No one other than the construction personnel may enter." The man collected himself and looked at Grey Bear, who was wearing a helmet with an orange vest over his big build. "Oh, did you resume your work?" "Yeah." Grey Bear played with what the man gave him. "Isn't the construction supposed to be put on hold for half a month?" "How should I know? We stopped when the foreman told us to stop, and we started when the foreman told us to start. We work, and we get paid. If you have any questions, ask him." "Oh, right. You're back to work. I remember now." The man in sportswear went with the flow as well. "Ahem, I'm a teacher. You may call me Mr. Tan, and this is Miss Zhu." Miss Zhu hurriedly sorted out her messy hair and clothes, eyes flickering. We came to check if you've come back to work." Mr. Tan smiled awkwardly. "You arrived early. Well, we want to finish today's work as soon as we can so that we can go home," Grey Bear said in a hoarse voice, playing his part quite well. "Are you alone?" "Of course not. The boys are still catching ZS." Grey Bear turned to holler at the room inside. "Hey, get your ass out of bed. The teachers supervising the construction are here." Gao Yang, Lithe Snake, Xiren, and Old Joe had put on the right gears, and they emerged one after another. Mr. Tan glanced at them and was hit with an intense wave of embarrassment. His secret date with his colleague almost became a private screening for the construction workers. "Ahem, good work." He nodded. "When will you be done?" "A month, if we're quick." Grey Bear continued to lie easily. Sure, keep up the good work." Mr. Tan looked back at the woman. "I'm done here, Miss Zhu. How about you?" "Same for me. Let's go." Miss Zhu mumbled and turned to leave. "Wait," Grey Bear called out to the man. "Is our meal provided?" "Yes, of course. Just head to the cafeteria at noon. I'll give the cooks a heads up." "Thanks." Grey Bear grabbed a shovel on the side. "Let's get started, boys." They each grabbed a construction tool and pretended to get to work, all the while sneaking glances at the man and woman hurrying out of the construction site. Should the two do anything unusual, they would go after the pair with what they had at hand. Gao Yang prayed with bated breath, "Don't turn around. Don't turn around. Don't turn around." And the man and woman didn't turn around. Finally, they could let out the breath they had been holding and lowered the tools. Nine Frost, Yellow Butterfly, and Darkly walked out of the room they had been hiding in. "Now we're sure." Gao Yang turned to Nine Frost. "Like the Goo family's village, you can do your interviews without the monsters suspecting anything." Nine Frost nodded. "All right. We'll do as we planned." Reception room, first floor of the teaching building. 9 o'clock in the morning. Occupying the moderate room was a redwood sofa and a tea table, on which were 3 cups of hot tea and an assortment of nuts and snacks. A calendar hung on the wall, along with a few cheap-looking ink paintings and banners with empty praises. In the corner was an old-school pendulum clock. Tick, tock, tick. Seconds crawled by. Yellow Butterfly, Nine Frost, and Darkly slowly lost their patience. The moment the morning self-study ended, the three of them went to the teacher's office as a journalist and her assistants. And once Yellow Butterfly explained the purpose of their visit, they were led to the reception room by a teacher and welcomed with great hospitality. The teacher told them that the superintendent was busy, and that he would be right with them. Yet no one had shown up for the past 30 minutes. Can they be playing a trick on us, Captain? Darkly felt the nooncocks he had hidden in his sleeves, his expression guarded. Have the monsters identified us? Ninefrost had taken the possibility into consideration. That was why he left the door slightly ajar rather than closed properly. That way, he would be able to react immediately should anyone suspicious approach. Yellow Butterfly didn't say anything, but she seemed anxious as well. It's unlikely, Ninefrost assured them. Even if that's the case, the monsters will have been limited by the effect of total silence, rendering them a group of regular people. The three of us will be able to take them. Ninefrost quieted at once. Then someone pushed the door open. Entering was a middle-aged man with moderate build and thinning hair. He was dressed in a set of somewhat formal suits and a pair of dress shoes. Apologies for the wait. The man had a round, glinting forehead. His triangular eyes were paired with a garlic-shaped nose. Well met, Superintendent. Yellow Butterfly quickly rose to her feet and greeted the man with a smile. Ninefrost and Darkly stood up to smile politely at the man as well. The man was caught off guard by Yellow Butterfly's beauty. Then he said in a well-mannered tone, I'm not the superintendent. He was tending to an urgent matter and asked me to welcome you. I'm the Director of Academic Affairs. Here's my card. He produced a name card. Yellow Butterfly took it. Director of Academic Affairs of the 11th High School, Dai Ziajan. Hello, Mr. Dai. Yellow Butterfly put away the card and offered a hand. I'm Xiang Hong-won from the Lee City Evening Post. These are my assistants. Forgive me for not giving you a card. I've forgotten them at home because I was in a rush this morning. It's an honor. Dai Ziajan shook Yellow Butterfly's hand. Have a seat, please. Once all four of them were seated, Yellow Butterfly took out her phone in a serious manner and placed it on the table. Would you mind me recording our conversation, Mr. Dai? Dai Ziajan paused. He had never seen such a high-tech recorder. He waved his hand with a smile. I don't mind, of course. Our school has always prided ourselves for our transparency. There's nothing we won't talk about. Then I'll get right down to business. Yellow Butterfly affected a professional tone. To tell you the truth, we received an anonymous complaint earlier that there's serious bullying among the students at the school, yet the school has been keeping a blind eye to it. That's preposterous. Dai Ziajan cut her off vehemently. Our school is known for our stringent disciplinary measures. As the Director of Academic Affairs, I assure you that we take all violations of rules seriously, and I swear on my character that the accusation can't be further from the truth. Yes, that's what we believe as well. Yellow Butterfly said what the man would like to hear. That's why our editor-in-chief told us to visit the school for interviews and learn about the truth. Then we'll do a story to clarify the matter for your esteemed institution. You should know how dangerous words can be. It takes only one person to start a rumor, yet tremendous effort to clarify it. That's right. Dai Ziajan was glad to hear that. Thank the three of you for your hard work. At noon, I'll arrange a proper meal to show our gratitude. There's no need for that. We're only doing our job. Yellow Butterfly then added, while I don't think there's bullying at this school, however, there must be students who don't quite fit in or don't play by the rules, right? Dai Ziajan frowned. What do you mean, Miss Yang? You know, we need some meat to the story. Empty words won't convince anyone. Yellow Butterfly smiled. If possible, I'd like to interview a few students and draft a humane story from the perspective of mental health for teenagers. Then the story will serve as a response to the anonymous accusation and proof of the school's devotion and care to the students not only in academic performance, but also in mental health. Rest assured, Yellow Butterfly added, you may accompany us while we do interviews. Dai Ziajan hesitated for a moment. The superintendent had told him to dismiss the journalists by buying them a meal and giving them some red envelopes, but they turned out to be more troublesome to deal with. He couldn't just throw the journalists out, or they might do a smear campaign in retaliation. But what if they interviewed the students, and some of the troublemakers ran their mouths irresponsibly? Well, Dai Ziajan tugged at his lips with difficulty. I'm afraid the decision is above my pay grade. Why don't you wait here, and I'll bring this matter to the superintendent. Thank you, Mr. Dai. Yellow Butterfly gave him a professional smile. Dai Ziajan rose and left the room. It was quiet again. What now? Asked Darkly. We wait. Yellow Butterfly was getting impatient as well. She had thought Dai Ziajan would be more gullible. Give them another half an hour. I'll ask after the others, Ninefrost said as he reached for the radio in his pocket. But then he stopped and turned to look out of the door with sharp eyes. Who is it? Through the crack, they saw a figure quickly rushing away. The three of them exchanged a glance before chasing after the figure. It was class time. The front hall of the teaching building was quiet and empty. Ninefrost turned to the side to see someone rushing up the stairway on the left, not far from them. Upstairs. They rushed to the stairs at once and went up. The figure ran straight to the 5th floor, not moving terribly fast. The three of them gave chase to the 5th floor and then the rooftop. Ninefrost opened the metal door to see a scared-looking high school girl. Her height was average, and her build on the short and thick side, dressed in long-sleeved shirt and pants. Her hair was tied into a big braid, her round face covered in acne. Her facial features were flat, her eyes small. Objectively speaking, she was what people would call an ugly girl. Who are you? Nine Frost demanded with both words and gaze. I'm sorry. The girl staggered backward and apologized panickedly. I didn't hear anything. Nine Frost took a step forward. Why were you hiding outside the door? Stay away. The girl was terrified, and she rushed to the railing and quickly climbed over to the other side. If you take another step, I'll jump. Nine Frost immediately stopped. He couldn't afford to make a wrong move. Yellow Butterfly walked up to Nine Frost and gave him a look. Allow me, Captain. Then with a smile, she said, don't be scared, Xiang Ziokin. How do you know my name? Xiang Ziokin was surprised. Yellow Butterfly pointed at her own chest. It's on your school badge. Xiang Ziokin looked down at her uniform before looking back up. Don't get any closer. Okay, I won't. Yellow Butterfly sounded gentle and patient. I share a surname with you, Xiang Ziokin. I'm Xiang Hong. See, we were family hundreds of years ago. Xiang Ziokin didn't say anything, but the caution on her face melted somewhat. Would you tell us why you were hiding behind the door, Xiang Ziokin? Yellow Butterfly paused and made a bold guess. Is there something you'd like our help with? Are you journalists? Xiang Ziokin's voice cracked. Yes, we are journalists, said Yellow Butterfly. Have you run into trouble? You can tell us. We will seek justice for you. Really? Of course. Yellow Butterfly looked genuine. That's why we're here. Please save him. They're gonna kill him. Xiang Ziokin burst into tears and wailed. Her codename is Xiang Dai in the original. At the same time, back in the indoor basketball court under construction, Grey Bear and Lithe Snake poured the cement and mortar on the ground and diluted it with water at the right ratio, stirring the mix with shovels. They moved their shovels alternatively with perfect teamwork. Not far from them, Gao Yang and Xiren were building a wall with bricks. Here's the cement. Old Joe came up to them with a small bucket. Come on. Before it gets cold. Before it gets cold? What are you serving? Food? Gao Yang took the bucket while grumbling silently. He and Xiren each took a brick in one hand and a small trowel in the other, picking up some cement mix and applying a layer before topping it with the brick, laying it down flat and stable. You two are working too slowly. You have to finish it in half an hour, or the cement is gonna dry. Grey Bear supervised their work from the side, completely immersed in his role. They worked a little faster without realizing. Soon, a small wall was built. It was completely out of place considering the layout of the floor, but it was a wall. Haha, it's not bad. Xiren wiped the sweat off his forehead with his sleeve. Yeah. It was Gao Yang's first time building a wall, and he'd learned quite a lot. He smiled with content at the fruit of his labor. Clang! Lithe Snake cast aside the shovel with a dark look on his face. Having fun. That woke the others to their mistake. Originally, they only started the work to maintain their act, but they became fully immersed at some point. It turned out that construction work was a real drug. Ahem. As the captain, Gao Yang couldn't just admit his fault. If we're gonna act, we make it perfect. All the ashes on us make us look like real construction workers. Oh, then what are we doing next? Lithe Snake scoffed. Build another wall. Gao Yang walked out of the door and heard the faint sound of people doing exercises. It seemed that it was already break time after the second class. Let's take a look. Gao Yang put on a helmet. If we run into anyone, we'll say we're looking for the restroom. The five of them got ready and left the construction site for the running track. As expected, they ran into a teacher, but he was in a rush and obviously distracted. He didn't even spare Gao Yang and the others a glance. The five of them soon reached the shaded path, and through the thriving canopies, they could see the running track in full. About 1,000 students, each dressed in blue and white uniforms, were doing exercises in formations. The ones in the front rows were closer to the teachers and did the set of movements seriously, while the ones in the back rows swung their arms and legs around carelessly, not hitting the beats at all. There was one student standing on the flagpole platform, leading the exercises. It was too far for Gao Yang to make out anything but the uniform, but the figure looked vaguely familiar to him. Lithe Snake had the best eyesight among them. He said with a slight frown, that seems to be Niu Xian. The revelation dropped like a bombshell. Then came another voice, what are you doing here? The five of them turned around. It was Mr. Tan from earlier. He was still wearing sportswear with a whistle around his neck. He must be a PE teacher. Where's the restroom? Grey Bear croaked out. Isn't there one in the auditorium? Mr. Tan frowned. Is there? We didn't find it. Grey Bear wasn't fazed at all. Then use the one in the teaching building, but make it quick. The students are gonna leave and go back to their classrooms soon. Mr. Tan didn't seem suspicious of them, and he left with a wave. Grey Bear exchanged a look with the others before they headed toward the teaching building. They walked by the running track on the way and were able to get much closer to the flagpole platform. They picked up their pace while their expression darkened further. Grey Bear stopped and sucked in a breath. Then he said with certainty, that is Niu Xian. Everyone had caught a good look as well, and their expressions were equally grave. Isn't he dead? Xiren said in a frail voice. We all saw it. Gao Yang had an explanation for that, albeit not one he would like to accept. That's not Niu Xian, but his past life, Li Zhuanghu. So there is a past life for him. Grey Bear sounded shocked. That's creepy. Old Joe's voice trembled. This isn't the right place for conversation. Let's head back first. Gao Yang had goosebumps as well. Something felt wrong, and he couldn't put it into words. Rather than going to the toilet, the 5 of them returned to the construction site before the students were done with their exercises. Shit, it's insane. Grey Bear took off the slightly too tight helmet as soon as he entered the room and cast it on the table. The others were quiet, each held a different expression as they turned to look at Gao Yang. Why are you all looking at me? Gao Yang grumbled to himself. I'm not an encyclopedia. What do you think, Captain? Xiren looked at him with urgent curiosity, hoping that Gao Yang could give them a reasonable explanation. What do you think? Gao Yang prompted the others first, which he also learned from War Tiger. Well, Grey Bear rubbed at his stub-bled chin and put on a serious look. First, that is Li Zhuanghu from 18 years ago, but he looks identical to Niu Xian. What does that mean? That means they must be closely connected. Saying something useless isn't going to make you seem smarter. Lithe Snake shot him a derisive look. Grey Bear responded with a glare. Talking shit isn't going to make you seem smarter, either. Enough. Come on, have some water. Old Joe took out a few bottles of water from his supply bag and passed them around. They were feeling thirsty, so they all took a drink. After having a sip and putting the cap back on, Xiren glanced at the bottles in Lithe Snake's and Grey Bear's hands before his eyes lit up. The others jumped and turned to him. Xiren adjusted his glasses and said impassionedly, can it be that Li Zhuanghu and Niu Xian are from the same source? Gao Yang gave him a look of surprise. He was just thinking the same thing. He nodded for Xiren to continue. I meant that just like these 2 bottles of water, they were from the same factory. That's why they are so similar, even identical. That's right. Grey Bear, sitting on a pile of bricks, slapped his own thigh. What did Niu Xian say when he was hovering? Mother, said Gao Yang. Yeah, he said, mother, I'm back. Take me back. Don't abandon me. Grey Bear repeated what Niu Xian had said and slapped his thigh again. What does that mean? What does that mean, boys? That means they might have come from the same mother. It sounded like a waste of words, but it wasn't. They could all sense the truth waiting to be uncovered. Although it was still a fleeting thought, it was there. Gao Yang turned to look at them. I'll try to put it all together. They looked at him. Gao Yang concentrated and said, to our knowledge, monsters don't have human reproductive organs. Thus, monsters cannot procreate, or at least not in the way humans do. Then where did monsters come from? Manufactured in bulks at some factory? Obviously not. Then can it be that monsters procreate as a collective? Gao Yang paused. Perhaps like the insect species in games, there's a queen that produces eggs, which will then give birth to offspring in big numbers. Isn't that how bees work? Xiren chimed in. A queen bee, the drones, and the worker bees. Each plays their role with a collected hive mind. There is a hypothesis like that, but it's not proven, Lithe Snake said. I'm leaning toward the hypothesis as well, said Gao Yang. However, monsters' ecosystem must be much more complex than that of bees. Let's suppose that there's a monster supreme in charge of creating monsters, and the monsters differ fundamentally from humans. While each human is a unique individual, monsters are more like replicates. There are a total of 4.5 million monsters on all isolated islands of the Mist World. Suppose that the monsters are created by the Monster Supreme. Then the limit to the kinds of monsters it can create is 4.5 million. Gao Yang paused to make sure that everyone was following. However, we know that monsters die every day, and Monster Supreme has to create new ones to replenish them so that the society may remain its basic functioning. Under the assumption that the Monster Supreme can at most create 4.5 million unique monsters, it will lead to one situation. Lithe Snake's eyes flickered with understanding. Monsters repeat. That's right. Gao Yang picked up his bottle of water. This is Li Zhuanghu from 18 years ago. Let's suppose that his serial number is 5400000. Under normal circumstances, the Monster Supreme wouldn't create another monster of serial number 5400000 before this one dies. After all, it may be acceptable for 2 unrelated individuals to be identical in 1 or 2 instances, but if that happens a little more frequently, they will become noticeable bugs in the surface world. But, Xiren added in a heated tone. When one serial number 5400000 monster is trapped in the special subspace and isolated by the Heavenly Way, the Monster Supreme can produce another monster with the same serial number without reservation and place it on an isolated island of the Mist World, maintaining the operation of the surface world. Yes. Gao Yang took the bottled water from Xiren and held up 2 bottles. The 2 monsters with the same serial number are basically clones with the same specs. Following the will of Monster Supreme, the pair of clones won't be allowed to exist in the same space and time. However, Niu Xian came to the 11th high school, and under the influence of the rune circuit, he sensed his other self trapped in the rune cave, named Li Zhuanghu, and they shared memories. He couldn't figure out why there were 2 of him, so he rationalized it as Li Zhuanghu from 18 years ago being his past life. Gao Yang grew excited and turned to the others. Think back to how crazed Niu Xian seemed back in the auditorium. It was as if he no longer cared about anything, and he had a self-destructive tendency. It's because he figured out what he was and where he came from. Lithe Snake nodded in agreement, his expression as impassive as ever. He was disappointed and considered himself an expendable clone. It's very likely. Gao Yang agreed. When he called out to his mother, he must be asking to return. For what? Grey Bear didn't understand. Be it monsters or bugs or bees, isn't it better to live pitifully than die honorably? Maybe he's looking to be reborn, Xiren suggested. That got everyone's attention. Xiren continued, perhaps not all monsters are lowly clones, but only wanderers. That's why Niu Xian wanted to be reincarnated. He wanted to return to Monster Supreme and be born anew as a pride monster or other types of monsters. Even being a wrath monster or greed monster will be better. True, humans aren't born equal, and the same must be true of monsters. Who wouldn't want to be born with a good hand? Old Joe was getting worked up as well. I've wished to be born tall, handsome, and rich in my next life. Yeah, Gao Yang added, that'd explain why lower-ranking monsters lose control of their emotions and rationality once they transform, while higher-ranking monsters are more emotionally and mentally sound, more similar to humans. It's all because wanderers are lower-end products. All the talks left Gao Yang's mouth dry. He opened his bottle of water and took a gulp. You're more quick-wit than you seem, Xiren. Grey Bear patted Xiren on his frail shoulder. Oh, no. Xiren was flattered. He said with a humble smile, I love talking to Ronnie about our guesses regarding the world. That's why the thought came to me suddenly. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's all speculation at this point. Gao Yang spoke up to keep excitement at a moderate level. And the speculation doesn't exactly help us in this situation. Lithe Snake nodded. I'm more worried about how we should find the rune circuit and the exit. Grey Bear sighed. For now, we can only wait. Perhaps Yellow Butterfly's group has found something. At noon, the 5 construction workers went to the cafeteria for lunch. They each took a standardized plate and went to the food window, ordering 3 dishes and 1 soup. Then they got some rice and sat down at a table in the corner. None of them moved their utensils. For one, they had filled their stomachs earlier. For another, they didn't dare eat anything. Gao Yang could still remember Wang Zikai throwing up worms after the banquet like yesterday, and he had told everyone about it. They had come to the cafeteria to look for their target, Li Zhuanghu. After all, they had entered the rune cave with Niu Xian's sacrifice. It would make sense for Li Zhuanghu, Niu Xian's past life, to be the main person of interest. Covering for each other, they pretended to eat, when in truth they had been throwing food into the waste bin under the table spoon by spoon. Once they had emptied their plates that way, the 5 of them kept up a chit-chat while looking for Li Zhuanghu. Students bustled about in the cafeteria, chattering away in groups of 3 to 5. The table near them was unoccupied. Here he comes. Lithe Snake was the first to spot Li Zhuanghu. Gao Yang looked up to see the boy emerging from the door, wearing thick glasses and ill-fitted uniform. He shared the same appearance as Niu Xian, yet his temperament was entirely different. With his head lowered and his back hunched, he looked timid and introverted. Like an invisible man, he quietly made it across the bustling crowd. With an aluminum eating plate in hand, he got 2 vegetarian dishes from the ordering window and moved to a corner table without a word. Before he could take more than a few steps, however, a boy with spiky hair pushed him from behind. Clang! Li Zhuanghu fell face down along with his plate. Oh, isn't this our dear aerobics leader? Are you alright? You should watch your steps better. Spiky Hair went up to him with a couple other boys, offering to help Li Zhuanghu up with disingenuous concern. I'm alright. Li Zhuanghu hurriedly picked up his glasses and cleaned up the mess, his gaze downcast. Look, you've wasted perfectly fine food. Each grain of rice is a precious fruit of labor. You should treasure the meal. Spiky Hair grabbed a clump of soup-soaked rice from the floor, smearing it on Li Zhuanghu's face. Eat? While it's still hot, haha. Li Zhuanghu coughed, keeping his mouth shut and shaking his head in rejection. Spiky Hair shoved the rice into his mouth with a fierce gaze. I said eat. Humph, pa, ack. Li Zhuanghu threw up a mouthful of rice and got into a coughing fit on hands and knees. Emboldened, Spiky Hair grabbed Li Zhuanghu by the hair and pushed his face into the floor, demanding haughtily, eat. I told you to fucking eat, you hear me? Stop. Mr. Tan showed up, dressed in the same sportswear. What are you doing? Spiky Hair quickly let go of Li Zhuanghu and put on a fake smile. Li Zhuanghu tripped. Mr. Tan. We were helping him up. Then he pulled Li Zhuanghu to his feet. Isn't that right, Li Zhuanghu? Yes, I tripped. Li Zhuanghu lowered his head, trembling. He didn't dare look at his bully. You Pengliang, this is the school. Do you even think of us as teachers? If you keep this on, I'm going to call your parents. Mr. Tan was a mere PE teacher, and he didn't dare offend Yu Pengliang, who came from an esteemed family. All he could do was tell the boy off by mentioning his father. I'm sorry, Mr. Tan. Yu Pengliang, the boy with spiky hair, reluctantly relented. But then he turned to Li Zhuanghu and scoffed coldly. Watch your step next time. He left with his 2 sidekicks. Bastard. Grey Bear balled his hands into fists. If not for the circumstances, I would have taught them a lesson. They crossed the line. Xiren was angry as well. They are obviously bullying him. Aren't the teachers going to do something? There are many ways to bully someone, and many difficult to catch. The teachers may be able to stop the obvious ones, but not the others. Old Joe sighed and shook his head. It's difficult. Gao Yang sympathized with Li Zhuanghu, but at the same time, he thought, so Li Zhuanghu was a bully victim, while Niu Xian was the bully. Is this what people call karma? The radio in his pocket received a signal. Gao Yang gave the others a look. Cover me? They immediately came closer to him and shielded him from unwanted eyes. Gao Yang gingerly pressed a button and asked quietly, yes. We've found something. Let's meet and talk. It was 9 Frost. Gao Yang and the others quickly left the cafeteria for the half-constructed indoor basketball court. It would soon be the nap break at noon, and there wasn't anyone outside the buildings. Gao Yang told the group hiding in the back hill, namely Black Sparrow, Kan, Ronnie, and Ziyuyi, to meet up with them too. Soon, Yellow Butterfly, 9 Frost, and Darkly also snuck in. All 12 members of the two teams had gathered. You three sure take your time. Grey Bear had gotten tired of waiting. 9 Frost said, we were looking for Li Zhuanghu, but couldn't find him anywhere. What a coincidence. We ran into him at the cafeteria during lunch. Grey Bear told them about the bullying they witnessed. Where is he now? Asked 9 Frost. Who knows? He's probably back in his dorm room getting changed. Grey Bear shrugged. The 5 of us are playing construction workers. We can't chase after him. We looked for him for a long time, but didn't see him. Yellow Butterfly added with certainty, what happened at the 11th high school 18 years ago must have something to do with Li Zhuanghu. Gao Yang wasn't surprised about that. It made sense to him. He asked, you said you found some clues. What is it? Yellow Butterfly told them about meeting Xiang Zioken. Xiang Zioken is a classmate of Li Zhuanghu's. Second class of third year. Gao Yang remembered the classroom that was most well known at the school, the haunted one. Yes. Yellow Butterfly nodded and smiled wryly. Originally, Xiang Zioken was the one subject to the most serious bullying. That surprised the others. Yellow Butterfly gnawed at her bottom lip. It's a little convoluted. I'll make it brief. Li Zhuanghu and Xiang Zioken were the best students of the second class of third year, and they often got the top and second places in exams. There was a pretty girl in their class. Let's call her the class flower one for now. The class flower is vain. For the final exams, she forced Xiang Zioken to help her cheat. When the teacher found out, the class flower refused to admit the fact. Scared, Xiang Zioken told the teacher the truth when asked. It was far from the first time the class flower did things like this. The school had enough and had her transferred away. Unfortunately, Yu Pengliang has a secret crush on the class flower, and what happened made him furious. He started to bully Xiang Zioken, the most serious instance being the one time he and a few other boys dragged Xiang Zioken to the rooftop, planning to take humiliating photos of her. Bastard. Grey Bear spat out. Sympathy-colored Yellow Butterfly's voice. Li Zhuanghu happened to witness what happened. Normally, he was the kind of person who didn't pay attention to anyone or anything other than the textbooks, and he was called bookworm and aerobics leader for that. While people didn't really like him, he didn't have enemies, either. If only Li Zhuanghu had turned a blind eye that day as well, he wouldn't have gotten into this mess. However, he took a stand and stopped Yu Pengliang. So Yu Pengliang shifted his target to Li Zhuanghu, Gao Yang said. Yes. What came next were all forms of bullying. As long as they were out of sight of the teachers, Yu Pengliang stopped at nothing to hurt Li Zhuanghu. Yellow Butterfly sighed. Li Zhuanghu was known for enduring hell without batting an eye. He had thought that things would be fine after he graduated, that he only had to stay strong until then. But Yu Pengliang didn't plan to let him off easy. He announced that he wouldn't let Li Zhuanghu take the entrance exams in peace, and the bullying escalated. Sometimes, he even barged into Li Zhuanghu's dorm room at midnight to humiliate him, preventing him from getting sleep. As a result, Li Zhuanghu's study suffered. That's way too much. Kan found it difficult to keep listening, and her face flushed with anger. Yellow Butterfly nodded. To Li Zhuanghu, who came from a humble background, his only hope was to get into a good college. If even that was taken away from him, he would lose his will to live. Xiang Zioken has witnessed everything from start to finish, and she told the teachers about it. However, they didn't take it seriously enough and only reprimanded Yu Pengliang. A few days ago, Xiang Zioken ran into Li Zhuanghu on the rooftop. He looked dazed and ready to jump. If she hadn't stopped him in time, he might have taken his own life already. A short silence followed. Then 9 Frost added, we noticed something when we went to the rooftop. Yellow Butterfly explained, do you remember the comment wall of the rooftop water tank when we were investigating the school last night? There was a line that stood out. I remember, said Gao Yang. 9 Frost said, when we went to the rooftop, that line wasn't there yet. Gao Yang paused, thinking back to the line and reciting it, I'll wait for you in hell. Yellow Butterfly nodded. We asked Xiang Zioken to give us Li Zhuanghu's assignment. She handed Gao Yang a torn piece of paper. Look, doesn't the handwriting seem similar? Gao Yang tried his best to think back to the words on the wall to compare with the handwriting of the assignment, his brows knitted into a frown. He said honestly, I don't remember very well, but it seems similar. That's what we think too. Yellow Butterfly looked at 9 Frost then at the others. My theory is that whatever happened in the 11th high school, Li Zhuanghu must have played the major role. He must have done something extreme with the rune circuit and brought about serious consequences, leading to the heavenly way inflicting punishment on the whole school, turning it into another Gu family's village. Gao Yang nodded. That seemed to be the most reasonable theory at the moment. ZZZZZT beep. The radio in 9 Frost's hand suddenly crackled to life. Who can it be? Gao Yang tensed up. The others jumped as well. With all 12 of them here, who could be using a radio at their frequency? Don't worry, Yellow Butterfly explained. I gave Xiang Zioken a radio so that she would be our informant. That's way too risky. Grey Bear was surprised. She's a monster. What if she's toying with us? She would have come after us already in that case. 9 Frost didn't seem concerned. He handed the radio to Yellow Butterfly. Gray Bear stopped protesting. Hello, Yellow Butterfly said gently. Xiang Xiaokan, Sister Xiang Hong, the noon break just ended. I'm in the restroom. The voice on the other end of the line sounded urgent. Take your time, Yellow Butterfly assured her. Li Zhuanghu didn't come back to the classroom. I asked around, and no one knows where he is. Yu Pengliang and his gang aren't here either. The teachers can't find him. Someone's coming. I need to go. Beep. The line was cut. Yellow Butterfly held onto the radio, not sure what to do. Something's going to happen. Gray Bear crossed his arms with a grave expression. He wasn't the only one who felt that way. Li Zhuanghu and Yu Pengliang must still be on campus, said Lithe Snake. This is a rune cave. They can't leave. But our roles don't allow us to run around in the school. There's no reason for construction workers to show up in other parts of the campus. Gao Yang turned to Yellow Butterfly. What about you? Yellow Butterfly shook her head. After all we did in the morning, the school is getting impatient with us. If we show up again, they'll most likely kick us out. Oh, I've got this. Ken suddenly raised her hand excitedly. I've got an idea. What is it? Muhaha, muhahaha. Ken cackled and turned to Gao Yang. One in Mandarin, the most beautiful girl in the class is known as class flower, and the most handsome boy the class grass. The same applies to the best-looking people of the school, referred to as school flower and school grass. Captain. Ken reached out to poke Gao Yang in the chest. Among all of us, you look most like a high schooler. At least you're smart enough to not say I'm a high schooler outright, Gao Yang thought. Ken, Gray Bear said with an amused smile, are you suggesting Captain go look for Li Zhuanghu as a student here? Yeah, Ken said. Then no one's gonna suspect him even if he's found out. He'll fit right in as a student, right? Xiren smiled as well. That seems like a good idea. Good idea my ass. I don't feel safe acting on my own, especially not when I've become a useless muggle without talents. Of course, that wasn't something Gao Yang could say out loud as their captain. After some deliberation, he realized that there didn't seem to be any other choice. But then there was an issue that needed addressing. I'm fine with it, but I don't have a uniform. Easy enough to solve. Lithe Snake stood by the door. We can just borrow it. Gao Yang and Ninefrost went up to the door to look outside. Not far from them, a few boys stood at the campus shop with drinks in their hands. One of them was holding a basketball. Soon, the familiar bell rang. Instead of going to the teaching building, the boys went the opposite way. They are heading to the running track, said Gao Yang. Must be going to PE class. I'll get one of them here, Yellow Butterfly said as she ran a hand through her hair. Then she quickly rushed out. Not long after, Yellow Butterfly caught up with a boy on his own at the corner of the shaded path. The two of them exchanged a few words. Then Yellow Butterfly pointed at the construction site with an anxious look on her face. The boy nodded and followed her over. Quick, hide. They each picked a hiding place. It wasn't long until Yellow Butterfly led the boy into the basketball court. Thank you so much. Yellow Butterfly smiled at him. I really need your help. Of course. What do you need me to do, big sister? The boy looked eager. It was his honor to help a pretty woman like her. Take off your clothes. Yellow Butterfly was still smiling. Huh. The boy was stunned. For a moment, he wondered if she was joking or actually insinuating something. That's too much. The boy blushed. Still smiling, Yellow Butterfly clapped, and more than 10 people came out from covers, circling the boy. Who are you? Finally, the boy realized that something was wrong. What are you gonna do? Don't be scared, boy. Gray Bear smirked with his arms folded. Uncle isn't a bad person. Come on, take off your clothes. No, don't. Gao Yang couldn't bear to watch what happened next. They soon peeled the uniforms off the boy and tied him up with a rope found at the construction site. Then they gagged the boy and locked him in the storage. Gao Yang changed into the uniform and cleaned his face with bottled water. Haha, perfect. You're like an actual high school boy. Ken sounded overjoyed. Ahem. Gao Yang glared at her and took the radio Gray Bear handed him. I'll go look for Li Zhuanghu. Wait for my contact. Good luck, Captain, said Xiren. Gao Yang nodded and hid the radio in his pocket before walking out. Not long after crossing the shaded path, he ran into a man. It was Dai Xiajun, the director of academic affairs. Wait. Dai Xiajun called out to him. Gao Yang stopped. Which class are you from? What's your name? First class of second year, Li Huaxu. Gao Yang answered immediately. The badge on his shirt was sewn with the poor boy's name. What are you doing here during class? Dai Xiajun demanded harshly. It's PE class. The PE class isn't for you to idle around, but time for you to train your physique. Dai Xiajun yelled. Go back to the running track. Yes, sir. Gao Yang hurriedly moved toward the running track. After taking a few steps, he made sure Dai Xiajun had turned away and turned back before making a sharp turn, heading to the teaching building. Where would Li Zhuanghu be? There were only a few places on campus where people could hide: rooftop, restrooms, and dorm rooms. Gao Yang entered the teaching building and rushed straight to the rooftop through the stairs. Li Zhuanghu wasn't there. Then he checked all the boys' restrooms from the 5th floor down. Still no signs of Li Zhuanghu. That left the dorm. Gao Yang cautiously went to the boys' dorm, taking the long way. During class, the metal gate was closed, but it wasn't difficult to vault over. Even without his talents, Gao Yang was able to make it to the other side easily. Usually, the more senior students would be living on the lower floors. Gao Yang thus guessed that Li Zhuanghu's room should be on the first 2 floors. From left to right, Gao Yang checked each of the rooms. Although the doors were locked, he could see inside through the windows. The rooms were unassuming, each filled with 6 bunk beds for 12 people, and at the far side of the room was the sink and the restroom. It only took a few minutes for Gao Yang to go through the rooms on the first floor. He then went to the second floor for his search. To his surprise, the first room was unlocked, the door slightly ajar. Just when Gao Yang was wondering why that was, he heard voices coming from the stairway right behind him. Caught off guard, he had no choice but to open the door and dove in. He closed the door, thinking he had gotten away with it. But then the voices came from the other side of the door. Brother Yu, the door isn't locked. Li Zhuanghu must be hiding in his room. Gao Yang's heart sank. Really? How unlucky must I be? Bam! 2 seconds later, Yu Pengliang kicked the door open. The room was empty. Gao Yang had hidden under the bed at the last moment. He saw 3 pairs of sneakers. The red pair rushed to the sink at the end of the room and kicked the door to the restroom open. Shit, he isn't here. The owner of the red sneakers returned from the restroom before plopping himself down on the bed above Gao Yang. Where did the bastard go? Out of the school. That can't be. If he skips school, he's gonna get punished. He wouldn't do that. As the only hope of his village, he needs to get into a renowned school, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Then what do? We wait. The monk may run away, but the temple won't. I don't believe he's gonna stay out of his room the whole day. Hey, did you bring poker? The red sneakers started jittering. I did. Come on, let's play. The 3 pairs of feet moved around in the room before a small foldable table was set up. Clack. The owner of the red sneakers sat back down on the bed, and the mattress sank, almost touching Gao Yang's head. Gao Yang took a deep breath, gingerly reaching for his radio and turning it off, lest his companions contact him and expose him. 7 high straight. Someone laid down a hand. 9 high straight. Pass. 2 pairs, 8 and 9. Oh, do you think Li Zhuanghu has a crush on that ugly girl? Pass. Do you mean Xiang Zioken? Ha, an ugly freak and a nerdy dweeb? They are a match made in heaven. Ha 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 ha, you're so mean, brother Yu. Brother Yu, won't he bite back after all we've done to him? What? Are you scared of the coward? That's not the case. But don't you think the coward has been acting strange the past few days? Gao Yang pricked up his ears. Is this a clue? Creak. The mattress above Gao Yang sank further. The alarm blaring in Gao Yang's head prompted him to hold his breath. Li Chaoqiang? Did you fart? Yu Pengliang made the accusation even though he was the one responsible. Fuck, the brat did fart. It was certainly true that misfortune followed when one was down on their luck. Gao Yang had been through his fair share of dangers, but this was a brand new kind of suffering he had never experienced before. He never expected it. I didn't. It must be Fengji. It wasn't me. It must be you. I smelled onions. You were the one who had onions and eggs stir-fry for lunch. Yu Pengliang cut in. Enough already. Let's talk business. What do you mean there's something wrong with Li Zhuanghu? I'm talking about his eyes. They look fiercer now. Why didn't I think so? In the past, he didn't dare look at us even when we were messing with him. But did you notice this noon? His gaze on us was so vicious. So, a wimp like him may think about revenge all he wants, but he'll never actually fight back. I heard Zhang Bei talk about it too, brother Yu. He said that Li Zhuanghu had been hiding under his blanket and muttering in bed rather than sleeping recently, like he was talking to someone. What kind of freak wrapped themselves in a blanket in summer? Really? And Zhang Bei saw it himself? He said that something was glowing inside Li Zhuanghu's blanket. A flashlight. No, it was blood red, and it flickered. When Zhang Bei called out to him, the light disappeared, and Li Zhuanghu seemed to have hidden something inside his clothes. Zhang Bei said that he looked possessed. What was he being so precious about? The rune circuit? Gao Yang thought with a pounding heart. Maybe it's hidden in the bedroom. Look for it. Okay, I'll search the bed. You two, check the closets and the restroom. The 3 pairs of feet quickly stood up and walked around. Gao Yang felt the mattress over his head shaking. Someone must be tearing off the bed sheet. Shit, they would certainly look under the bed, and he would be exposed. I'm just a regular person at this moment, Gao Yang thought quickly. Although I've been training lately, I may not be able to subdue all 3 of them on my own. Should he lie that he had gone to the wrong room? They wouldn't believe him. And someone like Yu Pengliang wouldn't let such a matter go. Perhaps he would grab Gao Yang and claim that he had caught a thief. Then things would get even more complicated. He had to run. Gao Yang took a deep breath. He decided to climb out from under the bed, and before the boys recovered from the shock, he would run outside while covering his face. Brother Yu, old son seems to have come to check the rooms. Quick, close the door and hide in the restroom. The 3 boys hurriedly sorted out the mess they made and rushed into the restroom. And immediately after that, the dorm-keeping teacher walked past the corridor and glanced inside through the window before leaving. 2 minutes later, 3 pairs of legs went out of the restroom. The boys had long forgotten about what they were going to look for. That was close. We almost got caught by old Sunday. What are you so afraid of? What is he gonna do to us? I'm not afraid of him, brother Yu, but I'm afraid of my dad. If my dad gets called to school again this month, he's gonna kill me. The 3 of them exchanged a few more words before sitting back down and resuming their card games. Gao Yang sighed in relief. It had been an eventful noon. What followed was a dreadful wait. The three boys chatted and boasted about themselves, their conversation so boring that Gao Yang almost dozed off. He didn't know how many times the bell had rung, but a long time had passed, and the sky outside darkened gradually. Finally, the afternoon classes ended, and some students returned to the dorm. Brother Yu. A boy greeted Yu Pengliang and his two sidekicks. Did you see Li Zhuanghu, Zhongbei? No, I saw him last at noon. Fuck, where did the coward go? Zhongbei, fetch dinner for the three of us. We're gonna wait for him here. Oh, right. Sure. Zhongbei left. 10 minutes later, he returned with their dinner. Yu Pengliang and the two other boys finished the food and continued to play cards. The other students in the dorm had left again for the evening self-study. It was now entirely dark outside. Gao Yang was feeling antsy. He had been looking for a chance to get out of here, but hadn't managed to. This won't do. I can't waste more time like this. And Yu Pengliang just had dinner. He isn't gonna fart again, is he? Humiliation could be worse than death. Gao Yang resolved to climb out from under the bed first. Then the door creaked open. The three boys shot to their feet. Outside the door stood another boy. From Gao Yang's perspective, he could only see a pair of legs. Aha! Yu Pengliang yelled. Fucking finally, Li Zhuanghu? What? Where have you been this afternoon? Li Zhuanghu didn't say anything. He was still standing outside the door. Clang! Yu Pengliang flipped the foldable table they had played cards on with a kick. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Yu Pengliang. Li Zhuanghu sounded calm, eerily so. Won't you leave me alone? Leave you alone. Yu Pengliang scoffed like he had heard the most absurd joke in the world. Not in this life. I'm gonna do this till you're dead. You want to get into college? Only in your dream. As long as I'm here, you're not gonna get a good day of study. You'll be collecting garbage in the future. Gao Yang tightened his fists. This boy was trash through and through. As a monster imitating humans, he had only learned the worst of human nature and not the good of it. His malice ran bone deep. Li Zhuanghu fell silent. Get over here. Yu Pengliang rushed toward the door. Gao Yang could only see their feet, but he could guess Yu Pengliang must have grabbed Li Zhuanghu's hair. I'll grant your death wish. Let go. Li Zhuanghu growled and pushed Yu Pengliang away. Yu Pengliang was thrown onto the bed, sinking and almost breaking the mattress. Gao Yang suppressed a jump. You dare fight back. I'll kill you for real this time. Yu Pengliang leapt up and charged at Li Zhuanghu. Li Zhuanghu turned around and bolted. Chase after him? Come on. I'm breaking his bones today. Yu Pengliang yelled and ran out of the room. It took 2 seconds for the two boys to react and give chase. Gao Yang immediately climbed out and followed them. He ran to the hallway and looked down. The three boys were rushing toward the teaching building after Li Zhuanghu. Running downstairs, Gao Yang turned on his radio. I found Li Zhuanghu. He's going to the teaching building. How are things going? Nine Frost asked. He was bullied by Yu Pengliang and lost control over his emotions, Gao Yang said. He had a feeling that something crucial was going to happen. It was the first session of the evening self-study. The teaching building was quiet, and the lights were on in all the classrooms. Gao Yang chased the 4 boys to the stairway and straight to the rooftop. Throwing reservation out of the window, he flung himself at the metal door to open it. Then he was shocked into halting his steps. A boy lay prone in a pool of blood. The one lying on the floor was Yu Pengliang. Face twisted with fear, he pressed his hands to his neck, yet blood continued to gush out through the gaps between his fingers. He opened his mouth to say something, but all that came out was air, and blood spurted from the corners of his mouth. Soon, his head drooped and his hands went slack, unmoving. He killed him. Help! Help! The other 2 boys had collapsed to the floor, legs feeling weak. They scrambled backward and struggled to pick themselves back up before rushing through the metal door, fleeing downstairs. Gao Yang felt his hair stand on end. A figure stood by the railing at the edge of the rooftop. It was Li Zhuanghu. In his hand was an object glowing an eerie red. His expression was a mix of fear, anger, and helplessness. Blood covered his mouth and chin, but it didn't seem to be his own. He bit off Yu Pengliang's neck, Gao Yang realized. Li Zhuanghu turned to Gao Yang. No, it wasn't me. He started it. He forced me to do this. I was only defending myself, I swear. Li Zhuanghu. Gao Yang raised his hands to signal that he meant no harm. Slowly, he approached Li Zhuanghu. Calm down. What's in your hand is dangerous. Listen to me, you have to drop it. No. Li Zhuanghu trembled all over before raising his voice. It was his fault. All his fault. The red glow intensified. Red energy seeped out from his hand like delicate webs of blood vessels, climbing along Li Zhuanghu's arms and quickly spreading through his upper body. Li Zhuanghu's eyes became empty, and they glowed with the same eerie dark red. Gao Yang's heart sank. That was the rune circuit for sure? Li Zhuanghu? Drop it. Gao Yang was anxious to stop the boy, but he couldn't get close for fear of triggering him. Stay away. Li Zhuanghu climbed to the other side of the railing, holding onto the railing with one hand and the rune circuit with his other hand. His body tilted outward, ready to make the jump at any time. Don't do anything reckless. I'll stay right here. Gao Yang promised in a loud voice. I'm here to help. You must stay calm. Help? How are you going to help me? I just killed a man. I killed him. Li Zhuanghu seemed to have recovered some of his mental faculty, and the red light in his eyes slowly faded. No, they started it first, and you only defended yourself, Gao Yang assured him gently. It's okay. I saw everything. I'll be your witness. You'll be alright. No, no. Li Zhuanghu shook his head in despair. I'll get caught. I'll go to jail. It's done. It's all done. I won't get into a college. I'll disappoint my mom. There's no hope for me. Don't say that, Li Zhuanghu. Shut up. He yelled, his eyes glowing an angry red again. It's because of all of you. Why? Why did this happen? I didn't do anything wrong. I worked so hard, so hard. I just wanted to get into a good college and find a good job so that I could give my mom a better life. Why wouldn't you leave me alone? Why? Why must fate do this to me? Gao Yang stared. He knew that this was a monster who had been imprisoned by the heavenly way, yet he still felt a keen sense of pity and pain for him. That's right. He's done nothing wrong. Why did all these happen? You're right, Li Zhuanghu. They deserve death. Don't give in. You still have a long life ahead of you. Don't do anything. Yes. Li Zhuanghu stared at Gao Yang and sneered. The one to blame is the world. He let go. Don't. Gao Yang rushed up to him, but it was too late. Li Zhuanghu had jumped. Gao Yang heard a heavy thud, and when he peeked down over the railing, Li Zhuanghu was already a broken ragdoll on the concrete path outside the teaching building. From the back of his head formed a pool of blood, and the rune circuit in his tight grasp was still flickering with a red light. A scream came from one of the classrooms. Someone jumped. He jumped. The students here for the evening self-study rushed out of their classrooms and crowded to the corridors, looking down at the bottom of the building. And those whose classrooms were on the first floor rushed directly to the dead, circling Li Zhuanghu's body. Gao Yang's hackles raised. There was no time to dwell on it. He ran downstairs. His radio sounded as he ran. 7 Shadow. 9 Frost asked. What's going on? Li Zhuanghu jumped. Right before the teaching building? Come at once. Gao Yang flew down the stairs and shouted into the radio. He had the rune circuit? We have to grab it. In less than a minute, he reached the first floor. Li Zhuanghu was already surrounded by a crowd of students and teachers, leaving no gaps between them. Captain. Gao Yang turned around. The 4th and 5th teams had rushed over. 9 Frost, Grey Bear, and Lithe Snake took the lead. They exchanged a look with Gao Yang before turning to the crowd, and they caught on to what had happened. Grey Bear, do you have your police badge with you? Asked Gao Yang. I do. Good. We'll say we're the police, that we received a report and are here to lock down the scene of death. Got it. Grey Bear took out his badge from his pocket. He, along with Gao Yang, 9 Frost, and Lithe Snake, made their way to the crowd. Just when Grey Bear was going to give his spiel, however, screams erupted from the crowd. Ah, it's coming back alive. Help. Don't touch me. Gah. Catch him now. He's mad. Run. Chaos ensued. Soon, those who had been circling the dead scattered in all directions. What's going on? 9 Frost turned to Gao Yang. Gao Yang shook his head, but instinctively stopped Grey Bear and Lithe Snake from approaching. Wait, something's wrong. In less than 10 seconds, the crowd dispersed. There were already more than 10 bodies on the ground, including students and teachers. All of them had been bitten, mostly in the necks. Like Yu Pengliang from earlier, blood gurgled and gushed out of their wounds. Covered in webs of red blood vessels, Li Zhuanghu was crouching on a teacher's dead body and devouring his face, his eyes glowing an eerie red. Gao Yang recognized the victim. It was Mr. Tan, the PE teacher. Fuck. Grey Bear cursed. The others arrived belatedly. Captain? We're here to. Ken's worried shout was stopped short by Gao Yang's hand on her mouth, but unfortunately, she had already drawn Li Zhuanghu's attention. His glowing eyes were blind, but his ears were keen. Head cocked, he picked himself up in a stiff, twisted, and unnatural posture, his joints making cracking sounds as he moved. His heart was bulging from his chest with a giant lump of fleshy growth. Inside, the rune circuit flickering red light could be faintly made out. Growling, Li Zhuanghu growled at Gao Yang and the others. Then the dead bodies around him seemed to have heeded his call, and they stood up with cracking joints like he had. Gao Yang and his companions blanched wordlessly. They were all thinking about one thing, about the one monstrosity commonly seen in horror films and games. Zombies? Li Zhuanghu was still standing where he was, while the other bodies dashed at them. Although their movements seemed stiff and unnatural, they were fast, comparable to the speed of a regular person, and their strength was probably greater. With their talents sealed and almost no weapon to make use of, the 4th and 5th team were basically 12 regular humans. They couldn't take on the reanimated corpses. Run. Gao Yang ordered without pause. Now. The 12 of them turned around and bolted without hesitation. Where are we heading? Grey Bear shouted as they ran. 9 Frost ordered, back to the construction site. There would be less people around the basketball court behind the auditorium, and there were more hiding places inside the court. Moreover, that was where their equipment and supplies were. It was best to recuperate there. No one disagreed. However, Lithe Snake, who was running in the lead, came to a sudden stop. We can't go through this way. A swarm of zombies chased after a few students out of the corner on the side of the teaching building, blocking the shaded path leading to the auditorium. Panicked, Ken shouted in a cracked voice, why are there more of them here? Gao Yang was a little caught by surprise before coming to a realization. It must be Yu Pengliang. He had been bitten to death by Li Zhuanghu on the rooftop, and he was most likely turned as well. While everyone was rushing downstairs to get a look at Li Zhuanghu, Yu Pengling must have gone down and attacked the other students as well. The zombie at the front pounced on a girl and broke her neck with a bite. Amid the screams, Gao Yang took a better look at the zombie, and it was indeed Yu Pengling, now reanimated. Captain! Yellow Butterfly shouted. Gao Yang and Nine Frost turned to see a dozen more zombies catching up to them from behind. This way, Gao Yang rushed toward the stairway of the teaching building. With zombies coming from both their front and back, they had no other way to go. They rushed up the stairs along with the panicked crowd. Some students fell and got immediately caught by zombies, and all that could be heard were their screams. Among the 12 of them, the men ran a little faster in the lead, while Ken and Yellow Butterfly were in the back, and 2 zombies caught up with them as soon as they reached the second floor. With a growl, one of the zombies lunged at Ken. Thankfully, Grey Bear reacted immediately and grabbed Ken by the elbow, yanking her forward by half a meter. The zombie ended up missing the target, but still managed to grab Ken by the heel of her shoe. Ken screamed and struggled, but couldn't break out of the hold. Gao Yang whirled around and kicked the zombie in the face with full force. The zombie shook and fell down the stairs. He and Grey Bear helped Ken up before continuing to run to the 3rd floor. 2 zombies appeared at the other end of the hallway. "We can't go up further," said Gao Yang. "The rooftop's a dead end. There's no other way to go," Xiren shouted. Inside, Nine Frost pointed at the infirmary not far from them. "Old Joe, pick the lock." The bald man immediately rushed to the door and dropped to his knees, taking out a metal wire from his pocket. Despite his panting and shuddering, his hands remained steady. He was a thief before his awakening, Nine Frost said as he walked up. Black Sparrow followed. He was in prison for half a year for burglary. "Stop talking about my dark past," Old Joe complained as he worked on the lock. "Then hurry the fuck up," Black Sparrow snarled. "Or we're all gonna die. Move back, the rest of you," Nine Frost ordered while making fists and getting into a fighting stance. Black Sparrow readied herself too on his side. The 2 zombies sped up and ran toward them from the far side of the hallway. Gao Yang sprang into action too, rushing to the stairway on the left. "Grey Bear, Lithe Snake, will block off the stairs." "Got it." Grey Bear took off his belt and wrapped it around his right fist, spitting at the wall, while Lithe Snake drew the short sword he always had on him. Gao Yang looked around and opted to grab a foldable stool. "They're coming, don't get bitten," Gao Yang yelled. "Aim for the heads." Growling, the 2 zombies in the hallway lunged. Nine Frost kicked one of them in the chest, sending it flying 2 to 3 meters away. Then the other zombie leapt at Black Sparrow. She dodged to the side, and when the zombie missed her, she brought her knees down on its back to pin it to the floor. Grabbing the zombie's head and chin with her hands, she twisted its neck. Crack! The neck broke, and the zombie fell with a thud. Just when Black Sparrow was going to stand up, however, the zombie lifted its head and bit at her calf. Bam! A red fire extinguisher slammed into the zombie's head with the full force of its heavy weight. Bang, bang, bang! Holding the fire extinguisher with both hands, Xiren brought it down at the zombie's head repeatedly until its skull shattered, and its blood and brain matter splattered. Panting, Xiren shouted at Black Sparrow with a pale face, "What were you doing? Haven't you seen any zombie movies?" He continued in a serious and angry tone, "Remember, you must destroy their heads. And it's too dangerous to twist the neck like you did earlier. You could have gotten bitten. That'd be your death sentence." Black Sparrow was stunned. She was an orphan raised by human traffickers, and she had been trained since she was young to become a fighter for illegal matches. She didn't have a regular childhood, nor did she grow up like normal teenagers. She had never seen a zombie movie, played a horror game, or made more than a couple friends. While others were enjoying their youth, she had been fighting her opponents to the death in illegal arenas. One time, her bones got broken in 8 parts of her body, and she almost didn't make it. She looked at Xiren with gratitude. "Thanks." At the same time, Nine Frost was still fighting his opponent. The zombie he had kicked away was practically unhurt, and it picked itself up unsteadily before rushing at him again. Nine Frost made a flurry of punches, keeping it at bay. "Take it." Then Lithe Snake threw him a throwing knife. While making a swing with his right hand, Nine Frost grabbed the throwing knife and thrust it into the zombie's left eye, making blood splatter. Growling, the zombie continued to struggle. Nine Frost pushed the knife further in until the blade buried entirely into its eye socket, damaging the brain. With a shudder, the zombie toppled to the ground and stopped moving. Splat! Meanwhile, Lithe Snake had already taken out a zombie with his short sword. Please visit FRWNO website to read fastest update. A group of zombies continued to rush up the stairs. Thankfully, half of them were drawn by the screams coming from the 2nd floor rather than heading to the 3rd floor. Lithe Snake had already stabbed the first zombie in the head. Then the second zombie was thrown off by Grey Bear's belt-wrapped fist. The 3rd and 4th zombies were hit in the head by the stool Gao Yang was hurling around, and they fell to the ground. Grey Bear rushed up to help, grabbing the head of one of the zombies and slamming it into the floor, breaking it with a few hits. Then Lithe Snake stabbed the other one in the head with his blade. In 30 seconds, all 6 zombies had been taken out, and the pungent smell of blood permeated the air. More zombies were rushing their way. They couldn't defend against all of them. "Hurry, Old Joe," Nine Frost called out urgently. Done. Old Joe didn't disappoint them. He pulled out the wire and pushed. The door opened. "Come on. Inside." Yellow Butterfly waved them over at the door. Everyone dove into the infirmary with Gao Yang, Nine Frost, and Grey Bear staying in the back. Bang! Nine Frost was the last to get in. The moment he shut the door, a few dull bangs followed. Nine Frost and Gao Yang kept the door closed by pressing their backs against it. Then Grey Bear and Lithe Snake joined in to help. Bam! 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 Stay quiet, Gao Yang said in a low voice. Don't make any noise. Then the zombies will be drawn away by other sounds. Bam! 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 After about half a minute, they heard the screams of other survivors. As Gao Yang said, the zombies outside left one by one. Grey Bear and Lithe Snake moved the metal cabinet for documents and medicines over, blocking off the door. Only then did everyone let out a sigh of relief. Captain Seven Shadow, said Can. She was standing by a bed and pointing at the white curtain covering it. There seems to be someone on the bed. After a moment of surprise, Gao Yang and the others went up to Ken. Gao Yang pulled Ken behind him, while Nine Frost pulled the curtain covering the bed aside, revealing a cowering woman under the bed on the left. She looked to be in her 30s with long, wavy hair and a plump physique, wearing a pair of round glasses and a long white coat. Holding her head with both hands, she trembled under the bed and broke down. Don't kill me, please, leave me. Gao Yang and Nine Frost exchanged a glance. This must be the school nurse. Although she was a monster, the effect of the rune circuit's total silence made her maintain her human form. Thus she was nothing but a survivor of the zombie outbreak, no different from Gao Yang and his companions. Should we deal with her? Lithe Snake asked while raising his short sword. Only then did Gao Yang remember that at the Kylan Guild, there was no rule prohibiting the killing of wanderers. It was obvious that Lithe Snake thought it wise to take out the wanderer and eliminate the potential risk given how difficult their situation was. However, Gao Yang disagreed. He believed that the more difficult the situation was, the more they should exhaust all available resources. He stopped Lithe Snake with a look and said, let's tie her up first. I'll do it. Grey Bear knelt down and dragged the woman from under the bed. They hadn't noticed until then that there was a wet patch on the woman's pants. Gao Yang was surprised to find that even monsters wet themselves when they were petrified. Don't kill me, please. I have a daughter. I can't die, the woman struggled and begged hysterically. Silence? Are you trying to draw the zombies here? Grey Bear scolded in a low voice. And finally, the woman calmed down. What's your name? Li Huafeng. Miss Li, you better work with us for your own survival. Understand? I do. I understand. After a shudder, Li Huafeng nodded vehemently. Grey Bear took out the pair of handcuffs he always carried with him and cuffed Li Huafeng to the bed rail. Then he gestured at her to stay silent. He turned to walk up to the window. Gao Yang and Nine Frost were standing there with the rest of the teams around them. Gao Yang parted the curtain to look down. Zombies roamed along the cement path outside the teaching building and in the nearby flower beds. He also saw wandering figures on the running track further away. Every now and then, he spotted people fleeing for their lives like headless flies, but soon, they were tackled to the ground by zombies. And when the victims stood back up, they were already part of the living dead. Hells, it's so surreal. It's like a movie. Ken fearfully turned to Gao Yang. You must have a solution, Captain. Why? I'm not God. If Gao Yang had known what would happen, he would have brought more firearms for the mission, such as rifles, shotguns, or hand grenades. Then perhaps they could overcome this hurdle like a real-life version of Left 4 Dead 1. Of course, Gao Yang couldn't voice those thoughts. We must find Li Zhuanghu, Nine Frost said in a low voice as he watched the roaming zombies on campus. Agreed. Gao Yang nodded. That was what he thought as well. That's right. Zyron adjusted his glasses. This must be the rune circuit's doing, and it's with Li Zhuanghu right now. He must have become the boss monster controlling the other zombies with the rune circuit. They aren't exactly zombies since the victims didn't get infected by a virus, but fell under the control of the rune circuit. Gao Yang decided to give the monsters a new name to avoid the instinctual fear tied to the term. They are rune corpses. Rune corpses. Grey Bear smiled. That sounds a little less repulsive. Wait, Yellow Butterfly's eyes glinted. Does that mean we only have to kill Li Zhuanghu and grab the rune circuit, and the rune corpses will then stop moving? I believe so, Gao Yang said. But there's still the possibility that the rune corpses have become independent beings and won't stop moving even after we take out Li Zhuanghu. Everyone fell silent for a few seconds. I think that's unlikely to be the case, said Nine Frost. Gao Yang responded, I agree. The others nodded. In reality, they had to believe that wouldn't be the case. After all, it would be impossible for them to kill all the rune corpses in the school given their limited power right now. How do we find Li Zhuanghu? Asked Ronnie. Black Sparrow said tensely, the school is filled with rune corpses. Without our talents, we can't go anywhere. Gao Yang looked around and picked up a mug from the office table. Then he went back to the window and hurled it outside. Following a curved trajectory, the mug fell on the concrete path and shattered. The rune corpses in the area paused for half a second before staggering to the mug. The dim moonlight made visible the red veins covering their skin, and within those veins, red energy quietly flowed. Their empty eye sockets were deep set. Faintly, Gao Yang could make out a muddled, devilish red light. That's what I thought, said Gao Yang. What? Ken was befuddled. She set the low bar for intelligence among the two teams. Nine Frost understood what Gao Yang was getting at. The rune corpses can't see. They depend on their hearing to chase down their prey. That's right. Gao Yang nodded. We can draw them away with sounds and sneak back to the construction site for our equipment and supplies. Then we'll kill these Wanghu. That's the safer option. I concur. Grey Bear said approvingly, his arms crossed before his chest. Ninefrost nodded too. The others exchanged looks. None of them disagreed. Still, Yellow Butterfly posed a question. How are we gonna make noises to distract them? Have you forgotten? Gao Yang reminded them. This is a school. Bells? The school bells. Ken was surprisingly the first to catch on this time. Haha, it seems that fate has other plans for us today. Grey Bear chuckled. Gao Yang lowered his head and said as he pondered, school bells are usually preset to ring at certain times. The first session of evening self-study should be coming to an end. The bell will ring for about 20 seconds. We'll use the time to rush to the broadcasting room to play music so that we can grab the attention of all the rune corpses. Ken impassionedly sang Gao Yang's praises. That's smart. You're the goat, Captain Seven Shadow. We don't know where the broadcast room is, and the door may be locked. As the designated devil's advocate, Lithe Snake played his part dutifully by asking all the questions. 20 seconds won't be enough. Please visit FRWNO website to read fastest update. That's right. Those are issues we have to address. The moment Gao Yang said that, he paused. Then the others came to the same realization, and they all turned to Li Huafeng, who was cuffed to the bed. She had calmed down quite a lot, and she was kneeling by the bed writing something sneakily with a pen and paper. What are you writing, Miss Li? Grey Bear demanded. Li Huafeng jumped and hid the piece of paper in her pocket. No, nothing. Don't try anything funny, I'm warning you. Grey Bear stalked up to her and seized the piece of paper from her pocket. A zombie-themed shooter game made by Valve. Grey Bear stared at the piece of paper for a few seconds, his expression softening with a hint of sympathy flashing through his eyes. It turned out that Li Huafeng was writing a note for her 4-year-old daughter. She was a mere wanderer, but imprisoned in this subspace by the heavenly way. She was forced to relive this period of time again and again while she was none the wiser, still believing herself to be the single mother waiting for Sunday to come so that she could go to the amusement park with her little girl. Grey Bear returned the note to her and said, give it a rest. I have things to ask you. Li Huafeng put her note away and easily complied. Of course. Go on. Do you know where the broadcast room is? Li Huafeng immediately responded, yes, it's on the 5th floor, next to the office. Is it locked? It should be. Where's the key? There should be one each in the offices of the superintendent and the director of academic affairs. Li Fenghua paused to lick her pale lips. Their offices are on the 2nd floor. Will the door be locked? The superintendent's office most likely is, but not the director's. That gave Gao Yang a rough idea of what they should do. When the school bell rings, the rune corpses should be drawn to the speakers on the walls. We'll send a few people to the director's office on the 2nd floor for the key. The rest will stay here on standby. The others listened quietly. Gao Yang continued, 10 minutes later, the bell will ring again. Then the team with the key will seize the opening to return here, the infirmary on the 3rd floor. We'll do that. Ninefrost nodded in approval. 20 seconds isn't enough time to grab the key and rush to the 5th floor. We'll wait for the next bell ring and go to the broadcast room together. Yes. Gao Yang turned to the others. Question. They thought for a few seconds and didn't say anything. Make the pick, Ninefrost, said Gao Yang. Ninefrost thought for a moment. Black Sparrow and I from the 4th team along with Seven Shadow and Lithe Snake from the 5th team will go grab the key. The rest of you, keep watch in the infirmary. Gao Yang maintained a poker face, but inwardly, he was grumbling. Why me? Do I seem like a good fighter to you now that I've lost my talents? Upon reflection though, Gao Yang knew that Ninefrost had made the sensible decision. While Grey Bear was strong, he was also big and not terribly agile. For this mission, speed was key. Setting aside everything else, Gao Yang was pretty good at running. Gao Yang said, we only have this chance. We must know exactly where we're going. Miss Li, Grey Bear uncuffed Li Fenghua. Please draw us a map and make it clear. Yes, I'll do it. Li Fenghua hurriedly took the notepad on her desk and started drawing on it with uneven strokes. Once you're out of the door, turn left for the stairs and go down to the 2nd floor, entering the corridor on the right-hand side. That's where the teacher's offices are. The director's office is the second last one. Gao Yang and Ninefrost memorized the map. Then Li Huafeng glanced at her watch. It's almost break time. It's just a few minutes away. Get ready. Find something you can use as weapons, said Gao Yang. It's dangerous to fight barehanded. Lithe Snake didn't need anything else since he had his short sword and throwing knives with him at all times. Ninefrost looked around and picked a mop. He took off the mop part and broke the wooden handle with a stomp, turning it into 2 staffs with a sharp end. Then he threw one to Black Sparrow. Gao Yang had been looking around as well, and he found a wrench in the toolkit in the corner. Ready? Asked Ninefrost. The 3 of them nodded. Grey Bear came up to move the cabinet blocking the door aside. The noises attracted the rune corpses nearby, and their growls could be heard from the outside. Bam, bam, bam. Some began to slam against the door again. Grey Bear and Zyron kept the door shut with their whole bodies and remained as quiet as possible. Meanwhile, the team of 4 had their weapons in hands, holding their breaths. After a little more than 10 seconds, the commotion died down. Then after another 2 minutes, the familiar school bell rang. They could hear rune corpses growling, and the sound was moving further and further away. They must have been drawn by the speakers. Grey Bear stepped aside. Nine Frost approached the door and glanced back at Gao Yang, Lithe Snake, and Black Sparrow. Creak. Nine Frost gingerly opened the door and peeked left and right before waving them over. The four of them snuck out of the infirmary, closing the door behind them. On the other side of the hallway, a dozen rune corpses swarmed to the door of one of the classrooms, reaching up toward the speakers playing the school bell while straining their neck. Without hesitation, the small unit stealthily went down the stairs. They encountered two lone rune corpses. Immediately, Lithe Snake thrust his short sword into the brain of one. Then, as if to compete with him, Nine Frost pierced through the other rune corpse's eye socket with the sharp end of the wooden stick in his hand. No matter how sharp, however, the wooden stick had no blade, and the rune corpse was still alive with the stick pinning it in place, swinging its arms around madly. Gao Yang slammed its head with his wrench, and with a dull sound, the head shattered. The two rune corpses collapsed. However, they had already wasted 6 to 7 seconds. They quickly rushed to the second floor and turned left. What they saw after taking a couple steps, however, made them halt in place. The corridor was about 20 meters long, and the director's office was at the end of it. However, a dozen and more rune corpses stood between them and the office door. There was a speaker over their heads, playing the school bell. There wasn't enough space for the four of them to get around the rune corpses. Calm down, calm down. Gao Yang quickly came to a solution and said through clenched teeth, leave it to me. I'll draw them away. A hand found his shoulder. Gao Yang turned to see that it was Lithe Snake. With a cold look on his face, Lithe Snake said, that won't do. You'll die. I'll do it. Gao Yang was shocked. He didn't expect Lithe Snake to volunteer himself. Still, Lithe Snake was right. Even without his talent, Lithe Snake was still their Tier 1 combatant given his agility, flexibility, and combat techniques. Without waiting for a response, Lithe Snake rushed toward the rune corpses and shouted, come on. Here I am. The rune corpses blocking the corridor immediately turned to him, their keen ears shifting. Each howling and growling with intense want, they rushed toward Lithe Snake stiffly yet quickly. Maintaining his calm, Lithe Snake didn't immediately run away but instead waited for most rune corpses to charge at him before dashing into the stairway, making it down to the first floor. The rune corpses stumbled down after him. Pressing their backs to the walls of the second floor hallway, Gao Yang, Nine Frost, and Black Sparrow remained silent. Only after the rune corpses had gone downstairs did they rush through the corridor. The school bell had long ended by then. There remained two rune corpses in the narrow corridor. Nine Frost stabbed the wooden stick in his hand through the eye of one. He used a little too much force, and the wooden stick broke inside after almost going through the rune corpse's head. Nine Frost let go of the stick and kicked the rune corpse away. Gao Yang had taken care of the other one with his wrench. It toppled to the floor. Without the time to make another strike to ensure the rune corpses' deaths, they jumped over the rune corpses on the floor and rushed to the second last office on the left, pushing the door open and closing it behind them. Just when Gao Yang took a steadying breath and looked up, he saw that there was someone inside the office. Freeze. A man was holding a gun with both hands, aiming at the three of them. The man had an average build and a pronounced forehead. His bloodshot, triangular eyes were filled with fear, and his garlic-shaped nose twitched slightly. He was entirely drenched in sweat, and his thinning hair stuck to his skin in a few pitiful strands, doing nothing to conceal the bald top of his head. Nine Frost recognized the man immediately, Dai Ziajan, the director of academic affairs. Mr. Dai, Nine Frost went up to him. Stay away, or I'm going to shoot. Dai Ziajan had lost his calm entirely, and he took 2 steps backward, his hip hitting the desk. Seizing the moment of distraction, Nine Frost made a sudden kick to disarm the man. Then Gao Yang took a big step to catch the handgun midair. He examined it for a moment before smiling wryly. It's fake. It was merely a well-crafted plastic replica. Gao Yang had hoped they could acquire a much-needed firearm, but this was only to be expected. It didn't make sense for a teacher to own a gun. Of course it would be a fake. Don't kill me. I have parents to take care of and a young one to raise. I don't want to die. Dai Ziajan held onto his kicked wrist and attempted to dive under the office desk. Nine Frost grabbed him by the collars in the back and dragged him out. He said irritatedly, we won't kill you. The ones you're worried about are the rune corpses. Rune corpses. Someone at Dai Ziajan's age in that period of time probably had never watched a zombie movie. Gao Yang explained in a way that he would understand. They are possessed by evil and bite people. Then the bitten ones go mad and bite even more people. Ah, so that's what happened. Dai Ziajan came to the realization. You haven't been bitten, have you? Gao Yang asked cautiously. No, definitely not. Dai Ziajan said vehemently. Fine, said Nine Frost. Give us the key to the broadcast room. The key? Right, the key. Dai Ziajan paused and quickly turned to run to the side, taking off a ring of keys from the wall. Nine Frost took it from him. Which is the one? It should be this one. No, this one. Dai Ziajan pointed at the 2 smaller keys. It must be one of the 2. All right. Nine Frost memorized what they looked like and put the keys away. Gao Yang pressed his ear to the door. There are noises outside. The rune corpses are still around. We'll wait for the school bell, said Nine Frost. Wait. Young man, aren't you the journalist's assistant? Dai Ziajan finally recognized Nine Frost now that he had calmed down. I am, Nine Frost said coolly. What's going on? Why are people becoming possessed and biting other people? Dai Ziajun was hoping that Ninefrost would be able to give him an answer. I don't know. Ninefrost didn't bother humoring the man. Just stay here. No, I can't stay here. Dai Ziajun got worked up again. Quiet, Gao Yang warned him. Yes, I will. Quiet, Dai Ziajun quickly lowered his voice. I'm going with you. That's fine, said Ninefrost. But you better pull your own weight. We won't take care of you. Of course. I won't drag you down. Dai Ziajun lowered his pride before them. Gao Yang asked, do you have anything we can use to defend ourselves? Defend ourselves? Let me think. Dai Ziajun thought for a few seconds. Oh, yes, there is. He walked up to a tall cabinet and took out a golf bag, pulling out 4 golf clubs. Gao Yang, Ninefrost, and Black Sparrow each picked one. I didn't expect you to be a golfer, said Gao Yang. And I'm not. The superintendent is. I bought a set from a friend on discount to give him as a birthday gift. Listen well. Ninefrost held a club in one hand and placed his other hand on the door handle. When the bell rings, we run to the infirmary on the 3rd floor. Yes, I understand. Dai Ziajun nodded while nervously repeating, infirmary. Stay as quiet as possible and avoid the walking corpses to the best of your ability. Got it? Yes, I got it. Turn off the light. Dai Ziajun did. For the next few minutes, the 4 of them stayed quietly in the dark office. Gao Yang could hear everyone breathing. Then the school bell rang. The rune corpses outside were immediately drawn, and their growls and groans could be heard. Ninefrost quickly opened the door. Let's go. The 4 of them rushed out of the office. A couple rune corpses were already gathering below the speaker nearby. Without hesitation, Ninefrost knocked one out with his golf club, while Gao Yang kicked another away. Then Black Sparrow grabbed the last rune corpse and hurled it to the side. Now that they had made a path, the 3 of them rushed forward. Dai Ziajun had been hiding in the back, and he only hurriedly followed them after he made sure that the threats had been eliminated. The 3 of them quickly made it to the stairway. As soon as they reached the corner, however, a shadow flew over their head. Gao Yang rushed back to avoid it. The rune corpse had fallen off from the stairway above them. Come on. Gao Yang whisper-shouted while leaping the rest of the way by stepping on the rune corpse's back. Ninefrost and Black Sparrow did the same easily. Dai Ziajun paused before following suit with clenched teeth. Unfortunately, the rune corpse suddenly flipped over, and Dai Ziajun slipped, falling on the stairs. The rune corpse grabbed onto his calf with both hands. Help. Dai Ziajun struggled to free his leg with an intense drive to survive, but he couldn't break free. Gao Yang raised his golf club and slammed into the rune corpse's head, resulting in it loosening its grip. Dai Ziajun immediately picked himself up and rushed after the 3 with a limp, forgetting his golf club and a shoe. Open the door. Ninefrost was the first to rush to the infirmary. He slammed on the door. Looking back, he noticed that about a dozen rune corpses were already dashing toward them. Click. The door opened quickly. Then the 4 of them dove in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Grey Bear held the door open as he counted. Once he counted 4, he slammed the door closed. Then Zyron and Ronnie, who had been waiting, pushed the cabinet over to block off the door. Bam, 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 bam. The rune corpses outside slammed into the door. You got the key? Asked Grey Bear. We did, answered Ninefrost. Haha, it works. Grey Bear's smile barely reached his eyes before his expression darkened, noticing the stranger among them. Who the hell are you? Grey Bear said in shock and turned to Gao Yang. Where's Lithe Snake? Gao Yang said guilty. We were blocked off by rune corpses. Lithe Snake volunteered to draw them away. He headed to the 1st floor. Fuck. Grey Bear spat out and pounded on the metal cabinet. That resulted in a few more rune corpses throwing themselves at the door. Vice Captain, Lithe Snake will be alright, Zyron assured him. Even without his talent, he's still a parkour expert. The rune corpses won't get him. Grey Bear fumed silently with no target to direct his anger at. Then he turned to Dai Ziajun. And who the fuck are you? The Director of Academic Affairs, Black Sparrow answered. Nice to meet you. Dai Ziajun smiled pleadingly, face pale and forehead covered in sweat. Mr. Dai. Li Huafeng shot to her feet. Miss Li. Dai Ziajun was excited to see a colleague survive as well. Thank God you're still alive. I thought you were all dead. You took the words out of my mouth. Li Huafeng grabbed his hands and teared up. Mr. Liu, Mr. Tan, Miss Su, and many students have been bitten. Dai Ziajun sighed. How did this happen? Even now, it still feels like a nightmare. Ken suddenly screamed. Then she covered her mouth when she realized her mistake, and she took a few steps back to hide behind Gao Yang. Would you stop jumping at everything? Grey Bear snapped, still feeling irritable. Ken didn't dare say anything. Instead, she pointed at Dai Ziajun. The others followed her finger and looked over at Dai Ziajun's foot. One of his dress shoes had fallen off while he struggled to break free from the rune corpse's hold, revealing a foot covered in grey nylon sock. And on the sock was a dark red stain of blood. Without the need to say anything, they distanced themselves from Dai Ziajun, their gaze wary. Belatedly, Dai Ziajun looked down and saw his bloodied sock. No, he shouted. It's not mine. No one believed him. Ninefrost, Grey Bear, and a few others tightened their grips around their weapons, their eyes sharp and icy. I wasn't bitten. Dai Ziajun panicked and sat down on the ground, peeling off his sock. I'll show you. I wasn't. He yanked off his sock before he finished his sentence, but then he abruptly stopped talking. On his foot was a bite mark, and it was still bleeding. The air froze for a second. Dai Ziajan's ashen face broke into sweat, and his eyes lost focus. He kept shaking his head. No, this isn't real. This can't be. It's not happening. I'll do it. Nine Frost gripped the golf club in his hand and took a step forward. Save me, Miss Li, help. Dai Ziajan scrambled toward Li Huafeng and grabbed her. I don't want to die. I don't want to. Mr. Dai, please stop. Li Huafeng was scared as well, but the overpowering emotion in her heart was sorrow. While Dai Ziajan was strict to the students, he was a friendly colleague, and he had been kind to Li Huafeng. Moreover, their children were at a similar age, and they often talked about parenting. Miss Li, I feel alright, really. I won't turn into them. Not everyone's gonna lose their mind, right? Mr. Dai held on to Li Huafeng's arm tightly, looking like a man possessed. Tell them now. Gao Yang gave Nine Frost a look. Nine Frost nodded and lowered the golf club. Gao Yang went up to them and said in a patient voice, calm down, Mr. Dai. I'm fine, perfectly fine. Dai Ziajan suddenly turned around and shouted at Gao Yang, I won't let you hurt me. We're not going to. Gao Yang raised his hands and put on a kind look. You're hurt. We need to treat it. Away from me. Dai Ziajan suddenly pulled out a Swiss Army knife from his pocket. Then he grabbed Li Huafeng by the neck with one hand while pressing the knife to her chin with his other hand. Don't come any closer. All of you, back off, or I'll kill her. Gao Yang immediately stepped back. Mr. Dai, what are you doing? The sorrow on Li Huafeng's face gave way to fear, and she looked at Gao Yang imploringly, begging him to help her. Gao Yang suddenly felt lost. These two were wanderers. They had been imprisoned by the Heavenly Way for 18 years, repeating the same period of time non-stop. They were hardly alive at this point. Death was their only salvation. Why should I take them so seriously? I could just leave them to their own devices. Gao Yang told himself that, but then he remembered one Sisi. At that moment, Gao Yang understood better why the 12 zodiac signs prohibited unjustified killing of wanderers. While wanderers weren't humans, they were too much like humans. If awakeners hunted down these creatures, they would lose their respect and empathy for living, breathing humans, and then they would become nothing but bloodthirsty monsters. Physiology shouldn't be the only thing separating humans from monsters, heart should be too. Gao Yang took a deep breath and addressed Dai Ziajan. We promise we won't hurt you, Mr. Dai, but don't hurt Miss Li either. That's right. Grey Bear stepped in as well. Lay down the knife. I'm a cop. I swear that I won't let them hurt you. He showed the man his badge. Do you mean it? Dai Ziajan wavered when he saw the badge. Yes. Nine Frost dropped his golf club before turning to the others. Drop yours? They followed suit and tried their best to rearrange their stiff facial muscles into a friendly smile. All right, I believe you. Dai Ziajan recovered somewhat. I was just too scared. I didn't mean to hurt Miss Li. We understand, Gao Yang continued to assure him. It's okay. Dai Ziajan slowly let go of Li Huafeng. Shuddering, Li Huafeng slowly inched away from the man. She didn't dare to move too quickly lest Dai Ziajan get triggered again. They all watched things unfold with bated breath. Once Li Huafeng was safe, they would rush up to subdue Dai Ziajan. Then they would talk about how they should deal with the man. During the 2 seconds of stillness, the room was filled with a strange silence. Clang. Then something dropped. It's the Swiss Army knife? Shit. Nine Frost noticed the encroaching danger too, and with the back of his foot, he kicked the golf club up to grab it before rushing toward Dai Ziajan. However, he was a step too late. Dai Ziajan's transformation was instantaneous. In the blink of an eye, he had become a living dead covered in red veins, his empty eye sockets glowing with a bloodthirsty crimson. Growl? Dai Ziajan pounced on Li Huafeng and bit her in the shoulder. Nine Frost's golf club hit him in the head at the same time, but failed to stop the rune corpse from sinking its teeth into Li Huafeng. Gah! Li Huafeng screamed. Grey Bear rushed up to help too, and he kicked Dai Ziajan off her. Clang! Dai Ziajan slammed into a metal cabinet, his teeth still latching onto a lump of bloody flesh. 2 seconds later, Nine Frost's golf club hit Dai Ziajan's head again, making a dull thud. Dai Ziajan seized up and toppled heavily to the floor. Nine Frost dared not stop. He kept smashing the rune corpse's head. Thud, thud, thud. Every hit seemed to reverberate in their chests like a physical thing. They felt the impacts keenly. It didn't take long for Dai Ziajan's head to shatter completely, scattering blood and grey matter everywhere. A pungent smell of blood permeated the air. Now covered in sweat, Nine Frost cast aside the bloodied golf club and plopped down on a bed, falling silent. Considering they had to stay in the infirmary for quite a while, Grey Bear voluntarily moved over to tear off the curtain and wrap it around Dai Ziajan's body. Then he picked the body up and hurled it out of the window. Xiren and Ronnie found some medical gloves and put them on, suppressing their disgust while cleaning up the mess. The others were left staring at Li Huafeng. She was still sitting prone on the floor with a hand covering her bleeding shoulder. Her blood had drenched her white coat. Her face was pale and covered in tears, her lips trembling. She was scared, and so very sad. Gao Yang was suddenly hit with an intense regret. Why did he save Dai Ziajan back in the stairway? If only he had left the man to die, at least there would have been one less death. No, he couldn't think like this. It would be too arrogant of him. He was no god. He couldn't see the future. He wasn't omniscient. All he could do was try his best to make the decision that felt right to him. The rest would be left to fate. Miss Li, Grey Bear said hoarsely. I know. Li Huafeng was calmer than they expected. I'll spare you the trouble. None of them said anything. Li Huafeng struggled to stand up. With her bloodied hand, she pulled out a piece of paper from the breast pocket of her white coat, turning to Grey Bear. Grey Bear walked up to her without the need for her to say anything. My note, Li Huafeng gave the letter to Grey Bear with a trembling hand. If you get out of here alive, deliver this to my daughter. Out, our address is written here. I will. Grey Bear took the letter and put it in his pocket. I promise. Thank you, Li Huafeng choked out. My daughter is still so young. I really can't stop worrying about her. Rest assured, your daughter will grow up safe and sound. The others exchanged a silent glance. The truth was that the woman no longer had a daughter. Everything related to her had been erased. However, before the Wanderer's moment of death, Grey Bear chose to tell her a white lie so that she could part from this world without regret. You're right. She will grow up safe and sound. Li Huafeng wiped away her tears, leaving a smear of blood. Then she took a deep breath and ran toward the window. Gao Yang reflexively turned away, so he didn't witness the moment Li Huafeng jumped off. 2 seconds later, he heard a quiet thud. Silence took over the infirmary again. Get yourself fucking together. It was Grey Bear who broke the silence. There are 18 levels to this hell, and we're only through the first level. Gloom. The reality was that they were like mud figurines crossing the river, in too much danger themselves to dwell on the death of 2 wanderers. Gao Yang collected himself and explained, I forgot to ask Miss Li how long the second session of the evening self-study is, but usually, it should be 45 to 60 minutes. We have to wait for a while. Each of you, do your preparation and pick something you're able to wield proficiently as weapons. Frost went up to the metal cabinet storing medical supplies and opened it. Grab some medicine too just in case. Got it. Grey Bear clapped. What are you waiting for? Move it. There's something else we have to do. Gao Yang paused, his eyes darkening. Check each other's body to make sure there's no bite left by rune corpses. Be thorough. After a second of silence, the others nodded. In pairs of 2, the men took turns examining each other, particularly the limbs, head, and neck. When a bloodstain was found, the clothes were lifted to check the body part underneath, making sure that the blood belonged to others. The 3 women, Yellow Butterfly, Can, and Black Sparrow, went up to a bed and drew the curtain before checking among themselves. Soon, the examination was done. Everyone was free of bites. They sat down to rest. For a while, no one said anything. Some stared up at the clock on the wall. Some took out their Signalis phone and typed with their heads lowered. They were probably writing a note. Gao Yang had considered leaving a few final words for his family and friends too, but he thought better of it. It felt like bad luck. He closed his eyes to rest. Usually, he would enter his system to check his luck points and allocate them, but this time, he didn't even bother accessing the system. In this special subspace, his talents were sealed, and the system lost its functions. It wouldn't be of help. Then they started fleshing out their plan. Zyron suggested that they send a few more agile members to the broadcast room, leaving the others behind in the infirmary. His reason was that 11 people were too many to stay stealthy, and there would likely be casualties. Gao Yang put it to a vote. The majority insisted they move together. They argued that they would have to meet up later even if they split up, and risks were inevitable. Moreover, as portrayed by countless horror films, total party kill was usually the result of dividing the team. Time snuck by. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. The school bell rang. Now, Gao Yang shot to his feet. The others followed and each grabbed their items and weapons. Judging by the sounds from the outside, the few rune corpses on the other side of the door had been drawn away to the speakers. Grey Bear counted to 5 before opening the door and taking the lead to rush out. He said in a lowered voice, hurry, hurry. The rest of the team exited the infirmary in an orderly manner. While Grey Bear and Darkly took the lead, Gao Yang and Frost stayed in the back. The long line of people rushed to the corner where the stairway was and ran up. Some ran faster, and some slower, resulting in a lower overall speed. The bell already ended when they reached the 5th floor, and the rune corpses lost interest in the speakers. Their heads kept jerking around, their keen ears catching the series of faint, hurried footsteps. The rune corpse in the classrooms came out to the corridor and headed toward the stairway. They started out slow and hesitant, but then they grew certain that there was prey ahead as they got closer, and they growled with twisted faces, speeding up suddenly to make a mad dash toward the incoming humans, their speed impressive despite their unnatural forms. The 11 people had gotten out of the stairway and turned left into the corridor, leading to the offices. Come on. To the broadcast room. Darkly took the lead and rushed to the door, taking out the keys. They're coming. Gao Yang and Frost yelled from the very back. Open the door. Grey Bear growled at Darkly before joining the 2 captains in the back to hold the line. Darkly took out one of the 2 keys and inserted it into the lock. He tried to turn it clockwise and then counterclockwise, but neither worked. He didn't immediately try the other key because there was the possibility that he had inserted the key with the wrong side up. He rotated the key and tried again. Again, neither direction worked. Fuck. A 50-50 chance, and he picked the wrong key? That wasted them 10 seconds, which was a hellish 10 seconds for Gao Yang, Frost, and Grey Bear as they defended the group in the back. More than 10 rune corpses rushed toward them one after another. Thankfully, the corridor was less than 2 meters in width, and the three of them together could block the way. With a yell, Grey Bear kicked the rune corpse leading the charge. It flew back into the 2 rune corpses behind it, knocking them down to the floor. Then more rune corpses leapt over them to lunge at the 3 men. Thud. Ninefrost hit one in the temple with his golf club. It flew to the left and shattered a window of the office on the side, its head getting stuck. Then Gao Yang slammed his wrench into another rune corpse's head. It fell without making a sound, but the hit didn't kill it. It continued to crawl forward, only at a much slower speed. Grey Bear stared as the rune corpses approached. The 3 of them wouldn't be enough to stop the swarm. He took the wrench from Gao Yang and shoved it into the mouth of a rune corpse, stopping it from biting people. Then he picked the rune corpse up and held it horizontally. Grey Bear rushed forward with the rune corpse in hand like he was holding a riot shield horizontally, charging against the incoming swarm. After a second, he collided with a group of more than 10 rune corpses. It took him even less time to be pushed back. Endure it. Gao Yang and Ninefrost rushed up to support Grey Bear from the back. Come on. Gao Yang called out. Help us. Black Sparrow, Xiren, Ronnie, Xiuyi, and Old Joe rushed up one after another and piled on as they pushed, finally stopping the swarm. Open the door already. Grey Bear clenched his teeth and steadied his footing while shouting at Darkly. Although he was using the rune corpse like a riot shield, it wasn't actually one, and countless undead hands were already grabbing onto his clothes, craning their necks and opening their bloodied mouths to bite him. Go away. Kin and Yellow Butterfly each held a baseball bat in their hands and knocked away the mouths trying to bite Grey Bear. It's open. Darkly opened the door. I can't move. Come help us knock them down. Grey Bear shouted, his already hoarse voice cracking. Darkly rushed up to join the team. On the count of 3, we push together. Gao Yang instructed amid the chaos. 3, 2, 1. Everyone put their full force into the push. Pressed in between companions, Gao Yang could feel their collective power moving toward the rune corpses, and his body followed along. Again, he shouted. 3, 2, 1. Finally, the balance was tipped, and the swarm of rune corpses toppled like pins. Fuck off. At the very front, Grey Bear threw away the rune corpse he had been holding onto. The inertia brought him forward, and he almost fell into the swarm, but Ninefrost and Gao Yang grabbed him and pulled him back. The 3 of them steadied themselves and turned to run. Darkly was holding the door open. Come on. Get in. They made a mad dash into the broadcast room. Ninefrost, Gao Yang, and Grey Bear were the last to enter, and they slammed the door shut. They didn't dare stop for even a second. They pushed their backs against the wall, not giving an inch. Bam, 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 bam. The noises of bodies slamming into the door continued for a good while before things settled down. Grey Bear was exhausted. He collapsed to the floor with his back against the door, panting heavily. God damn it. It was too close. Way too close. Yellow Butterfly felt around for the switch and turned on the light. The broadcast room wasn't big. On the work table by the window was a full set of broadcast equipment. Xiren and Old Joe went up to it. Growl? Then said it was a rune corpse. To their surprise, there was an injured wanderer lurking in the broadcast room, and it had just transformed. The now undead adult man was a little overweight, and it lunged at Darkly and Xiren, catching them off guard. Darkly immediately sprang to action, reflexively pulling back to avoid the rune corpse. Xiren, however, wasn't so lucky. He didn't have much room for maneuver, and he wasn't agile enough to dodge away in time. Survival instincts kicked in, and he grabbed whatever was within reach to defend against the rune corpse. When he realized it was a microphone, the rune corpse had already tackled him to the ground. One hand pushing against the rune corpse's chin, Xiren shoved the microphone into its mouth with his other hand to make sure that it wouldn't bite him. Growling, the rune corpse shook its chin around in an attempt to make the bite. The repulsive mix of saliva and blood dripped down the microphone. Ninefrost was the first to react. He grabbed the rune corpse's shirt from the back and yanked it off, throwing it aside. Clang! The rune corpse flew into a cabinet, the sound attracting another wave of rune corpses to slam the door. Hearing the staccato of dull impacts, Grey Bear and Old Joe promptly pushed their backs against the door to keep it shut. Meanwhile, Ninefrost and Darkly had pinned the rune corpse to the floor. Black Sparrow then shoved the Swiss Army knife she got from Dai Ziajan into the rune corpse's eye socket, stirring inside to make a mess of its brain, and it stopped struggling after a violent seizure. Gradually, the rune corpses outside quieted as well. Gao Yang immediately went to help Xiren up, who was sitting on the floor in shock. Xiren's lips trembled, his face pale. Captain, I wasn't bitten. I wasn't. Calm down, Gao Yang assured him. I'll check for you. Xiren grabbed Gao Yang's wrist forcefully. I really wasn't bitten. Xiren, Gao Yang commanded in a low voice. Let me check. It's an order. Xiren gulped and slowly let go. Gao Yang thoroughly checked his face and neck before unbuttoning his shirt to check his chest, shoulders, and back. Following that, he checked Xiren's fingers. Then he rolled up Xiren's sleeves to check his arms. Finally, he checked Xiren's calves and then made sure there was no bite on his clothed legs. Xiren hadn't been bitten. Gao Yang let out a sigh of relief. You're good. Xiren opened his eyes wide, staring at Gao Yang in disbelief. Am I really all right? Yes. Gao Yang was certain. Having escaped death, Xiren burst into tears and sobbed, Thank God. Thank God. You lucky brat. Grey Bear went up to ruffle Zyron's hair, overjoyed. All right, stop crying. You're okay. You may be okay, but this thing isn't, old Joe said. He was standing before the working table, pointing at the old black broadcast machine. Gao Yang looked over and realized it was connected to the microphone, and when Zyron yanked the microphone off, he had pulled the machine along as well. A closer inspection revealed that one of the wires had been torn off. Would it still work? Ninefrost went up to him and asked. Old Joe leaned down to take a close look, pulling at the wire. It should work if I reconnect this. Ken asked. Whoa, Uncle Joe. Why are you able to do everything? After awakening, he has been working as the owner of a repair shop for electric appliances. Black Sparrow arched her sharp eyebrow. That's not considered your dark past, right, Old Joe? It's not. Old Joe rubbed his bald head and chuckled. Can you fix it? Asked Gao Yang. Old Joe said hesitantly, it'd only take a moment if I had the right tool, but I have nothing. I can't even unscrew the screws. One can't cook without a stove, you know. Ninefrost ordered, find a way. I'll try. Old Joe sighed. Any of you have a lighter? A nail clipper? Oh, isn't there a Swiss Army knife? That'll help. Black Sparrow looked down at the rune corpse by her feet. The Swiss Army knife was buried deep in its eye socket. She sighed. Give me a moment. I'll clean it up for you. All right. Old Joe sat down on the chair before the table. I'll try to fix it in half an hour. Black Sparrow yanked the Swiss Army knife out and looked for clothes to wipe off the blood and brain matter. Then she handed the knife to Old Joe. Humming an unfamiliar melody, Old Joe got to work. The others hadn't been wasting time. They first threw the rune corpse out of the window before checking each other for injuries, making sure that none of them were hurt. 10 minutes later, the broadcast room quieted. There weren't enough chairs, so most of them were sitting cross-legged on the floor, quietly dwelling on their own thoughts. Gao Yang was thinking about what they should do when a head fell on his shoulder. It was Can. She was exhausted and closed her eyes. Gao Yang sighed inwardly. It was best for her to take a break. They had a tough battle ahead of them. I wonder how Lithe Snake is doing, Grey Bear said worriedly. There hadn't been a moment he wasn't thinking about their missing teammate. Zyron adjusted his glasses. Lithe Snake will be alright. He's strong. I think so, too, said Ronnie. Yeah, if someone's gonna die, I'd be the first. Can opened her eyes and said quietly. So she was pretending. Of course. How could she possibly fall asleep given the circumstances? What's with the pessimism? We will all get out of here alive. Grey Bear turned to Gao Yang. Am I right, Captain? Certainly. Gao Yang wasn't confident, but it was important to maintain morale. Hey, what are you gonna do once you get out of here? Ken sat back up with renewed vigor and rubbed her nose. Once I'm out, I'm gonna play games for 3 days straight. And I'm gonna max out my credit card to buy all the skins for heroes I love. I just want to sleep. I'm gonna sleep for days. Zyron tugged at his lips tiredly. I'm gonna have a barbecue and a pack of cold beer. Even better if there's a good match to watch. Grey Bear indulged in the thought with a smile. I'm going to the karaoke and sing through the night, said Ronnie. Gao Yang thought about Ronnie's talent, disorientation. It cost money to go to a concert, but Ronnie's singing? That would take lives. Ronnie seemed to have read Gao Yang's thoughts, and he added petulantly, I've won first place at a school singing competition. Gao Yang smiled. Well, talents are talents, while singing is singing. One doesn't dictate the other, just like there are people who have a nice voice but can't carry a tune at all. What about you, Captain Seven Shadow? Ken turned to him with her large glinting eyes. Me. Gao Yang paused. He hadn't thought about it before. The first one he thought about was his family. He wanted to enjoy a meal with everyone, dad, mom, granny, sister before the television and have a good time. Then he thought about Qingling and Officer Huang. He missed them a little, and he was reminded of the beef noodles at the noodle shop they had gone to. Had Qingling and Officer Huang reached level 4 with their talents? Would they think about him too every once in a while? Of course, Wang Zikai and Fat Jun came to his mind as well. If possible, he would like to visit Wang Zikai's place and hang out through the night, having fried chicken and cola while playing games. No, I can't think about this further. I've just gotten myself a mountain full of flags. This is a bad omen. Are you alright, Yellow Butterfly? Suddenly, Black Sparrow reached out to steady Yellow Butterfly, her sharp eyebrows closely knitted. Yellow Butterfly was curling into herself by the wall, her legs tucked to her chest. She trembled all over, her hair drenched by sweat and sticking to her pale face. Holding onto her neck with both hands, she breathed in short, intense bursts, her chest heaving violently. What's happening? Grey Bear turned to look at her. Asthma attack, Ninefrost said in a grave tone. Gao Yang was a little surprised. He didn't expect Yellow Butterfly to have asthma. Awakeners should be physically stronger than regular humans. Why would she be sick? No, wait. Even though Awakeners had a stronger physique than regular humans, if their talents didn't grant bonuses in constitution and endurance, it was unlikely that the awakening would have changed their physiology entirely, and thus their inherent diseases wouldn't have been cured. Yellow Butterfly's talent was Avian King, a summon-type talent. Following the way his system broke down abilities, the bonus stat points granted would be willpower and charisma rather than constitution and endurance. Where's your inhaler? Black Sparrow felt around Yellow Butterfly's pocket. The inhaler wasn't there. It's missing. Yellow Butterfly's breathing grew even more erratic, and she could barely talk. Black Sparrow's face darkened. She looked at Ninefrost. It must have dropped somewhere between the infirmary on the 3rd floor and this broadcast room. No one disagreed. They had been through hells to get here. It was very likely for the inhaler to have dropped on the way. Can you hold out on your own? Ninefrost turned to Yellow Butterfly. Just wait until old Joe fixes the machine. No Back Sparrow knew Yellow Butterfly's condition. She won't make it that long. Leave me. Don't. Yellow Butterfly gasped for breaths with a pained look and kept shaking her head, refusing to be a dead weight to his teammates. Stop talking. Black Sparrow grabbed onto Yellow Butterfly's shoulders. Look at me, Yellow Butterfly. Take a deep breath. Breathe. Huff, huff. Yellow Butterfly struggled to breathe, but it wasn't very effective. She looked to be in serious pain, and every short gasp she took made everyone felt a sympathetic pang. After a short moment of silence, someone stood up. No, we must grab her inhaler, or she'll die. It was Darkly. The fake-looking smile that seemed permanently fixed on his face was gone. How? Grey Bear asked. We don't know if it's dropped in the corridor or the stairs, and there are rune corpses everywhere outside. If you open the door, you die. Darkly stared at Ninefrost with determination, his expression dark. I won't let Yellow Butterfly die, Captain. Open the door. I'm going out. No, Ninefrost shot him down. It's suicide. But, thud, thud. Gao Yang stood before a wall and knocked on it. Captain. Grey Bear turned to him, unsure of what he was doing. For buildings like this one, usually, the layout is the same for every floor. The director's office on the 2nd floor we were at corresponds to this room, but this room is only half its size. There's a divider to make an extra room. Zyron's eyes glinted under the glasses. Gao Yang nodded. Grey Bear, knock the wall down. I have a plan. Let's keep it brief. Without another question asked, Grey Bear moved up to knock on the wall, making sure where the divider was before slamming into it with his shoulder. Bam, bam. It only took 2 hits for Grey Bear to put a hole into the divider. He lifted his foot and kicked on it, creating a long, thin crack that could fit a person. Gao Yang was the first to get into the space on the other side. Then Ninefrost and Grey Bear followed. It was a storage room. Gao Yang perked up. Bingo? Lucky me. Come on. Let's pile the tables, chairs, and cabinets into a barricade. Gao Yang made the instructions, and the others quickly followed. With all the items in the storage room, it took no time for them to build a barricade. Gao Yang squeezed through the only crack they left on purpose and opened the door of the storage room, banging on the door to make noises. Then he quickly moved back to the other side of the barricade. Block this part too. They quickly closed the crack with a cabinet. Meanwhile, the rune corpses in the corridor heard the noises and moved to the storage room. They tried to get to Gao Yang and the others, but were stopped by the barricade. Hey, come over and help. Grey Bear called out, and Ronnie and Zayuyi joined in keeping the barricade upright with their bodies. Keep drawing their attention by making sounds. Gao Yang returned to the broadcast room through the divider. Darkly, the hallway should be free of rune corpses now. I don't know how many we'll encounter in the stairway, but there shouldn't be too many. I'll look for the inhaler with you. No need. I'll do it myself. We can help each other, and the success rate will be higher. Darkly nodded at him with a grateful look. All right. He glanced at Yellow Butterfly and turned to walk to the door. I'll go with you. Black Sparrow rose. Take care of Yellow Butterfly, said Gao Yang. The more isn't always the merrier. After a moment of hesitation, Black Sparrow nodded. Gao Yang and Darkly each picked up a golf club and exchanged a glance. They opened the door and immediately rushed out, closing the door behind them. As expected, other than the 2 rune corpses on the floor whose heads had been smashed earlier, the other rune corpses were all crowding into the storage room next to the broadcast room. Grey Bear's curses could be heard from the other side of the wall. Come at me, sons of bitches. Come bite me. Ha ha ha, you can't, can you? Die. You're having too much fun? Gao Yang grumbled to himself. The light was on in the corridor, so it was easy to see what was on the floor. They didn't spot the inhaler. Gao Yang and Darkly exchanged a glance. The inhaler was likely somewhere on the stairs. They gingerly snuck past the storage room filled with rune corpses before picking up their pace, rushing to the stairway. It was dark here with the light off. Gao Yang and Darkly slowly made it down the stairs with their backs pressed to the wall. Gao Yang pointed at his own eyes with 2 fingers before pointing at the floor. Then he pointed at Darkly's eyes before pointing at their surroundings. It meant that he would look for the inhaler, so Darkly should watch out for threats. Darkly responded with an OK sign. They made it to the 4th floor and didn't see the inhaler. Then they inched their way to the 3rd floor, still moving along the walls. When they got to the corner, Darkly grabbed onto Gao Yang's shoulder. Gao Yang looked up to find 3 rune corpses standing there. With their backs to Gao Yang and Darkly, they were facing the window in the corner. Moonlight streamed in and illuminated the top of their heads and a third of their profile. Their vicious, numb-looking faces made them seem like devils from hell. And as if to taunt them, the white inhaler with blue cap was by the heel of the rune corpse in the middle. Darkly saw it too. Without hesitation, he slowly crouched down and took off his shoes. Gao Yang grabbed him, shaking his head. It's too dangerous? Darkly gave him a bitter smile, his gaze determined. There was no changing his mind. Yellow Butterfly's asthma attack could kill her any second. Gao Yang stopped protesting. Darkly must have been ready to risk his life when he decided to make this trip. Taking off his shoes and holding them in one hand, Darkly snuck toward the 3 rune corpses barefooted, taking one step at a time. Low, unintelligible rumbles came out from the rune corpses' throat, and their bodies twitched regularly. They hadn't noticed anyone approaching. When Darkly was a meter away from them, they suddenly went stiff in alarm and turned slightly to the side, their keen ears twitching. They hadn't turned fully around, but Darkly knew that they would notice the moment he took another step. Darkly held his breath, his forehead breaking into cold sweat. His rational mind told him that he must not go any further, but the inhaler was right before him. He couldn't watch Yellow Butterfly die, or he would never be able to live with himself for the rest of his life. Darkly clenched his teeth and threw his 2 shoes to the stairs below. Thud, thud. Growling. As expected, the 3 rune corpses turned to the side, drawn by the sounds. However, only one of them moved down, while the other 2 merely turned to the source of the sounds. Growling. Worse still, the rune corpses in the 3rd floor corridor had heard the sounds as well, and they were moving toward the stairs. Darkly took a glance and sweated harder, his scalp feeling numb. There were at least 7 of them. It was now or never. He knew things would only get worse if he waited. Resolved, he took a step forward and reached out to pick up the inhaler. Due to his nerves, he failed to control his hand properly, and the hard blue cap of the inhaler scratched the floor when he picked the inhaler up, making a quiet sound. One rune corpse jerked around. It hurt him. Growl? The rune corpse lunged at Darkly. Darkly hurriedly leapt backward from his crouching position and ended up tripping on the stairs. Gao Yang immediately grabbed his elbow and pulled him back, but the rune corpse managed to grab Darkly's calf, startling him. Get off. Darkly stomped on the rune corpse's face, quickly kicking it off him. However, without the protection of his boot, the heel of his right foot grazed the rune corpse's open mouth, and the skin was scratched by its teeth. Darkly understood the implication immediately, and he was calmer than he expected. He had anticipated that he could die trying to save Yellow Butterfly. In fact, he had pictured the different scenarios countless times, thinking about the kind of dangers they might run into and the different ways he might sacrifice himself for her. He didn't regret anything. He simply felt a little rueful that the woman he had loved for years wasn't here to witness his sacrifice. Darkly quickly climbed to his feet and shoved the inhaler into Gao Yang's hand. Go. Gao Yang took it and helped Darkly up. They scrambled up the stairs. However, the noises made had already drawn the rune corpses on the 4th floor to them, and they found themselves trapped in the middle. Darkly rushed forward with his arms open, holding the rune corpses blocking their way at bay to make a path for Gao Yang. Without mercy, the rune corpses bit into Darkly's shoulders, neck, and arms. Ah! Darkly cried out in pain, yet his hold over the rune corpses remained strong. He called out to Gao Yang, go, now. Heart sinking, Gao Yang turned around and bolted without another look back. 3 seconds later, he heard Darkly's impassioned voice ringing throughout the building, Yellow Butterfly, stay alive. In less than 10 seconds, Gao Yang rushed back to the 5th floor and reached the door to the broadcast room. He knocked on the door, open up. Then he headed back to the storage room and shouted by the door, stop drawing their attention, Grey Bear, let them come out. Grey Bear stopped cursing, and drawn by Gao Yang's voice, the rune corpses inside the storage room turned around and dashed out. Gao Yang quickly dove into the broadcast room and shut the door. He threw the inhaler to Black Sparrow, who took off the cap and held the inhaler to Yellow Butterfly's lips. Yellow Butterfly took 2 big breaths. It wasn't time to relax yet. Gao Yang rushed through the broken divider to the storage room. With a glance, he confirmed that the rune corpses had gone out of the door and returned to the hallway. Then, with Ninefrost's help, he moved the one cabinet aside to make a crack. After making sure the last rune corpse had moved away, he squeezed through the crack to shut the door. Gao Yang immediately returned and, with the help of others, toppled the barricade they made. The pieces of furniture they had piled up collapsed, blocking off the door entirely. Only then was Gao Yang's plan concluded. It could have been perfect. If only Darkly had made it back with him. Gao Yang and the others returned to the broadcast room through the crack. By then, Yellow Butterfly had recovered from the asthma attack. She stood up with Black Sparrow's help. Eyes misty and red, she asked Gao Yang urgently, where's Darkly? Why hasn't he come back? Gao Yang's silence was an answer in itself. Everyone had heard Darkly's shout and connected the dots. That was his goodbye to Yellow Butterfly. Even at the moment of death, he didn't have the courage to tell her his feelings. No, no. Yellow Butterfly covered her mouth and broke into tears. I got him killed. It's all because of me. It's Darkly's decision, Ninefrost said coolly, but his expression was dark. He turned away and went up to the window. Even from the back, his quiet rage was apparent. He was angry with himself for not protecting his teammates well. Gao Yang wasn't sure how to feel about Ninefrost. The man was prideful, arrogant, egocentric, and rude, but that didn't mean he wasn't a good captain. Groans could be heard from the other side of the door. Within the broadcast room, the air was silent save for the rustling sounds of old Joe fixing the broadcast machine. The 4th team was caught in their sorrow of losing a companion, and reminded of Lithe Snake, whose fate was still unknown. The 5th team was in a dour mood as well. After a few minutes, Ziyuyi, the quiet boy with slanted eyes, spoke up quietly. He might be addressing the others, or he might be murmuring to himself. When I first met Brotherly, I didn't like him. He always had a fake smile on his face. It made me uncomfortable. No one said anything. Some looked up at Ziyuyi, but more were looking down. Ziyuyi closed his eyes and lifted his head to rest it against the wall. It wasn't until later that I found out he had a condition called facial nerve paralysis. When he was little, he often got beaten by his father. Once, his father knocked his head a little too hard, and Brotherly had been suffering from the condition ever since. When he wasn't making a certain expression, his resting face would look like a fake-looking smile. Yellow Butterfly lost the composure she had struggled to regain and started sobbing quietly, her hands covering her mouth. Brotherly's dream was to be a martial arts star. Ziyuyi continued in a monotone voice like he was doing a product presentation. He liked nunchucks. He liked spicy hot pot. He was an atheist. He had been single his whole life. Recently, he started going to guitar classes because he thought it would make him more attractive. He loved Yellow Butterfly, and he thought it was a grand secret, but everyone knew. Ziyuyi opened his slanted eyes. There were tears at the corners. That's all I know about Brotherly. How could a person's life be summarized in a few sentences? Silence followed. Done. Just in time, old Joe's voice broke the heavy atmosphere. While they were wallowing in grief, he alone had been fixing the machine. He picked up the microphone and spoke into it. Ahem. Hello, microphone testing. Nine Frost stood by the window and immediately heard old Joe's voice coming out from the speakers outside. The rune corpses roaming aimlessly were drawn by the sounds and stayed in clusters, but as soon as old Joe stopped speaking, they resumed their meandering. Old Joe stood up and turned to the others. Now we just have to pick a cassette. There were many cassettes in the room. Zyron opened the glass cabinet storing them and rummaged around. He quickly picked one. How about this? Gao Yang took a glance at it. It was a mixtape of Jaichu's songs. He nodded. I'm good with it. Their future was uncertain. If he was going to die, at least it would be a comfort to die listening to his favorite songs. The others didn't disagree. Old Joe took the cassette and rolled it to the very start to maximize playtime. Ready, Captain. Old Joe rested a finger on the play button, waiting for Nine Frost to make the order. Nine Frost turned to Gao Yang. What do you have to say? Gao Yang thought for a moment. It'll take at most 30 minutes for one side of the cassette to finish playing. During the 30 minutes, we need to go to the basketball court for our supplies, find Li Zhuanghu, and take him out. If we realize we can't do all that in time, we have to return to the broadcast room within the 30 minutes and flip the cassette tape before making our next move. Any questions? There was none. Then we move. Nine Frost and Grey Bear went up to the door, ready to open it. Click. Old Joe took a deep breath and pressed the play button. Deep into the night, the gray-blue sky was free of stars. The lonesome moonlight washed over the 11th high school. All throughout the campus, horrifying rune corpses roamed about. The air was filled with an eerie atmosphere. PZZT. All speakers in the school crackled for a brief moment before a song started to play. Violins, nylon guitars, oboes, and pianos composed a quaint, melancholic melody, accompanied by the hums of a soprano. The rune corpses became anxious and excited, and they followed the music and dashed toward the speaker closest to them. Now, from the broadcast room on the 5th floor, Grey Bear opened the door and led the charge, followed by Black Sparrow and Ziyuyi. Zyron, Ronnie, Can, and Yellow Butterfly were in the middle, and Nine Frost, Gao Yang, and Old Joe were in the back. Most rune corpses in the corridor had rushed together under the speaker outside the classrooms, leaving only 2 seriously injured rune corpses dragging themselves along the floor. The cool morning dew dampens the black tuxedo. A fog descends upon the pebbled path. The father murmurs in prayer. Cruel is the resolution made in resignation. It's all to pave the way leading to the sanctum. As the music played, Grey Bear and Black Sparrow each approached the 2 rune corpses from the back. After an exchange of glances, they pounced on the rune corpses and grabbed their hair, slamming their heads to the floor. Soon, the 2 rune corpses stopped moving. Grey Bear and Black Sparrow immediately stood up and waved their companions over, signaling them to catch up. They went to the stairway and rushed downstairs. Stubborn fog obscures all intentions. To whom does the halted pacing belong? Before tears can fall, a bullet shoots through and drains the warmth. They rushed to the 3rd floor at once before suddenly, Grey Bear and Black Sparrow halted in the lead. They reached out to stop their companions. The others looked over and saw a rune corpse on the stairs. Covered in bites, its thighs had almost been chewed to the bones, and having lost the ability to walk properly, it crawled on the floor. Its now twisted face had lost its chin, and the familiar fake smile was gone. Its empty eyes glowed with flickering red as it swung its arms around, like it was trying to grab something. Darkly. The sight was heart-stopping. Darkly. The name escaped Yellow Butterfly's mouth. Zyron quickly muffled her. Hearing it, Darkly flailed around madly in an attempt to grab the prey before it, croaking out unintelligible sounds. Thud. A wooden stick with a sharp end pierced through its right eye and straight into its brain. We are all guilty. Guilty of different sins. I decide who is right. Who is to enter a slumber. The fight will not stop. During the never-ending night. Sealing your mouth. That is the only grace. Nine Frost yanked the wooden stick out. A small amount of blood splattered on his face, and a look of vulnerability flashed through his eyes. He then turned around and gestured at the others. Move. The 10 of them kept going and safely reached the 1st floor. The main hall was now the only thing separating them from the exit. A few dozen rune corpses gathered around in a cluster, swarming into the corner and struggling to reach the speaker installed high on the wall. squashed by the rune corpses behind it. One rune corpse was lifted higher and higher off the ground, almost reaching the speaker. Gao Yang immediately pressed himself to the wall and gestured at the others. They quickly followed suit and inched their way to the door, keeping as much distance as possible while moving around the swarm of rune corpses. Those blocking in the front are guilty. Even when they feel regret, there is no way back. Judged in the name of thy father. The feeling cannot be put into words. Like laughing while crying. Like staring into the deepest black. Tragedy to stop tragedies. I'm lost in it. If not for the fact that only a few lines had been sung, Gao Yang would have thought that a long time had passed. They moved along the walls, but they might as well be walking on high wire. Finally, Grey Bear at the very front reached the front door of the teaching building. Things seemed to be going well. In 30 seconds, they would be out of the door in a quiet and orderly manner. Clack. But then in the opposite corner of the main hall, the rune corpse that had been lifted to the top managed to grab the speaker and tear it off the wall. The music stopped. Although the other speakers in other places were still playing the song, the sounds weren't loud enough to hold the rune corpse's attention. The air was still for 2 seconds. Then the rune corpses stopped swarming to the corner, regaining their keen senses. They seemed to have heard a faint sound. One after another, they turned around, their ears shifting sensitively as they dragged their feet toward Gao Yang and the others. The 10 of them stopped breathing for a moment, their faces ashen. Run. Gao Yang ordered decisively. Everyone moved away from the wall and dashed toward the door like they had just woken up from a dream. At the same time, the rune corpses growled and lunged at them. Lower the head and kiss my left hand. In exchange for a promise of forgiveness. The old pipe organ stands in the corner, keeping up the accompaniment non-stop. Wind rustles the black curtain. Sunlight quietly shines through. On the monster I have tamed. Grey Bear grabbed the announcement board for the students on duty and turned back to rush to the rune corpses, attempting to use it as a riot shield like earlier to buy his companions time. However, the board was too brittle, and the two sides broke off in less than a second, leaving only a small piece for Grey Bear to protect himself. Most rune corpses forewent Grey Bear and rushed toward the prey behind him. Charging at the front, Nine Frost kicked one rune corpse in the chest, twisting his body in the air while making another kick at another rune corpse. That was the best he could do as a regular human. The moment he landed, yet another rune corpse lunged at him. Gao Yang showed up just in time with a metal dustpan he had found somewhere. And clang! It hit the rune corpse in the head, sending it flying. He saved Nine Frost at the last moment. Nine Frost's eyes flashed with gratitude. But more rune corpses were already coming. Gao Yang and Nine Frost were close to the exit. If they ran without looking back, they should be able to escape on their own. However, there were more companions behind them. No one could be completely rational. They could not simply make the most optimal choice after weighing the pros and cons. Most of the time, people were driven by instincts and their beliefs of right and wrong. Out of the way, there were noises coming from behind them. Gao Yang and Nine Frost turned to see Xiren and Ronnie pushing a prop piano over. Gao Yang and Nine Frost jumped to the sides. The prop piano hurtled into the fray of rune corpses, knocking them off balance, but the prop piano itself broke down. At the same time, Black Sparrow and Xiaoyi had lifted a pot of sago palm and hurled it at the rune corpses. The rune corpses toppled like dominoes, and the moment of chaos bought them a few precious seconds. Run, hurry, Gao Yang urged. They rushed toward the door, but came to a sudden halt after taking a few steps. Outside, about a dozen rune corpses were swarming their way after hearing the commotion. Nine Frost shouted, "We can't leave this way, go back, upstairs." They turned back. A few rune corpses rolled down the stairs and quickly picked themselves up before rushing at them. Behind them were even more frenzied rune corpses. Their way back was blocked as well. It felt as if all the rune corpses in the building were rushing into the main hall. Strangely, Gao Yang couldn't hear the growls of the rune corpses at that moment, nor could he hear his companions' voices. The faint song alone monopolized his hearing. Silently yell, the lonesome feeling permeates. Mocking me non-stop. Memories burn. Images of innocence lost. Surface cruelly and gently. Time of vulnerability arrives. Let us pray together. Back off, back off. Grey Bear hurled the announcement board in his hand toward the swarm of rune corpses before kicking the one that had gotten closest to him. Then he rushed toward the glass door toward the source of danger and attempted to shut it. Bam, bam, bam. But it was too late. The dozen and more rune corpses threw themselves at the door and shattered the glass, toppling the frames. Still, at least a good number of the rune corpses had gotten trapped. Grey Bear moved back while knocking away the rune corpses lunging at him. Then one of them grabbed onto his foot from the ground, and he staggered and fell. A couple rune corpses leapt at him. Help! Help! Ken screamed. She had fallen as well, and a rune corpse had grabbed onto her ankle. Although she had been hitting it in the head with the golf club in her hand, she was too weak to do substantial damage. At that moment, Xiren and Ronnie rushed up to her and kicked the rune corpse in the head. But then even more rune corpses swarmed up to the three. Nine Frost and Black Sparrow had been fighting with their backs pressed together, unable to offer them any help. And Gao Yang had been dealing with two rune corpses with the dustpan in his hand, barely holding up himself, let alone going to his teammates' rescue. Calm down, calm down. Don't give up. Think about what you can do. Nothing. You'll soon be bitten. Then you'll die and become one of them. You fail. There's no turning things around. You'll all die here. Your family and friends will never see you again, and you will never learn the secrets of the mist world. Ring. Gao Yang's head rang, and the world spinned around him. While his body was still pushing itself to put up a fight, he had lost almost all his senses. It was as if his soul was slowly leaving his body. In that moment of distraction, a rune corpse bit at him from the side. There wasn't enough time for Gao Yang to get out of the way. Swoosh! Then a throwing knife buried into the rune corpse's eye. The blood splattered on Gao Yang's face. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 more throwing knives arrived, hitting the eyes of the rune corpse, pouncing on Grey Bear. It's lithe snake, Gao Yang realized with a start. There's still hope? We can still turn things around. Seeing the throwing knives, Grey Bear's wavering will to survive recovered in an instant. Ha! Face covered in blood, he yelled and yanked the 2 knives out of the rune corpse's eyes with both hands, stabbing the other 2 rune corpses in the eye. Splat! The 3 rune corpses holding him down collapsed. Grey Bear didn't immediately push them off since they served as cover to shield him from the other rune corpses. Instead, he propped himself up with both hands on the floor and propelled himself backward, sliding out from under the 3 rune corpses. Scrambling to his feet, Grey Bear looked up to see Lithe Snake holding his short sword in one hand and a piece of thick blue curtain in the other, running straight at them. Like a descending god, Lithe Snake single-handedly turned the tide. Move. Lithe Snake swiftly dealt with the rune corpse in his way before throwing his short sword to Nine Frost. Nine Frost caught the sword and whirled around to make a swing, cutting off the head of the rune corpse ready to attack Black Sparrow. Holding the curtain with both hands, Lithe Snake hurled it toward the air, catching the 7 rune corpses chasing after Grey Bear like casting a fish net. The rune corpses had lost most of their mental faculty. Caught by the curtain, they struggled blindly and madly, soon dragging each other to the ground into a heap of intertwined limbs. Follow me. Lithe Snake yelled and turned to run. Gao Yang and Grey Bear followed without hesitation. The others abandoned the fight as well and quickly moved away from the rune corpses, catching up to the 3. Lithe Snake led them to the room at the end of the corridor left of the main hall. The door was open. It had obviously been Lithe Snake's hideout. The rune corpses were still swarming toward them from the main hall. Grey Bear, Nine Frost, Gao Yang, and Black Sparrow moved back as they fought, barefully holding the rune corpses at bay. Still, the rune corpses continued to close in on them, approaching their only way to escape. When Grey Bear dove into the room last and shut the door, the main hall of the teaching building was already packed full of rune corpses. Huffing, Grey Bear pushed the door shut. Gao Yang and Nine Frost went up to help as well, not daring to be complacent. This is the reception room. Yellow Butterfly immediately recognized the room. In the morning, Nine Frost, Darkly, and she had come here as journalists, and Dai Xiaojun had welcomed them in this room. It wasn't big, and 11 people were quite the crowd here. Bam, 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 bam. The door was under the relentless abuse of the rune corpses. They couldn't stay here for long. Lithe Snake went up to the curtainless window and jumped onto the windowsill, kicking at the security bars outside. The window leads to the flower beds. Originally, there were a few rune corpses, but they were drawn away by the music you played. We can go back to the construction site this way. Grey Bear called out, hey, come here to keep the door closed. Black Sparrow and Zaiyi rushed to take Grey Bear's place, while Grey Bear joined Lithe Snake in kicking the metal frame off. It was firmly put into place, making it difficult for regular humans to destroy the frame through brute force. Bam, bam, bam. The slams grew more and more intense. Gao Yang shouted, hurry, this is a wooden door. It won't hold on for long. Clang, clang, clang. Grey Bear and Lithe Snake put all their strength into their kicks. Yellow Butterfly, come help. Nine Frost commanded before rushing to the window. Yellow Butterfly and Ken immediately filled in Nine Frost's spot and helped keep the door shut. Nine Frost jumped up to the window and held on to the header above. Follow my order. On the count of 3, we kick together. 3, 2, 1. They lifted their legs and kicked the metal frame at the same time. Clang! It loosened. Bam, 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 bam. Hearing the loud clang coming from the room, the rune corpses started throwing themselves at the door with reckless abandon. The wood plank that made the door wasn't thick, and it seemed like it would break any time. Quickly! We can't hold on for long. Gao Yang's voice gained an edge of despair. 3, 2, 1. Clang! Clack! The metal frame fell off, along with the screws. We did it! Hurry! Go! Lithe Snake and Grey Bear jumped off the window, while Nine Frost knelt on the windowsill and reached out a hand. Ladies first! Gao Yang called out. Ken glanced at him before rushing toward the window. Nine Frost grabbed her and pulled her out. Then Yellow Butterfly, Zaiyi, and Ronnie escaped. Gao Yang, Black Sparrow, and Xiren were left holding the door shut on their own. On the count of 3, we run together. Gao Yang said through clenched teeth. Got it. 3, 2, 1. The 3 of them pulled away from the door at the same time and dashed at the window. Bam! The door finally caved, and in rushed the rune corpses like they were in a race. Black Sparrow was agile. She jumped out easily, her feet never even stepping on the windowsill. Xiren was a little slower. He stepped on the windowsill to climb up. Gao Yang's heart burned with urgency. He could feel the rune corpses rushing through the door reaching for his back. Without waiting for Xiren to move out, he leapt with all the strength he could muster, grabbing Xiren's waist to bring him along as he flew out of the window. Outside was a flower bed. The soil cushioned their landing. Nine Frost and Black Sparrow quickly pulled them up. When Gao Yang looked over his shoulder, there were already 7 or 8 rune corpses jammed through the window, and they were almost climbing out. Gao Yang's hackles rose. He had been one step away from meeting his death. Let's go. They rushed out of the flower bed, heading toward the auditorium through the shaded path. On the way, they ran into a few lone rune corpses, but they were swiftly dealt with by Grey Bear and Lithe Snake and their perfect teamwork. 2 minutes later, they made it to the back of the auditorium, returning to the construction site. The first song just ended. The whole process lasted only 5 minutes, yet it felt to them like they had gone through a long, intensely terrifying nightmare. All right. We're safe for now. Standing by the door, Grey Bear looked outside to make sure that no rune corpse had followed them here. Finally, he let out a sigh of relief. He then strode up to Lithe Snake and punched him in the shoulder. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Lithe Snake responded with a cool look. I'd been waiting for the broadcast. I thought you failed. Humph. You underestimated us. We don't have much time. Gao Yang wasn't feeling optimistic. He took out a few bottles of water from the supply bag and threw them to the others. We'll take a 10-minute break. Get some drinks and a few bites, and check each other for injury. Yellow Butterfly, Nine Frost said. Make an inventory of the weapons. We'll allocate them between all of us. Got it. They each got on their own task. Soon, old Joe realized that the high school boy they had left tied up in the room was gone. He must have broken the ropes and run away. They didn't have the time to worry about a wanderer though. Yellow Butterfly, come here, Black Sparrow said and walked into a room. The 3 of them were going to check each other for injury. Okay. Yellow Butterfly followed her in. Ken paused before rushing after them with her head lowered. Noticing her reaction, Gao Yang's chest tightened. He hoped he was overthinking things. A minute later, Yellow Butterfly left the room first. Then she started to sort out the weapons and the items in the supply bag efficiently. The men finished checking each other for wounds as well, and they started resting, getting hydrated, and filling their stomachs. Captain, we only have 1 loaded gun now. There are 6 bullets. Yellow Butterfly handed it to Nine Frost. There are 5 bottles of medicine C, 2 bottles of celestial water, 2 sleep gas grenades, and 3 awakener adrenaline shots. Although we have 10 talent amplifying accessories with us, they won't be of any help. What cold weapons do we have? Nine Frost took the gun and asked. Brass knuckle, short sword, composite bow, and nunchucks. Yellow Butterfly's eyes flashed with sorrow when she got to the last item. Nunchucks were always Dark Lee's weapon of choice. Give the brass knuckles to Black Sparrow. The composite bow is Zaiyi's. Nine Frost turned to the others. Who wants the nunchucks? No one said anything. None of them were particularly good with nunchucks, and for those who hadn't been trained, a shovel, a golf club, or even a spade would be a better weapon. Give it to me, said Yellow Butterfly. Nine Frost nodded and continued. There's another short sword. Anyone? Give it to me, said Ronnie. Nine Frost nodded and looked at the handgun. There are 6 bullets left. Who's the best shot here? Probably me. Grey Bear smiled wryly. As a police officer, he had been properly trained in firearms. But I don't need it. I've become more confident in my own fists. Nine Frost nodded. It was the same for him. None of the others were trained in firearms. After a moment of consideration, Nine Frost said, keep this, Yellow Butterfly. When there's any danger, protect yourself and can. Understood. Yellow Butterfly took the gun and tucked it under her waistband. Captain. Black Sparrow emerged from the room then, her expression tense. She first looked at Nine Frost before turning to Gao Yang, hesitant to continue. Gao Yang's heart sank. He thought back to the time Ken got tackled back in the teaching building. Go on, said Nine Frost. Ken. Black Sparrow avoided Gao Yang's eyes. There's a wound on her foot. The air froze. Gao Yang suppressed a shudder. So it came. No. Grey Bear lost his calm. Are you sure? Are you sure she was bit by a rune corpse? Black Sparrow shook her head. I'm not sure, and Ken said that she couldn't remember. Still, I think we have to be prepared. Nine Frost turned to Gao Yang. She's one of yours. I'll leave you to decide her fate. No, it can't be a bite mark. Zyron kept shaking his head in denial. Lithe Snake shot Gao Yang a cold look. If you don't want to do it, I will. What are you talking about, Lithe Snake? Zyron raised his voice into a yell. Ken's our companion? We can't just give up on her? We can't treat her like that. Ronnie, Uncle Bear, say something. Zyron cried, his throat hoarse. Say something. Zyron, Gao Yang cut him off. Stop. But. I said stop, Gao Yang ordered. Eyes red and jaw set, Zyron turned to move to a wall, dropping to the ground while holding his head with both hands. Lend me a knife, Lithe Snake. Lithe Snake drew a sharp dagger and handed it to Gao Yang. This is the sharpest one. It'll minimize her suffering. Gao Yang took it and turned to Nine Frost. The transformation is quick. If she was bitten, she would turn in less than 5 minutes. Give me some time. In other words, Gao Yang wouldn't just kill her without proof. He would keep watch on Ken for 5 minutes, and if she started to turn, he would take care of her with his own hands. Nine Frost quietly nodded, giving Black Sparrow a pointed look. Understanding his unspoken order, Black Sparrow put on the brass knuckles and quietly waited outside the room in case something unexpected happened. Holding the dagger behind his back, Gao Yang walked into the room. There was no electricity at the construction site, and the room was dark. The only source of light was the flashlight laid flat on the table, illuminating a slanted circle on the rough concrete wall. Ken sat on the ground with her arms around her legs, her upper body within the circle. Her face looked pale under the light, and her forehead was covered in sweat. Captain. Her face lit up when she saw Gao Yang come in, but only for a fleeting moment. She lowered her head and said in a trembling voice, "Are you here to kill me?" Gao Yang squatted down by her side and tightened his right hand around the dagger, keeping it hidden behind him. With his left hand, he brushed Ken's damp hair to the side. "No, I'm here to keep you company, Captain." Ken was hyper by nature, but she was unusually meek now. I wasn't lying. I don't know where I got the wound. I really don't know. Don't be scared. Let me have a look." Ken nodded and extended her left leg. Lifting her loose jeans, he saw that her pale, delicate calf had a 3-centimeter gash on it. It wasn't deep, but it was bleeding. Gao Yang couldn't tell if it was a bite mark, a scratch, or other wounds. "It's okay," Gao Yang let go and assured her. "I don't think it's a bite mark." "I don't think so either." Ken's pale face gained a little color back. "A bite mark would have hurt a lot, right? I would have known. But I didn't feel anything, truly. It must not be a bite mark." Ken continued to rattle off, her eyes wide like a deer facing a hunter's gun barrel, fearful, timid, anxious. "Don't worry. It'll be fine." Gao Yang smiled gently, yet he hadn't loosened his grip on the dagger. He stared at Ken's eyes with his full attention. He wouldn't hesitate if she showed any signs of turning. "Captain." Suddenly, Ken burst into tears. "I'm so scared. I don't want to die. I really don't. Would you not kill me?" Ring. His head rang again. Ring. At that moment, it felt like something had snapped in his head. The relentless tinnitus prevented Gao Yang from thinking or feeling anything. In his blurry vision, he could only see Ken's pale, desperate face, see her crying and begging with helpless fear. "I don't want to become a rune corpse. I don't want to become a human-eating monster." Finally, he could hear again. Gao Yang's palm was damp with sweat, but he didn't loosen his grip around the dagger. "Ken, it doesn't seem like a bite mark. Don't be scared." Gao Yang placed his left hand on her shoulder, attempting to reassure her. He was simply trying to prevent her from breaking down. He wanted to make sure he wouldn't make the wrong call. Was she losing control because of fear, or was it a sign of her transformation? He had to be certain. Really. Ken calmed down a little. "Yes, trust me." Gao Yang felt like a shameless con man selling something he didn't believe in, but he had to do it. "All right, I trust you, Captain. We will be all right. We will get out of here safely." Ken's eyes lit up with renewed hope. "Once I get out of here, I'm gonna play games." "No, I won't. I have to train more. I have to train properly and stop messing around. I must grow stronger. I don't want to drag everyone down anymore." Gao Yang forced his lips to curl into a smile. "I'll hold you to that. Yeah, I'll honor my words." Ken gave him a weak smile. But then her smile slid off her face, and the false hope in her eyes dimmed. "Captain, I don't feel too good. My chest feels tight, and I'm getting lightheaded." Gao Yang tensed and didn't say anything. Ken blinked, her face growing paler. "Would you hold me, Captain? I'm really scared. I don't want to die here alone." Gao Yang hesitated. Ken seemed so pitiful and helpless, but he worried that she would turn into a vicious rune corpse the next second and break his neck with a bite. After 2 hesitant seconds, he leaned in to pull Ken into his arms with his left hand, holding her head to his chest at an angle that would allow him to keep her under control should she turn. At the same time, he slightly lifted his right hand, ready to stab her through the chin to get to her brain anytime. "Thank you, Captain. I feel much better now." "Captain, do you know that you're actually my type? But I'm sure you won't like a girl like me. I don't have a pretty face, and I act like a boy. And I've done a test that said I'm of the avoidant attachment type. If the person I like returns my feelings, I'll stop liking them. So don't return my feelings, Captain. Then I can continue to like you. Haha. I'm not afraid anymore, Captain. Do it now." Gao Yang's heart seized up, and his grip around the dagger faltered. He took a deep breath and focused, waiting with complete concentration. 3 seconds. 10 seconds. Then 30 seconds had passed. Even after a minute, Gao Yang still hadn't made a move. Confused, Ken slowly looked up at him. "Captain, you..." "It's been more than 5 minutes, Gao Yang said in a low voice. "I've been listening to your heartbeat. It hasn't stopped or sped up noticeably." Then he held onto her chin. "Open your mouth." Gao Yang saw no unusual sign. Then he even lifted her eyelids. There was no change to her pupils. And her forehead didn't seem particularly hot. Actually, it was a little cool to the touch. No matter how he saw it, it didn't seem like she was turning. Gao Yang finally sighed in relief. "You weren't bitten." "Huh." Ken paused, shocked. "I wasn't bitten." "You weren't." Gao Yang's gaze was certain. "It's just a scratch, but I feel dizzy, and my body doesn't feel right." "You have low blood sugar, don't you?" Gao Yang guessed. "You're too thin." "Oh, I do have low blood sugar." Ken realized her mistake and quickly found a piece of chocolate from her pocket. "I even bring chocolates with me in case I faint." Why did I forget all that?" "Oh boy." Ken flushed red, dropping the chocolate and covering her face with both hands. "What did I just say? Oh my god, just kill me? I can't." "Quiet. We don't want to draw rune corpses here." Gao Yang picked up the chocolate from the floor and tore off the wrapper. "Open your mouth." Ken did as he said. Gao Yang popped the chocolate into her mouth and rose to his feet, offering her a hand. Welcome back. Yeah. The false scare left Ken with an overwhelming relief and joy that one felt after surviving a close call. Her eyes were misty and red. She took her captain's hand and stood up. Gao Yang and Ken walked out of the room. Black Sparrow had been keeping watch from the door, and she finally relaxed as well, smiling at Gao Yang and Ken. As long as you're alright. Haha, Ken. Grey Bear walked up to them joyously and ruffled Ken's hair. Silly girl, you almost scared me to death. Haha. Ken lowered her head and smiled awkwardly. I almost wet my pants. Light Snake still had an impassive expression on his face, but his gaze softened a little. He walked up to Gao Yang and took back his dagger. Welcome, back. Ronnie was happy for her as well. Where's Xiren? Ken pretended to be angry. Humph. I heard your conversation from start to finish. Xiren is the one who cares about me the most. Xiren was still standing by the window. With his hands holding onto the windowsill, he seemed deep in thought. Ken happily ran toward him. Xiren, I'm alright. You don't have to worry. Ken grabbed her and yanked her back. Wait. Something didn't feel right to Gao Yang. Xiren should be the one most happy for Ken, but he had been way too calm, even cold. Xiren. Gao Yang called out to him. Can you hear me? Yeah, Xiren said quietly, but he didn't turn around. Xiren, Ken is alright. It's a false scare. Gao Yang took 2 steps toward him, but kept a 3-meter distance. The others shone their flashlights at Xiren. Ah, I heard. That's great. Xiren slowly turned around. His face was unnaturally pale, and he was entirely drenched in sweat. Dark brown spots appeared around his eyes like mold. His fair, gentle face turned lifeless and macabre. Welcome back, Ken. Xiren tried to smile. Then blood streaked down his nostrils and tainted his white shirt. No, this isn't happening. Ken's eyes widened, tears threatening to fall. Xiren wiped the blood off and smiled. Don't worry. I'm okay. I'm just a little dizzy. It's probably low blood sugar too. I'll be fine after a break. Xiren walked toward them, and everyone stepped back. Xiren, Gao Yang stopped him harshly, his gaze pained. Don't move. Light Snake went up to Gao Yang's side and drew his short sword. I'm sorry, Xiren. I'll make it quick. Light Snake, what are you talking about? Xiren helplessly turned to Light Snake, but he could no longer see anything. His eyes seemed to melt at once and streamed down along with viscous blood, leaving only 2 empty eye sockets. Red veins climbed up his neck and quickly spread through his face. He gurgled from his throat, still talking, but one had to pay particular attention to make out the words. We're companions. Companions don't give up on companions. Companions. Growl? What was left of his humanity was gone. He opened his bloodied mouth and lunged at Gao Yang. Swish! Lithe Snake unsheathed his short sword, and with a quick, fierce slash, Xiren's head fell. His headless body followed the momentum and slammed into Gao Yang's chest. The blood gushing out from his severed aortic arch made a crimson mess of Gao Yang's clothes. Gao Yang didn't move at all but pursed his lips and closed his eyes. 2 seconds later, Xiren's headless body slowly dropped to his knees before Gao Yang. Then finally, it collapsed in a pool of blood. Xiren. Ken cried out with a sob, followed by the heartbroken calls from Ronnie and Grey Bear. Xiren died, at Gao Yang's feet. He suddenly heard the young man's voice in his head. I'm Xiren. She for West, and ran for burning. Nice to meet you, Captain. Back in elementary school, I wrote an essay titled, My Mom. Growing up, we only had each other, and things weren't easy. I may never know what Lin Mengwan is in my lifetime. Ken's our companion? We can't just give up on her? Ring. The damn tinnitus hit him again. Inside a dim room, Xiren's head and body were pieced back together and covered with a tarpaulin. Holding a flashlight, Gao Yang sat vigilant beside it. They didn't have enough time, so with a heavy heart, the 5th team gave Xiren a quick farewell. Ken had been crying non-stop. Grey Bear's eyes were also red. Light Snake hadn't said anything, but simply did what he had to do. Other than Gao Yang, Ronnie had stayed with the body the longest. He had acted unusually calm after Xiren's death. It wasn't that Ronnie wasn't sad. Gao Yang knew that. The young man had simply not wrapped his head around his friend's death, so the feelings took some time to register. Xiren's glasses were covered in blood, one of the lenses broken. With great care, Ronnie used the handkerchief he carried around to wipe the glasses clean before tucking them into his waist pack. He knew that he might not be able to take Xiren's body back to their world. Just in case, he took something to remember his friend by. When I first joined the Kylin Guild, I only had Xiren as a friend, Ronnie said. Gao Yang quietly listened. We're both curious about what lies behind the gates of closure. Ronnie looked at the body under the tarpaulin. Xiren will never know now. I have to live until the day I say the truth for him. As he spoke, Ronnie slowly lost his signature strange way of dividing sentences without realizing it. If I die as well, Captain, you must live to the day you can bear witness for us. Ronnie's gaze was firm and heated. Tears leaked from the corners of his eyes. I will, Gao Yang promised him seriously. The broadcast system continued to play the mixtape. Resounding in the hellish 11th high school now was a classical-sounding song with a mournful, tragic melody. Who's playing the lute? Playing the ancient tune of East Wind. Maple leaves color the story. I have already seen the ending. Along the old path outside the fence, I walked with you hand in hand. In the time of desolation, even our breakup is silent. The 10 of them walked out of the construction site to the shaded path. Grey Bear and Lithe Snake were in the lead, the former holding a large shovel, and the latter holding his short sword. Ziyuyi and Black Sparrow were in the second row. Equipped with a pair of brass knuckles, Black Sparrow looked out for any ambush from the sides, while Ziyuyi raised his composite bow with an arrow nocked in preparation to deal with rune corpses from a distance. Ken and Yellow Butterfly were in the third row. Ken had a 1-meter-long rebar to defend herself with, while Yellow Butterfly held a gun with both hands in vigilance, the nunchucks hung at her waist. Ronnie and Old Joe were in the fourth row. Ronnie had a dagger for self-defense and the now lighter supply bag on his back. Old Joe was holding a golf club with another bag of supplies. Gao Yang and Nine Frost took the rear. Gao Yang had found a crowbar that was the shape of the number 7, while Nine Frost was holding a rock-pick hammer. With the broadcasted music drawing most of the rune corpses to the teaching building, they encountered only stragglers as they walked along the fringe of the campus, and through their teamwork, they were able to take out those rune corpses without much trouble. Soon, they made it to the parking lot near the school gate. Or it would be more accurate to call it a clearing of concrete floor, parked with 3 old-fashioned sedans. Old Joe's eyes lit up. Cars. So, Grey Bear asked. It's not as if we can drive out of here. There are cars? And cars come with petrol. Old Joe turned to Nine Frost with excitement. Captain, with petrol, we would be able to attack with fire. Yellow Butterfly asked. It's been 18 years. Would the petrol still work? Things are different in rune caves. There shouldn't be an expiry date, said Gao Yang. It's worth a try. They turned to Nine Frost. Let's do it. Nine Frost then asked a question, but how do we get the petrol out of the car? Gao Yang had been thinking about that as well, and looking around, he came up with an idea. He walked to the nearby garden, where there was a tap on the lawn, connected to a hose. On the side was an aluminum water bucket. Gao Yang detached the hose and threw it to Old Joe before bringing the bucket over. Old Joe gave him an approving look that said, "You know me well." Then he moved to crouched behind the car, opening the tank cap to insert the hose. Holding the other end of the hose with both hands, Old Joe made a sharp intake of breath. Soon, petroleum moved along the hose into the bucket. Old Joe leaned in to have a smell. Then he said excitedly, "I think it's still good." His ease throughout the process made it clear that he had done the same thing quite often before going to jail. In less than the time of a song, he had already emptied the gas tank of all 3 cars and filled the bucket. Grey Bear looked from the side with his hands behind his back. He still didn't understand how the bucket of petrol was going to be of any help. "Let's go," Gao Yang said. To the campus shop. Oh, Grey Bear finally caught on. We can make Molotov cocktails. They took the long way around the teaching building and made it to the shop. The outbreak happened during the first session of the evening self-study. Thus the shop hadn't been closed down, and the door remained open. Inside, a couple rune corpses wandered. It didn't take long to eliminate the threats. They rummaged through the shop and found a box half filled with bottled red wine. They emptied the bottles before filling them with petrol. Then they peeled the clothes off the rune corpses and tore them into strands of fabric, shoving the strands into the bottles for the petrol to soak in. They made 8 simple Molotov cocktails in the end. Given the constraint of the circumstances, they had done their best to maximize firepower. Now they had to find Li Zhuanghu. They faced another problem, however. The cassette tape would reach the end of its playtime in a few minutes. Then the rune corpses swarming the teaching building would become a threat again. They had to rush back to the broadcast room to flip the tape, but the building was now too dangerous to go through. The first floor alone was crammed with too many rune corpses. It would be a suicide mission. Gao Yang had an idea. He turned to the others. "We aren't going back to the broadcast room. Let's go to the auditorium." They made it there before the music stopped playing. During the evening self-study, the auditorium was closed down. There were no students inside, which meant there were no rune corpses. The 10 of them broke in. Gao Yang headed straight to the stage at the other end. There was a microphone on the podium. Grey Bear got what he was planning. He laughed. "It'll work? Since we have the Molotov cocktails, let's kill them all here." Gao Yang nodded and observed the auditorium. When the music stops, we draw the rune corpses to the auditorium with the microphone and shut the door, throwing the Molotov cocktails to burn all of them dead. "Would Li Zhuanghu be drawn here?" asked Yellow Butterfly. "I don't think he would," Nine Frost said. Gao Yang agreed. He seems to have maintained a certain level of intelligence. Although he can't think like we do, he's not brainless like the other rune corpses. Lithe Snake agreed, thinking back to the moment the outbreak happened. At the time, instead of making a move himself, he had sent the rune corpses after us. He's quite cunning. If Li Zhuanghu can indeed control rune corpses, we will have to fight the rune corpses even when we find him, Gao Yang concluded. We'll stand a better chance if we take out his pawns first. Let's make a plan, Nine Frost addressed everyone. Then we'll split the work.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.